course, I launched the thing on YouTube before I did this. Now I need to make certain it's a completely separate stream. I don't hear any music. Gotta be careful because YouTube will just take down the stream midstream there, so now I get to delete the old one. Sometimes I wonder why I put all the effort into stream on YouTube, because the simple reality is it's not particularly useful. Gotta do what I gotta do. But it's problematic. Hey, minded, how's it going? Pretty much. Politics is everywhere. It's so obnoxious. I'm just like, can I look at something else? No, it's politics. Doing pretty good. I launched the stream a moment ago on YouTube and Twitch, and then I was watching Fox's stream in the background, and swashbuckling Fox, not Fox News. He was listening to copyrighted music, so I had to sit there and close up the YouTube stream, start it again, and delete the old one just so I don't get copyright claimed. I was like, oh crap, did I really just do this? Oh no, why did I do this? So many mistakes were just made in that moment. It was a bad life decision. Tell the Discord that streaming. But yeah. Tell every place that I'm supposed to. But broken things in the background. Says I'm live streaming. I wonder if the or whatever. I don't even care about YouTube. YouTube could, it could be gone tomorrow and it wouldn't make any difference in my streaming. All right, post here. In the last place, and then I can finally get back to whatever I'm doing that's supposedly useful. Let's be real here. Am I really doing anything useful? I mean, really? Everything? Okay. Oh, let me close my own Spotify while I'm at it too. I kind of wish I did just stream on Twitch, because then I could actually just listen to music the whole time, but it's also kind of obnoxiously loud sometimes to hear music all the time, so there's that too. Hard to focus when I'm doing coding. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was discussing DAS with people last time, the problems inherent with it. And now that Fab is kind of a catastrophe, I might need to go back to DAS and buy from them, because Fab is a catastrophe. Not much of a fan. Need a Voodoo's thing here. I was trying to fix her AI. I mostly made her really simple. Like, I was trying to make it really complicated, but I feel like I'm overcomplicating things. It should actually be just like patterns that it does. Even this here, where it just randoms a value, isn't even that interesting. Yeah. Anyway, how's your night going, Blighted? Unload all my problems. So many of them. Oh, probably need to have two of these things here. This and that. That should work. I got this to work. That still misses like crazy. I'm not sure why that's missing all the time. But she has another attack. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Woohoo. I may have to take that weapon attack away because it's so crap. It never hits. So I'm going to keep adjusting things and see if I can make it work. Near a pin. Did post that there, right? I was so unprepared today. Just the most unprepared trying to fix this problem right up to the last moment. Started late. Wasn't even finished trying to fix the problem until minutes after the normal stream time. In the case of this, I need to... It comes from the arrow, right? Is that where I put the line trace from? I did. If I make it persistent here, can I see it in the thingy? I don't think that's how it works. But maybe it is. Maybe indeed. Oh no, I can. Good. I don't put the arrow directly on it, that's fair. First off, let's move the mesh down a bit. Then rotate it a little more. I gotta do the same with this, because this is probably why it's missing. I'm assuming. And I'm gonna extend the weapon thing here. Well, let's make this just one frame. I want to see where she's hitting with it, because it's getting obnoxious, this constant missing. Like, if I can't make this thing hit consistently, I'm just taking it away from her. And instead doing the good times thing. Of lots of spells. Magic's such a cop-out, though. It's so easy to do by comparison to the weapons. Don't get me wrong, I feel like I could probably use a cop-out or 12 on this one. She grabs it right around there. That should be about right. I'm going to extend the thingy so, because it might not be going far enough. So it might just be the line trace is missing. Missing line trace. Missing line trace. Show me the money. I don't see the line trace. I mean, that hits mini pops. That's nice. Now let's extend that line trace. All right. I have it set as a variable, so the line trace length right here. Let's make it like just a straight 500. That puts it. That's pretty long, but that weapon's huge, so it should be considerably longer than, you know, Poppet's weapon here. She should be very happy to see me. What does she have? Anyway, these are questions I really didn't want to know the answer to. Oh, that's right. I can't do the air one anymore, so I disabled it because it was a double jump. Hit me. It's closer into her hand, though. I think I got the positioning right. Swing your weapon. Way extended way beyond that. It does not need to be that long, but it's still missed. I'm almost wondering if they should just have a collision and not a line trace, because it's just, the line trace just doesn't hit. Like, maybe I need a different attack entirely, because it just doesn't hit, and like, it's just crap. I've been bending it down farther and farther in the hopes of making it, get the job done, and so far it is just definitely not done what I need it to do. Maybe that'll work better. I'm gonna test out, see if I can pop it and see if the attacks better. I thought the spinning gulp attack would be better, but so far we've seen this is not proven to be true. That her attacks are done, not the NPC. Battle phase 1, nope. Doing smaller graphs has helped quite a bit. I should probably have little graphs for everything. Probably be much easier than ginormous graphs. See if this one does a better job. I doubt it will. You almost need to duck and spin with the thing, which would be actually probably great if that was an option. But I do not have an animation for that. I guess I could make one. I'll have to see. It wouldn't look very clean, I don't think, or take a long time to make it look clean. Swing your weapon round and round. That seemed pretty good. I gotta make Mini Pop try to hide. Because now Mini Pop just gets beaten senseless. Also, I assume you're gonna have more power-ups for this fight. Yeah, Mini Pop doesn't really try to move to the sides or anything, so she needs to do that. But this actually hit me much better, so maybe that's good. Oh. Oh, she landed down there, okay. I was worried she didn't, Let's see her. I was worried that she would get knocked out of the arena there, but it looked like she didn't. Okay. Um, Still chase after things, so instead of move to target, move away from target. You probably need some random juking around to really kind of get the job done. Probably something along these lines here. That's working. Double check that YouTube's working too. Oh, YouTube. Sure. Oh. Fair enough. You redo the YouTube link because apparently. Fair enough. Apparently, I just need to have a brand new one because I deleted the video. Smart me doing smart things. Hey Lipus, how's it going? I was watching Fox's stream and Swashbuckling Fox on Fox News. It's a very good night to qualify that one. Different Fox. And he listens to copyrighted music because he only does streams on Twitch. It's great, but since I'm streaming on YouTube, I was like, uh-oh. I made a boo-boo. It was real bad. Yeah. Things going okay. Living my best thug life. Why can't I grab all these? They'll fight when they're going, but why? This is greater than 2,000. Honestly, what's she gonna do? Like, she mostly just runs away. And in the final phase. Oh yeah, well, I'm working on combat, so you know. I gotta make this fight work. I mean, I have a lot of areas. It's mostly I need to design a bunch of enemies at this point. And then come up with a... Well, I actually do have the ability to upgrade stats, so I could just put items out for that. So I need to put those in the places they want. I don't think I'm going to have... Well, I was considering having an upgrade system for the tarot cards, but I don't know about that. It might just be you find things and you get upgrades versus purchasable upgrades. I've been debating on that one. I need to make a tarot card that represents all the tarot cards for all the other like the minor tarot cards for suits, and then have it so I can change the picture on it and then have the number changeable too. So I'll have to make that, which shouldn't be that hard. I need to make a note to do that. I might do that as soon as I get the first part of this doing okay. I've got kind of a setup going. What I'm going to do now for Voodoo is I was going to copy the phase 1 onto each one there and then just make each one slightly more complicated with more things she's doing. Because she'll be able to, you know, get bonus abilities each phase. But once I have those done, I just kind of get her going pretty solid and get maybe work on Patrick a little more to make him a bit better. I mostly just need to make a handful more enemies and then start placing stuff, and the demo would be pretty good. I mean, like, there's still bugs, but I mean, I don't have like story or anything, and the menu system needs work, but for like a testable prototype for people, I mean, I'll probably have like a small prototype that only plays, you know, a little portion of the game for them to give a shot, but I'm not as far off with that as people think. It's just, as I was explaining to someone, I say the game is like, I think like 13 to 15% done at the moment, mostly because things don't feel good yet. Like, they have stuff in there, I have all this content, I have all these things you can do. It just doesn't feel good. You know, it's a little off. Not at all. It's quite easy to make a spawner. I have multiple spawners already. Actually, I have 2 of them. Let me make a note to the thing and I'll show you a spawner real fast. Make a reusable throw card for the minor arcana. Now I remember to do that because I'll forget otherwise. I'll say something and never remember to do it. Alright, so I have it under characters here. EP spawn stuff. Now, a lot of this is just so I can keep track of things and it's completely unnecessary. here's actually how you spawn, you know, something. You create a spawn actor, and you give it a class to spawn. In this case, I have a spawn class there, but I could select a class, you know, I could select an Annie from here or something like that, and then it would spawn those, and that's just it. You put this on, you know, an event tick, like this thing here, event begin play, and just tell it to spawn things. I like event tick if you're going to do that. And then maybe just have a delay and then a loop or something so it keeps doing it. Or if it's on event tick, you don't even have to have a delay. And it's good times. I'm doing a lot of extra things that don't need to be done that way, but you know. Wow, that's wrong. They do need to be done that way. What's your problem? Undo, undo, undo. Okay, I don't know what it was deciding there. Better to fix the problem that way. What I've done here is that my favorite thing to do with things. There's a couple ways you can do this, but I create a custom event. In this case, spawn stuff. And spawn stuff basically will run through an event thing there. And, you know, in this case, it just gets, this is checking the distance to the player, right? And I had these all set to be customizable because they're all instance editable. And if the player is within the range of the trigger distance there, then it has a spawn array. Total spawns. This is just checking to see if it actually has spawns. If it has nothing, it won't spawn anything. Actually, total spawns. Oh, if it's spawned less than 10, or the total spawns there, then spawn another one. Otherwise, it just says, you know, repeat this process. Then it spawns the thing. And I'm just adding it to an array, right? So this way I can keep track of it. Because way back here, I have a thing set up where if the player is too far from it, there's like a despawn distance. And the despawn distance will go through and despawn all the enemies. So this way, they're not too close. But if you just want to spawn something, you just put it on event tick, put a delay, and put spawn actor and the one you want. That's it. It's literally this. It's like event tick, delay, and then spawn actor. Tell it where to spawn. You can get the actor spawn itself, like get actor transform. That just gets this thing itself, like that. Drop this in here, give it a thingy, and that's all it needs. That's it. I have extra things so you can where you want to put it, but you don't got to do all that. Yeah, this thing right here is all you need to do. And you can put any class in here if you want, and that's it. You're good. You drop that in the world, and every 0.2 seconds, it'll spawn another one. I'd probably make it, you know, a longer time thing, like maybe like 2 seconds or something, but yeah, that's all you gotta do. This little bit here will make a spawner. And if you want to get, you know, crazy, you can adjust this transform to be other things. You could break it apart because a transform is, you know, a location, a rotation, and a scale. You can split these up and you can, you know, put them in various places. Yeah. Yeah, all this other stuff here I have is so I can do extra things that you don't necessarily need. I made all the spawners a while ago. I have a more complicated spawner that spawns the bosses and locks down areas and stuff, but you don't need that. Yeah, overall they're very easy to do. And if you want, you can make variables here, and you can go, okay, well, let's say I want to change the response. If you make it instance editable, I'll drag one of these spawn stuffs onto here. When I click this, you'll see total spawns is now an editable number. I have a default set for 10, but I can do all that. And I did that for the same for all the distances and everything like that, and how often it spawns and the class it spawns. And, you know, I just wanted to make it very, very reusable. Yeah, there you go. I have a better spawner here. Well, better is the wrong term. I have a different spawner here that's gotten it's much crazier and spawns exact locations and can spawn multiple types of enemies and stuff. This is the really ridiculous one. This one only spawns stuff once too. Once you spawn it, it removes it from the array. Actually, once you've destroyed the things, they're gone forever. Actually, not even that much more complicated, honestly. They're mostly just yeah. This just like spawns things. This is a box-based one instead of distances, where it's just like, okay, well, if you hit the box on these things, and it starts the process here. It spawns all of them. It actually plays a little laugh, Charlotte laughing, the sound, and it puts spline walls up, which is those where you see the giant the fencing around the areas, like. And then it runs the spawn actors thing, which is this thing here, and it's basically the same thing for all intents and purposes. A little bit of complicated, but you know, it does do one thing and just kind of goes through and does its thing. You know, it's he again adds them to the array. Actually, this spawns in particles where they're going to spawn at, and then spawns in the array thing. It's just a more complicated way to do essentially what I was doing, but I was just trying to make it look prettier. Yeah, the overall gist of it's just that. Nothing too complicated. And then that's pretty much it. There's not a whole lot more to it. I'm just overcomplicating stuff because I can. I think I replaced the wrong one. I did. I was like, this is, you did the wrong attack. This is not what I was looking for. This is the high one there. Wait, if the player on the ground is false, it should be... Yeah, okay. Double check that real fast. Also, I was gonna fix mini pop too. Yeah. Overall, not the hardest. I don't know if mini pop actually needs to have distances. I could actually, instead of having each one of these things be a distance, I could just have the whole thing be. I don't think that makes it easier. Hey Carva, how's it going? We're just in time to be just in time. For me to be tanking up on caffeine. Delicious caffeine. Fixing a little mini pop here to be not as stupid. Kind of stupid. I'm debating on if I want to do a distance thing or if I just wanted to have like a general plan. Like how complicated should she really be? I could make it really complicated, have her try to hide behind things. But I don't know if I want to get that complicated with, you know, the target, because then if I make her that complicated, then I got to make, you know, Voodoo that complicated to find her an attacker. Like, did you? Nice, nice. Get a lot done. Did you? Did you? Did you? I'm just going to eliminate the distance thing entirely. He doesn't have any attacks. Just having her randomly move away from things besides Poppet. Probably fine. Let's just say I get rid of all this crap, because I don't think this is worth it. Yeah. The way you do it, I'll say the way I have it done here. Bring up our animation thingy. is okay, this is extra and probably unnecessary here for blending animation here. But what you usually do is you create a layer blend per bone, and then you pick the bone name there, put it in there, and then you need a default slot and a pose that you're working off of, a catch pose. They do this thing for you like that, but you can actually take one of these poses here and you can go off of a pose and you can cache it. You cache pose there. And when you do that, you can name it, and then you can use save pose somewhere else. You can use that pose somewhere else so you can duplicate a pose, because obviously you can't have double locomotions or things like that. You catch the pose off of one of your ending things here. I don't need this pose here. I cache the main pose right here. And you have the face animation just going on the top here, just the walking animation or whatever. And then you have to mix that animation with everyone and the default slot here. So you just do that, default slot, like that. And the default slot is when you play an anim montage or like that. It plays in the default slot. Yeah, you just do this and then drag it on your thing. I have another one for an additional blend, but drag it into your output pose and yeah. It's basically just this. Right here, this 4 here into the output pose. It took me forever to find out about caching a pose. I had no idea. Yeah. Not that hard. Once someone tells you how to do it, it's not that hard. Figuring it out can take some time going through YouTube videos, but well, yeah. I would have to, oh, actually, I had plenty of time to do that because I was busy trying to make my attractive female at the time jump around in fun ways. For the previous game that I was working on, I ended up throwing away. That bad habit I have of throwing away a game because it's not going anywhere it should go. Yeah. I think I'm going to do this here. I'm going to make her behaviors really simple. My eyes are fragile? What does this even mean? Never get it. I look fatigued, and then that's true. I honestly meant fatigued. It's fair. You feel fatigued. Mm-hmm. Who uses phones? That's so weird. Shaw. Maybe it just means I have these wonderful eyes that are fragilely beautiful. Oh my. Sending me dirty messages, huh? Ooh. Damn. Let's go with this here. Oh no, this one I wanted to move to the target, so I'm probably going to leave this exactly the same. Yeah, she moves now. Poppet's closer, she'll move to Poppet, but mostly she should try to juke around a little. Not a lot. He's not that smart. He's not supposed to be, like, super smart. He's just a little dopey voodoo doll. Of you. I'm sure I'll think of something else that she's supposed to do at some point. Yeah, to see the better spawner brings up all the stuff to get in the way. You can't get away. Tried to launch myself out and failed. What you doing, pal? He's not even moving. Why aren't you moving? Well, she doesn't even need this summon unit thingy anyway. I just wanted to... I was going to have her do a dopey little taunt, but I really don't think that's necessary. It's funny, and maybe she'll keep that idea in the future. What about that? Oh, these here, I'm setting these variables. And I've been debating on whether or not I want to do it this way or another way. I could actually probably simplify it, kinda. But what's happening is it goes down to actions, and then on actions, it looks at the current action and goes, okay, well, which one is it? And it finds it. In this case, for move direction, I need these variables filled, basically. And I could just put a number in. I don't have to do variables for these, which I was almost kind of thinking of doing because I'm kind of recycling a lot of the same move speed and stuff. So move distance keeps changing, so I don't know about that, but yeah, in this case, I have the current action and then a direction for move to target, the move speed, the distance I want to move, and if she's facing the player or not. So then it goes down to this action down here. It goes, okay, well, there's the current action, move direction. There's the direction variable, the move distance, temporary movement, and voice the player. But then this is on, this has been inherited from, you know, the BPMPC, the parent class. And on the BPMPC, it runs through the move direction thing, where it just turns all these into, you know, it actually doesn't have to do this part here, thinking about it, that these three could actually be removed, and I might remove them in a second. There's no need to set them again, because they're already set here. I guess the reason why I didn't is if I didn't set them in here, then, you know, I could just have the numbers, so I'll leave them. Anyway, it runs through all these checks that I've set up. Whether it needs to face the player, if not, do this, changing the walk speed. It remembers the old one just in case I want them to run or something, basically, is why I have that. And then it gets the direction here, and it goes, okay, what are we doing? Forwards, backwards, left, right, random. Move to target, move away from target. These two don't work correctly for some reason. I don't know why. I could make it work correctly, and I probably will. Dump it into here to make it easier. Then it just goes through, and it's like, okay, well, if you're moving forwards, then it gets the actor location, the look at rotation, the forward vector, and it calculates where it needs to go. Yeah, I'm just setting variables for it. I have it set up where I just have custom everything, so this way I don't have to do anything like that. And when it runs through all these, it runs the same move command. So basically what I've just done is I wrote movement logic for everybody because they're on this parent class here, and, you know, this is a child of the NPC thing, this is a child of it. Poppet's not. Poppet's the only non-child of them, because Poppet has her own stuff, but every single enemy in the game, and every single just NPC in general, is a child of this, so. And if you don't know how to create a child, create that too. Real easy. Go to the one you want there, right click and say create child blueprint class, and then it'll have all of the stuff of this, besides macros, and it'll just be available. I can be like EP Sally. Now Sally has all the stuff that I've got, like every single thing. I don't have to redo any of her code. But on here, it'll just be blank because, you know, she has access to all the code, all the variables, and everything like that. You can call upon all the functions. I just don't have to look at all the code or redo it. And that's pretty much the best way to do things. You should always have, like, you know, inheritance like that, you know, just children blueprints, you know, or child blueprints. Because, you know, retyping code, especially for behaviors and things, is just so much work. That's how I do it. essentially all I've done, if you've seen the behavior trees, essentially all I've done was create a behavior task for move direction with a bunch of variables. It's easier to do variables and things on this than it is to do it in the behavior trees, because you gotta use interfaces to ship them over, because you don't really want to directly cast to each unit that's using these. About the only time I ever have a unit cast anything is I have it cast to its own animation things, because it's going to use its own animation things. It's an animation just for it. Of course it's going to use that. I'm fine with it casting to its own animation blueprint. But other than that, I usually don't let them cast too much. Of course, if you spawn an item, like, you know, with a spawn actor of class, that will also tie them together too. So that's why Poppet's tied to so much. Got all those weapons that she spawns, so it makes it kind of awkward for her. But yeah, and you do, you know. She's huge. Because, well, yeah, her mesh is just ridiculously big. I'm going to optimize this some. I do have an optimized one that doesn't look as good, but I don't really, no point in that. I haven't figured out how to unlink it to traversables. That's part of the game animation sample, which also tied to, oh, that's her hair and her hat. I have the hair and hat thingies that she's tied to. You see the Hanged Man, you know, the Sun Tarot, all these things like that, the Fool. I need to go through and optimize a bunch of textures and things, but I can reduce this. But she's still huge. At the end of the day, she has a lot going on. I don't know why this title button is attached to her, though. This is bizarre to me. I need to figure out what it's doing that's causing that. Shouldn't be doing that. That could be optimized out of thing. All these other ones, I don't know if I can optimize them or not. I'll have to see. Also, the sandbox character is part of the game animation sample thing. So, in all reality, I probably could just left the hair attached to it. Figure it out. She's heavy. Welcome to using DAZ models. They're heavy. One second. I'm just trying to decide what Minipop does in each of her phases. I think this is probably acceptable for this first phase. I probably should test it out to see. I might just make her behavior completely the same until the final phase. I just want Voodoo to have like 3 phases that get the job done for now, and then as I come up with better ideas, I'll add to it. Well, I want people to be able to show people a different fight besides Patrick. Like, I do need to work on the Patrick fight because he's still not good, especially in the early phases, but this is really loud in my ears. But... oh, that's right, she's not moving. She's not moving now either. Hi. Why aren't you moving? First off, there's a random 0. Just like this can random a thing that's not useful. Oh, I see. I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of this switch on string thing here. I don't really think I want her to keep yelling crap. Every once in a while I might trigger a thing where she's yelling something, but I don't know. I do want her to alert the player, so she's constantly, you know, sending messages so the player knows. I think, oh wait. It says reset actions and trigger because there's no Well, actually, there was a default. It should work. I don't know. I'm gonna put one here. He does need a reset action. It won't work otherwise. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. I missed the air dash already. It was kind of my favorite. Just kill time until the boss spawns thingy. Why have you just decided to stop moving? Definitely says hi on Mini Pop. That's true. Alright, well. Oh. Never mind. I had a cousin who started. He's a pilot now. Doesn't it? Yeah. Let's be real here. When isn't a doll creepy? It's just sitting there staring at you. Let's say you walk into a room, right? And there's a bunch of dolls all over the room. And then you like look away and look back, and some of the dolls have turned their heads a little bit. Does it even get creepier than that? Like, you just leave that room immediately, like, well, okay, I'm leaving this room now. Even if it's just one doll, it just turns you, it's like, wait a minute. There she goes. He's like, nope, you can't hit me. Stay away. I like how her hair is totally messed up because she's just using a tiny version of that and the collision's weird. I need to fix that. She has your hairstyle though. Hey Wander, how's it going? Yes, the grind is real. It will never end. Yes, yes indeed. I'm gonna random this range here. Random floating range. Thank you. Let me do this right here. We'll do like 300 to 600 here. Try to make her move a little more naturally than just, oh look, you know. I'll set the move distance like this instead. Honestly, I could just, if she's, well, I'll just do this. It'll be random move distances. It should make it slightly more interesting. Yeah, I'm working on attacks for this battle because the battle's it's got all these mechanics, but it's just not quite there yet on what I want it to be. Let's just ditch these. Honestly, I could probably make my life a lot easier by just putting the temporary move speed way back here. I haven't actually made her move faster at any point, so I don't even know if I ever need to do this, but let's simplify some stuff here. Let's attempt to move these and fail. But yeah. When was the last time you saw the game, Wander? Because I can showcase new things if you haven't seen it in a while. If you have seen it, then, well, you know. Welcome back. Or if you've seen it recently, welcome back. You know, good times. You're never facing the player on this because the player is not here going. So let's just make my life easy and do this. I can get rid of all these. Always going to move those. At least on these. I'm also going to increase our delay time or change it for based on the round there. That's actually pretty. That's pretty short actually. We'll make it like that, and then we'll make her, I guess, slower because she's being controlled in these phases. So Oh, 3's fine. Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll make it a little faster for this while she's being controlled. So the first phase, her being controlled, her actions are slower. Oh, okay. Yeah, most of the changes since last week have been, I think, rooms I was making. Yeah, I was working on this fight here, and I got a couple new attacks in the fight. See, I gave her an attack that knocks anyone nearby up in the air and deals damage to them when they land. I gave her a thing where she summons a force field and like summons a bunch of minions around, and as long as the minions are alive, she doesn't take damage. And just adjusting her AI because it needs a lot of work. I have like 3 phases going. I'll show the attacks off though. That new attack is not going to work. So that's the launch in there. She can launch mini pop as well. Yeah, the main mechanic of this fight is that she summons a voodoo doll of you, mini pop over there, and if mini pop takes damage, you take damage, so you have to protect her. I'll knock her to the other phase so we can... Running out of sanity. Second. Still playing with the sanity mechanic to make it look good, and it's kind of having issues, but you know. Where are you shooting? I don't know, I get questions. I'm almost dead. Oops. Is your AI broken? Well. Yes, her AI is broken. I was gonna show you the next attack, but... You do it? Huh. Well, never mind then. I gotta fix that one. Alright, well, I'll show you the other stuff then I was working on. That room. I made the goodies box, which can be opened, and new landmines, and launchers, and a pirate area. I was working on the pirate area. The second biome, which is going to have like a jungle theme with pirate areas. Now, these are my fun landmines. They have nice messages. They can be custom, so I just try to print like that. But this one actually is nice. It's like a quick way out. Of course, you know, if you don't have any health, it's a quick way to death, but... This is the new room to test out the magician and stuff. I'm almost dead. If you're smart, you save the landmine to actually get up to the save box, because getting to the save box, if you don't use the landmine, actually takes a lot more effort. But yeah. These can be opened. And you can climb inside the box if you want. Well, you can try, but apparently I need to fix that. Really need to fix it? Okay, well, anyway. I thought that's must to fix things. Yeah, this is the new room to climb things, and there's even a mouse hole to go through too. Yeah, this is my hair. The next room used the Hierophant. Not that it's that hard, but not about making every mechanic the hardest thing to use. I come with more of an exploration style platforming versus an actual hard style platforming. Like, I want you to wander around every nook and cranny and find things. Yep, I have more Hierophant objects up here to get to the next area. Or possessed objects. And I was working on a library in here. The long library. Nice and laggy. You run around on top of the pipes to hold all the lights. I need to make flying enemies, I think. Let's see if you can unlock one of the paintings. I might actually make it hard to get up to this table. I don't even know. Like I might put a shelf under the painting so you can't reach it easily. I don't know. Yeah, this unlocks a painting. Any new pictures for the paintings? Yep. When is this? These rooms are so huge. I forget how big they are when I'm designing them. I need more light too in here. It's hard to tell where things are, but I might actually add a light ability. I don't even know. Like the sun or something. I do actually have a sun tarot. I don't think I need fine. I don't have an icon for it, but this is the temporary light. You can see what's going on. Maybe I'll give the sun out earlier. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. That thing's pretty cool. I was working on a mouse hole in here too, for that matter. I don't know if I want to put it here specifically, but for just testing purposes, I was making mouse holes. Yeah, the Sun Tarot's, I made it ages ago, and yeah, and here there's actually a mouse hole to get to the next room. I was working on those little cartoony mouse hole because I thought it was funnier. Room needs a lot of work. The other thing I was working on. Oh, this is the pirate area I'm working on. I kind of bounce around a lot. Probably gonna have a lot more pirate themed thingies, like pirate models for them to run around in. Over the little water areas. Because you have like all the stairs and everything over here, you know, like the regular human world, but then you go over here and they're like little tiny toy areas. Just for additional fun. This is double jump. Yeah, they can go up the stairs. Quite fun. I might give out double jump at this point. I don't know. I'm debating on that. It's a big question I've been having of when double jump is given out. Might be the double jump gets given out over there. But once you get it, you can easily jump back. But if that's the case, I need an easy way to get over there that's single jump, and I was going to kind of give out the hermit that way, but the problem with the hermit is I don't know what it does yet. Like, I had some ideas, but I don't like them, so. Ooh. Ooh. As you can see, it's got a whole piratey world. The old corner jump trick, very good. You can actually do it with a single jump too. These things are funny because they launch chickens. I think they have to get far enough away to do it. Can you do it? What you doing? I don't think there's an actual move thing down, so they can't do what they're doing there. There's a launcher here. Get up to stuff. So, I thought this was a great place for the hermit, you know, a mountaintop away from the city. Yeah. And you probably have already seen the tomato area. Where it's like the giant tomato play area. Not a lot of light. Maybe I turn the light on temporarily, but like complicated areas with all sorts of who knows what going on. So it's fun. Oh yeah. Yeah, a nice person in chat, Albedo Knight, he bought it for me. I was like, really? You'll buy it for me? So awesome. And that stream became all about pirates from that point on. And those pirates got added. I was like, ooh, pirates. There's some other stuff I was looking at, like a Halloween type of thingy. Let's see if I have that map, actually. I'm pretty certain I do. Stylized Village Halloween. I was thinking of having little, like, you know, little Halloween models and things like that, or like Halloween-themed area. More of a, actually, it's like a gothic area. Because I want the lower sections to be like, you know, areas to showcase toy types. And, you know, and for kids to play with them, right? So, except for the very top area. The top area is where, you know, all the nefarious stuff goes on. And you start in the top area because that's where you were made and you're trying to get out. So, I was like, yeah, that was awesome. I was like, ooh, thank you. I never have anyone buy these things for me. That's so cool. I was very excited. Yeah, this is, let me, fix it so Poppet doesn't just die because she has no way to gain sanity back, because that does kill her in any map she's on. This is so I can actually wander maps. Get the little upkeep thingy. Update sanity her stats. And you just break that. Okay. Now she doesn't die anymore. Yeah, this map is, this is just, I'm just gonna run around it. We're gonna have some fun. Let's, hey, Unreal Noob, how's it going? Pretty good. I was showing off the new assets because Wander hadn't seen these on, you know, on YouTube. He's like, okay, cool stuff. He mentioned the humble bundle that I got given. Oh yeah, there's a pumpkin moon, very important. Jack-o'-lantern moon. I like this fog thing. I need to do this. What this person did was, those are planes with a fog material on them, but they look so good in the distance. I'm just like, oh, hey, yeah, the pirates, that's awesome. Yeah, this was also part of the Humble Bundle, the Halloween Town, so I was going to use it too. Which also looks like it would fit with the pirate stuff, to be completely honest, if we want to get technical. It might actually look better than some of the pirate stuff if, I don't know. Docks are pretty cool. We'll have to see. So I might mix the two together or something, but yeah, let's go on a quick tour and look at this place. Got all kinds of fun lights and things like that. Weird skeleton things. I wish they moved because that'd be so awesome. They do not. Most of it's just regular city with cool stuff on top of it, which I like. Yeah, if you look here, this is actually a plane. They just put a little smoke thing on. I was like, this is genius. I mean, it's better off in the distance there, and I'm going to make a landscape for my big map too at some point, because landscapes look way better than what I currently had, but, you know. Got myself a scarecrow, very important. It doesn't even have a face. I feel like they cheaped out there. Just saying. I got cheaped out. That was a windmill. I didn't realize it was a windmill. Woo! We get to the mushroom thingy? Oh yeah, I definitely use that. I'm gonna have a turtle platform that just, this water is so fake, by the way. Looks nice, but it's fake. It's just a plane. You could just make the plane where you can go through it, it'd be fine. Yeah, I want a floating turtle thingy to ride around on. It doesn't gotta move. This can just be the platforms, they're just floating turtles. Yeah, they gave it something not the scarecrow. Well, you see, this makes for a better screenshot than, you know, a scarecrow does, right? Like, you're sitting there on a glowing turtle in the middle of a lake looking at the, you know, jack-o'-lantern moon. Or like a creepy tower in the background. I mean, this is the kind of, you know, just screenshot waiting to happen type of scenario here. You can definitely tell, especially with their landscape, how they went out of their way to make their landscape look really fantastic. I mean, they went out of their way to make that look great. And I really think that that smoke idea is just nuts. It's so good. Or like the fog. Like that is, I want to add that to my own map. It just looks awesome. But I can also just add a fog. But the thing is, if you add a fog, the fog isn't controlled where it's at. Like, because I can just use, oh gosh, what's it called? Oh, the weather thing has it. I forgot what it's called. I think it's like a procedural fog or something like that. It's got a name. I'm blanking on it. I might steal this water texture. Yep, got my even more mushrooms. I might use these mushrooms over the other ones because these I think look cooler. And also I think are better platform. Which matters. I mean, you know, when they're solid. Because the other ones I have look okay, I guess. But I guess the other ones look like cheap plastic, which is kind of half the point, that they look like cheap plastic, so I like that. Yeah, that's pretty much most of this thing here. Everything else is just kind of repeats of things, but yeah. I like it. Got more trees because I don't need any more trees. There's like a million trees. These trees aren't even that good. Yeah, these trees are Oh, that one's okay. Actually, it's not really okay, is it? It's not even connected to the wood. That is the crappiest tree I have ever seen. What in the world? This is the cheapest piece of crap. What? But if you put it in the distance, you don't even notice that it's a piece of crap. Wow. That's another one. This is the worst tree ever. This tree's pretty crap too. Look at that. Damn. Got scammed. Some of these trees suck. Wow. Never mind. This is just pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, okay? I'm just saying. The man behind the curtain stays behind the curtain. Things looked really good till I got close looking, and now it's like, oh. Oh, I see. All the trees look like trash. Well, some look okay, I guess. They're not the best trees I've ever seen. They are very low tier. Beautiful trees are so easy to get. There's actually some cemetery stuff too. Huh. I didn't notice the cemetery before. Ooh. And this thing, which I kind of want to make talk. That might happen. I don't know. Yeah, I like that a lot of these things, the style is stuff looks like cheap plastic toys, which is exactly what I want it to be. I need cheap plastic toys. Some of it looks too crappy, but I don't know. Poppet's like halfway between both, so she can kind of get away with things. She still looks a little too nice, I think, for this. But maybe not. She's pretty plasticky herself. Light does not make her look good. Her hair is like a catastrophe at all times. I keep fixing it, but then I keep changing the model, so I'm really tired of fixing it, so I'll fix it again. But yeah. I kind of want this, whatever material's on this water here. What should we got here? Halloween water. It's nice. Couple of those. And I think I want, what is this thing here? So the Halloween water and then the plane. So am I cloud? Same thing. So it's just cloud Halloween. Okay. I'm gonna copy paste one of these. I'm gonna go back to my map. I'm gonna see how it looks. Yeah, that's half the fun with this, is that because everything is so dark, I get to get away with a lot. After all, the city things are like super high-end models, the steampunk stuff, but in the dark, so yeah. But what I could do here, let's play a game here, and the game is, see now, how much cooler does that make that look? I don't think it needs to be this big, you know, but like, oh, it's just ginormous. I don't need to be ginormous, but I'm just saying, if I do this, start kind of moving some things around here, that. Is there? That's cool. At this point, I need really specific types of tracks, so we'll have to see if there's one I can actually use, but... Wait, why is it getting larger? the negatives. There we go. I'll do this. It's almost too much, right? Let's kind of open for a little bit less, maybe. Actually, there's more than one cloud. Let me swap them out, see what happens. That might be a little better. See how it looks if I jump in to the level. Everything has a different feel when you're, you know, at that. Look, like I have a lot of Dark Fantasy Studio stuff, and I like their stuff. I mean, not much of it fits for a bunch of dolls fighting each other, you know, on a, you know, toy store or whatever, but, you know. I don't really know if that looks good or not. I don't think so. I think it looks not great. I think it's better in the distance. Maybe not. Let's say I do this and tweak it a bit here. Start kind of having some stuff over there. It's an interesting idea using planes to do this. It's true. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but I definitely don't hate it. I don't know if I like it. But it does kind of add something to make that a little better. So maybe that is okay. And I'll add more, like, you know, rocks and things. Oh, the little jingle from the when you pick up an item. Yeah, I just had the default collect thingy. I'm going to change it up so that there's different collectors for each type of thing, but sound effects is always like the last thing I do, as evidenced by the fact there's not that many sound effects in the game. Yeah, I kind of like this here, where now you look at this and you see that there's fog out there. Okay, that is better looking. And then you know to do this instead. Kind of hides that there's a thing back here, so that's kind of cool, but there needs to probably be additional fog back here so that it looks nicer, because otherwise there's like not enough. Wait, does this go farther down, or gotta be shrunk anyway? It definitely seems like you'd want to move it farther apart in a lot of cases. Going down to below here, it's still doing going below a bit. I can do that, and then let's grab another one here. Yeah, probably is way more performant. Actually, yeah, I'll do this. Shrink it down a bit. This way you get back here and you discover that it's like all fogged in here. I can see that. Hides the way you're supposed to go. I almost think they should have a bigger area, but the problem is where... Actually, it's like Tomato City over here. I definitely want to run with the pirate thing more. What I could actually do is I could get rid of some of this top thing here and then have the pirate model be taller. That's not really very cool because I want water and things. So I think what I'm going to do is have a bigger pirate city over here and a little pirate city over there. I don't know. The map's already so complicated. I'll definitely have a pirate city in this area, so I might change up a bunch of things. We'll see. Or maybe I just, go with just only like a small pirate area and I don't add extra because it just seems unnecessary. I don't know. I kind of like the pirate stuff though, so. But yeah, this is a great thing. I like this. The other thing I was going to add. Oh yeah, I was saying that the jingle from that thing, yeah. The other thing I was going to add was I was going to test the water out. See if I like the look of the water better. I might. The thing is the water looks not too bad, but it's also pretty heavy. Yeah, this thing here. Okay, I like it now. It definitely makes this seem much crazier looking. It hides it really well too, so they don't necessarily know it's there. I like that. I can get behind that. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. All right. Custom water here. Hot Halloween water action. I think this is the one it was using. All right, so this water sucks, right? I think we can agree it sucks. This water was the one I was thinking of. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I like this water very much. Yeah, I like the other water much better too. I think I was just going to check and see if this one looked good, but I don't think it does. It looks like crap. Yeah. This would almost be better if there was like a frozen area. But I don't like it. Oh, sir. I don't like it. This water is so much nicer. Water has to look good because, water, it's so easy to make it look good in Unreal Engine. So if your water doesn't look good, it's just like a complete failure on your part. Yeah, this is definitely the chosen one. It just looks great. So that's what we're using. Yeah, I like this. This is good. I'm probably going to add more there. I almost want to start them the test in this area just so they can have fun in these weird places, but yeah, I'm thinking I could have like a little pirate, thing going down here, like a big pirate city. This could just be the level that's the most interesting, honestly. It's huge. This room is going to be so much content. Right now you have the whole Undercity thing, which is kind of cool, but there was a pirate city on top of it. Now that the pirate city's a thing, that really does change a lot. Like, how much do I want to run with this here? Do I want to devote half of this level to this stuff? I guess I could. These are kind of fun areas to play around on. Do I make one more room that just is the last of the rooms for that? Like, I can't see. Nope, but it clicked the right thing here. Like, I could take this last room here and turn it into one last pool or something. There's really nothing stopping me from running with an area longer. Like, if an area seems kind of fun with an interesting mechanic, because after all, if the first area with like all the rooms that are, you know, you're not supposed to go in is pretty big. Like, it's almost the entire floor. And the only thing that it's really borrowing is this one floor here. Like, it's borrowing one room out of this floor, but everything else is still related to the main rooms that you can't, that aren't supposed to be for the public. Which I almost feel like they should be the end area, especially this. Like, if the last boss was in this room, it would make sense. Like, this would be a perfect resurrection ritual room, but I don't know on that. But so I use this here. Like, how much do I want to devote to that? Because I actually don't know what I'm going to put in an area. So debating on there, because then it devotes a portion of this floor here, but it's actually using a lot of the third floor as well, I guess, right? Because this is the fourth floor here. So I'm basically using 2 floors for this, for every one of these rooms, except that room. 2 floors there. This is 2 floors because it goes up above into this stuff up here. And this is like 2 floors. But I could, no. Like, do I do that? Let me grab this whole thing and just. Then what do I do with this half there? Because it's like I've used half of the level, or a little more than half for that. And I was considering have either some sort of place that makes the toys, which I don't have a lot of the stuff for. Like, there's a pack that I was looking at that I was going to use for it. Ever since the Fab Market opened up and they haven't had a sale yet, it's $150, and I don't want to drop $150 on it. Like, I was like, well, the next sale, like Black Friday is coming up. Well, if Fab doesn't have a Black Friday sale, that would suck. So, yeah. Oh, let's drag this out here and see if I like it. What's the worst that happens? I don't like it? Okay. Like, are we making one more giant water room? Is that the thing? I don't know if I want to do that. It's just the pirate area makes me want to have more water. Is really what it is. Like, I would shrink this down a bunch, but without all this crap on top, you get quite a pirate area in here. I don't know. Arguing with myself on this one. So a giant multi-tiered city would also be pretty neat. But I was considering having the multi-tiered city here. But then there's the chess thingy. Because I have all these chess pieces and I wanted to have them, you know, fight over an area. Well, this other area could be the chess area up here. And then this area could be the city. The problem with this area is also going to be that it's not locked away. Like, without rooms, they could just kind of go everywhere. So I don't know if I could even do it this way, right? I need to lock away the rooms to specific things. So having a city wouldn't make too much sense. I don't know on this one yet. If I have a factory thing, then I can have Poppet turn on factory things and move stuff around. It would make sense that it was off. Huh. That's kind of what I'm arguing about right now. It's just what these other biomes are going to be. Why is there a door here? I have so many questions. Why is there a door here? There should not be a door here. There's also no windows. Yeah, no, that was the whole point of the checkered floor here, was that they were worshipping it as the Great Board. That was their lore. They really, really liked that. It's like, oh, look, the Great Board. They're fighting over it. And I thought that was cool. But if I do that, what I should probably do is not have these giant open areas and then lock these areas away. like, here is, I guess there's the hypothetical of this, right? That I could go, okay, well, maybe the city thingy goes down to the second floor. So it could actually be like a 3-story room, which would be crazy. But we kind of need to have a 3-story room because it would give a lot of platforming potential. And just say it goes down to, well, actually, I'm going to grab a wall. This wall, I guess, is fine. Here. Let's say I delete some nav meshes so I don't have to keep waiting for those to load. Ain't nobody like that. So let's say I blockade this off here. Just straight up and down, right? I have no idea what just happened there, but I hate it. Whatever it was, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, we just block this off instead. Like so, roughly. And then I get rid of this whole giant floor thing in the floor. I made a giant floor for no reason, apparently. I could do that. Then I just have 3 floors like this. Let's see. Let me get a giant negative here. I have ideas. Laser geometry, we're on the right ones already. We're on the right path. Make it negative. Like I said, I was going to have some sort of steampunky gearworks area, but I don't know about that. It just doesn't seem right. Wait. I see. This is not a geometry, is it? It's just a level thing. It's already made. Oh, it is. Huh. Then it should have the ability to go through. Let's just make this larger. There you go. Yeah, I do this. Fan this out. I could have this be one last group of water rooms. Like, let's say I just... Well... This actually means that I could probably get rid of the stairwell. Because right now I don't like the stairwell because what it does is it's a room that's kind of wasted, like it's boring. It's just stairs going up and down with rooms locked. That's not fun. Why would you ever want to do this? So I really don't like it. Like, the more I use stairs, the more I hate stairs in this game. If they just don't play well, they're not fun. Yeah, let's say I do this over here. Expand it out this way some. There's not a lot of verticality going on in this game. And this would be like the ultimate verticality. Obviously, these aren't not designed for anything here. This is just a perspective idea here. Let's put all this in the perspective here. We'll call this like move it to like Toy City or something. Create new Toy City. And it'll just be on the Whimsy Wonders thing, so I don't know what floor it's going to be yet. So I do this. I'll grab another one of these just to kind of move them in place. It's a box brush. Well, that's fine. I don't hate what's going on here. This could be good. This verticality really gives me the ability to do things I couldn't have done before. So I'm just going to make this really big for testing. Obviously, I'm not going to keep it, but... Well, I might keep this wall after I put some holes in it for doors, but... We'll see. Okay, whew. It goes right up against the window. Perfect. A little concerned there for a second, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, let's say I do this. Slightly move it back so it's not in the window. Perfect. Slightly increase this so it's not. Problem. Yeah, something along these lines. And then maybe I do one last jungle room here, I guess. That gives that a really big area to play in. But that's fair because it's like half of 2 floors. So being half of 2 floors is kind of like having a whole floor to itself, which is probably fine. Oh, my computer, I have is a 6700 processor. It's an AMD. Yeah, the Ryzen 7 5700G, 3.8 gigahertz. Got like 8 cores or something. 64 gigs of RAM. I have 2 graphics cards. I've got the 3060 Ti, which handles my streaming mostly, because it needs the NVIDIA codec. And then I have a 6700 XT, which is the AMD card. That's like that handles like everything else. AMD card's like a 12 gigabyte card, 12 gigs of VRAM, and the 3060 is 8 gigs. You don't really need all that unless you plan on streaming Unreal Engine, in which case Unreal Engine can be heavy. With all this crap, it can be heavy. I've become a much bigger fan of AMD cards over, sorry, of NVIDIA cards over AMD. But at the time, those cards were got during like the COVID thing where it was hard to get a graphics card, so I took what I could get, only to find out that for streaming, the NVIDIA cards, they have the NVIDIA codec, which works way better. Like you get a better, cleaner result. They're heavier. It's a lot more resource intensive, but it's way cleaner, way less screen tearing and artifacting. Also, Daz does not like AMD cards at all, so if I could have picked, I would have done the other. But, you know, the time. It just wasn't available. Maybe someday. Maybe. We shall see. But yeah, that's if you're not streaming, pretty much 12 gigs of VRAM is more than enough. 8's probably enough. It depends on what you're doing in Unreal Engine. Also, if you're using Unreal Engine 5 or not. That's fair. I have a 1,000 watt power supply. You know, 800 would have probably done just fine. In hindsight, I probably could have saved some money if I just got that, but I didn't. Oh, you know. Eh, not always best to overkill, I guess. I'm going to remake this floor. I'm just going to grab this floor and move it down. Call this second floor. I'm just going to move it to second floor. Perfect. And I don't like this. I don't like that. Let's move this up so that it hits the bottom of this stuff here. Or not even close to the bottom. Probably fine for now. And then let me get the wood in here. Adjacent. Surface properties. Good. Yeah, something along these lines here where I have like 3 stories of good times. Now, obviously, I'm going to blockade this over. In fact, I'm just going to do it this way. So annoying that it keeps bouncing back and forth like that. All this Toy City. I would probably not have I'd have this be a smaller area of the city. Is that better? Would a triple story city be cool? Oh yeah, I don't know why you'd have that much RAM. I've never, almost nothing makes use of that kind of RAM. I mean, 64 gigs and not even come close. It's VRAM that's usually the problem. Not regular RAM. RAM barely requires any resources. Like you should sit there and just look up the power requirements for each of your parts in your computer, and you'll probably discover you don't even need 1,000. Like I have a case with 12 fans on it because I wanted to keep this thing cool, and the double graphics cards. It still gets a bit warm. I mean, it's a beast of a case with lights and things like that, and kind of splurged. I had a lot more money back at the time. Back in the previous economy, I had a bunch of money. Now I got money, but like I did. So in hindsight, I could have probably cheaped out a bit. Oops. In hindsight, the best. It wasn't really that bad. But I'm gonna put a real wall here just to get it how I like, because I think I'm gonna go with this. I just don't know about this room over here being a thing. You know, like maybe it'll be a thing, but will it? Yeah, do this and then expand it out. Everything's just kind of up in the air on how I'm building, based entirely a lot upon the assets and whatever good idea comes to mind. Like I don't always have a good idea, so it's like, okay, well, maybe this, maybe that. I don't know. Maybe. As long as it seems like a fun area to wander around on. That's the difference. That's what I need. That's what I'm aiming for. Is it fun? Does it make you want to wander around it? If so, cool. If not, back to the drawing board. I'm sure I'll end up with more than one wall here, but doesn't stick out of the building. Perfect. All adjacent surfaces. Click this. Now do it again, but this time with feeling. Make this 10. So something along these lines. And clearly I need... Oh, that's right. The second floor is wider than the other floors. Forgot about that. Why did I do that to myself? I mean, I know it has a cool look to it. But why did I do that to myself? I have so many questions. This seems like a smarter plan. Also, the floor is sticking to the front, but that's okay. Yeah, it is. Not the sides. All right, just need to crunch it a little bit. A bit more. Perfect. Awesome, thanks. I'm definitely having a good time with it. That reminds me, I'm gonna pull all the testers from my Discord, so I should probably put the Discord thingy up so people can join if they want for testing later. Because, well, I don't tell them I won't have anyone to test. Terrible plan. 0 out of 10, do not like. Got the thing. The Discord. Okay, I copy and paste something from Unreal Engine into there, not copy pasted from the other. Time with feeling. Good. Discord. Okay. And that on both of them. Yeah. Probably a solid plan. And I was like, wait a second, why is there something here? Okay, well, there you go. Yeah. Definitely appreciate the kind words on it. Always nice to hear people are excited. It's in Asperia, how's it going? I'm currently planning a new area. And I was like, wait a minute, what if I had an area that was like 3 stories tall? Why does it have to be not? Why does it have to be only 2 stories? So I was sitting there thinking about having a city area that's multi-storied with, like, you know, weird pathways and everywhere like that. Maybe potentially 3 stories tall. And then I was debating on if I wanted one additional water room over here to go after all these. And potentially that being where the boss fight is. Because that would be kind of cool if there was like a giant pirate area. But I still don't quite know on that. You know, I'm kind of in the uncertainty on that part. So maybe on that. And then on the bottom floor here, I was originally going to have a much more open area, but then I realized one big problem. If I don't lock down areas, it's really hard for me to keep the player from just going everywhere. So what I might do is have this second area, the chest area, be larger. Let me grab over here. Where's the negative? That's not the negative. I can grab the negative from here. Perfect. Oh, I can't. I can. Yeah, sure. Let's grab the negative over here. Yeah. You do you, boo. I could have just placed one and done the sizing that way. I don't know why I did it this way. Need to go lower. Yeah, shrink it a bit. I'm thinking down here, where the chest area could be the other half of this floor and then the first floor, where the chess pieces have taken over. Like, there'll be other toys down here, but the chess pieces have taken over this giant board because they love it. It's their god. It is the great board. They need it. Does booleans and blenders do the like positive and negative shapes like this? Because that's what this is. It's just you make geometry brushes. They're under geometry right here. You pick the one there, you drag it out, and then with it selected, if it's subtractive, it takes away, and if it's additive, it creates a shape. And then you can fuse them together to make static mesh. Which is actually, I've made a lot of the area. You'll see me use these a lot. Oh, there you go. Seems pretty good. Oh, I see a fundamental flaw here in the size of this floor. Well, let me just remove the fundamental flaw here. This doesn't need to be that tall. It just needs to be this, you know, about the height of the floor. Because all it's doing is going to cut this floor away. That's all I want. It doesn't need to cut the floor below it, though. Having this floor be slightly bigger is very problematic. Like, it is a problem. I might possibly want to have additional things around it, but this is more the idea of what's going on. I'm thinking. We'll move this to, we'll make one called chess. Just so I have an idea of what's going on here. Move these over to Toy City. I hate that he's bouncing it to both sides. It's just the most obnoxious thing ever. It should not do that. I'll move these over to Toy City. You can definitely tell that this is not as high as I want it to be. I probably should fix that. This was originally at the right height for the floor, so I guess I'll realign everything to fit that. Well, the building should have been at the right height in the first place, so. I guess to be fair, well, I should probably align it with this, honestly. Yeah, that's fair. I should align it with that, so. I want to be able to see this while I do it. This shape is so big. Where's the thingy? Way over there. Guess I'm just gonna have to guess and kind of look at it. That's actually pretty close. Nice. Yeah, Unreal's has it built in. Pretty much wonder. All hail the great board. I actually have chess pieces like made. Well, some of them anyway. I made the Red Queen. Because, you know, I wanted to go with some Alice in Wonderland fun stuff. So I definitely ran with the theme on more than one occasion. Because I am trying to give the feeling of Alice in Wonderland, but it's not Alice in Wonderland because, well, Alice doesn't die and get turned into a doll either, you know? I did have a mechanic to make Poppet larger, like a larger toy temporarily, but it doesn't visually play very well, so I don't know how I feel about it. We need to be restricted on when you can use it, and it just doesn't work. Right? It's probably not going to make the cut. I'm just going to say it. Things aren't built for supersized Poppet. So it probably doesn't make the cut. And I just move this down a bit so I can cut through the floor. Get an idea of where it's going. The stairwell will probably be a thing. I don't know. I really hate the stairwell, so I might get rid of it. I really just don't like it. I hate everything about it. My problem with the stairwell is largely this. It's like, okay, well, let's say you get the key to go down. That's cool. You get the stairwell key. Neat. Okay, so you go down here, and then you run down here, and you get to this boring door. So you can use a hidden grotto that way. Sure. Is that really cooler than just getting like a hidden grotto key and going through here to get to the hidden grotto, like from a level? Like, do you really want to go through some formless staircase? I don't. About the book Steal Like an Artist, I have never heard this, but if it means drawing inspiration from stuff, I most definitely do. Yeah, exactly, Wander. That's the goal. I mean, that's a heavy inspiration game. I like the aesthetic heavily with that, game series. And with the sad part that they literally won't have the third one because EA sucks. But this can be like a spiritual successor in a way. I'll borrow themes, the whole wonder theme, the whole discovery theme, things like that. But, instead of discovering, because Alice in Wonderland is really about, um, discovering what it means to be an adult. It's like a coming of age story for a girl. Trying to make sense of a nonsensical world by, representing it with fantastical things. Well, I too have a theme of trying to make sense of make sense of the world through nonsense, like, things like that in the form of this, weird toy factory. So it's got the same type of idea, making sense of her new life as a toy. So, but she's also like 18 because, violence against children was not really something I was aiming for. I was like, I don't think I want that theme in there. I think people are more accepting of, I guess she'd be more adorable as a little tiny toy, but I think I'd rather be more attractive than that if I have my choice. It's still not the best looking. Yeah. But it's exactly that. And you take inspiration from other things. Like, I mean, there was a DM, he got canceled, but he had his story methods were very good. And one of the things he would do is he would just sit there and take real world, lore, things like that, and then remake it for his work. So, like if there were Vikings, then, he would have his own flavor of Vikings that did something similar, but based on the geography of his world and the people they interact with. So their enemies would change like that, but, their myths and legends would get repurposed. And it worked out pretty well. Actually, One Piece does it all the time. One Piece is all about just sneaking in every little lore thing they possibly can, and just taking inspiration from everything. And it works great because, you have the general concept of something, but you didn't just lift the thing there. You just said, okay, well, this is the concept of this type of item. Now I'm going to repurpose it for my world, and it's going to be, like, they actually have, like, they're doing the final arc is supposed to be like Norse mythology, so we'll see how that pans out. It's definitely good. Like, people work so hard to be unique, but they forget something really important. And that's, if you take inspiration from something, you get the fans of that, or you have a high chance of getting them. It's the Cthulhu thing. Like, okay, you make your game about a monstrous squid that lives in the ocean, some sort of like squid god or whatever. So what? What if you call that god Cthulhu? Now you have all the Cthulhu fans. Is it any different than being a weird evil octopus god? No. But because you said that, it's all new, and you can have your own lore. That's like drawing a direct name. But if I called this, Alice in Toyland or something like that, I would have all the Alice in Wonderland people going, look at this, like, by just, basing it on, or having a similar aesthetic where you get the idea of it. I'm going much lighter on the whole thing there. I'm not literally just, aping Alice Madness Returns or anything like that, but just the inspiration is enough to go, hey, maybe get that in people's head. But, I mean, I've made no point of hiding the fact that I'm heavily inspired by Alice in Wonderland and American McGee's Alice and things like that for how I'm doing things. A very, the corrupted Alice in Wonderland. I've seen a lot of Alice in Wonderland things too, lots of variants of it, including one where they were taking people's emotions and turning them into drugs. That was a weird Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, that. If you're drinking enough, every Alice in Wonderland is good. To be fair, a lot of shows are good too at that point. This wall, I have to go way farther over. Yeah, well, I mean, there's the whole ripping off, and then there's taking inspiration. Like if they're just like, this person's name is Guts, and he's like, you know, this guy wielding this big old 200, like, you know, broadsword thing like that, and they just start aping him, like fighting. I forgot the enemy's name in that. Like they literally do that. That is, of course, the direct ripoff. But you know, having a dark world like that with demons and things like that, I mean, there's so much, you know, even biblical text like that. So it's like, you know, people take ideas from things, and I think it's correct to do so. I really do. I think you're better off doing that because it leads to people making that connection in their head with the other thing and go, okay, and now your thing is connected to that thing in their minds, and that just is, it helps get them in the door where otherwise they wouldn't be. These walls don't match up. That's a problem. It's possible I want to just maybe make one small room. I don't want a boss arena. What if I do this instead? Loop this around. UV scaling. What does UV stand for? There's so many abbreviations. Oh, where are the X and Y? Pretty much, I didn't plan this building particularly symmetrically on the inside. Like I just kind of started putting rooms places, and I took my inspiration from oh gosh, there's a the Winchester Mystery House. There you go. Where everything's just so out there and weird. Yeah, exactly. The whole, you know, not even parody at this point because, you know, I'm not even like making weird caricatures of it. I'm just taking inspiration. So, but it does work out pretty well. It's just like, yep, this is not a bad plan. I guess the battle arena for the boss should be big. I was going to have another room here, but what if I do this here and put the battle arena in here? You really don't want the boss's AI to have to deal with ridiculous areas. Boss AIs are already hard enough without that in your life. Maybe I do this. One last hurrah. I don't know. I don't even know I'm working that hard in this area. I don't even need this area immediately anyway. But do it anyway. Like if this was the boss arena, you were fighting, you know, like a boat fight or something. I don't know. My big issue is that I don't know if I want to program in like boat physics because it's like a vehicle physics, and I don't know if I think that's, I don't think that's what I want in my life. Yeah. I haven't recovered from the Capra Demon. What is this Capra Demon? These are questions. So many questions. I'll do this and then, well, as long as I can get stairs up to it, but I don't want enough space to fight. We'll stick with this temporarily and figure out where it's going to go. I don't think I want it to go way out here. I could just have the the 3-level city, which would be kind of neat. I still need to put rooms, though, is the problem. Because without rooms, there's nothing stopping them from getting places, and it's really hard for me to have things to do. Off Hackwees. Oh, that sounds fun. What a great player experience. I'm not really a Dark Souls fan. I've only seen some of the stuff. Like, I've seen some Elden Ring. I've seen some of each of the Dark Souls games because mostly the summer games done quick. where the awesome games done quick marathons, watching people speedrun them. People are like, you should make your game like Dark Souls. I'm like, not really a Dark Souls game. From a get streamers to play it standpoint, though, extremely difficult stuff is probably the better thing to make if you want to get technical. This game's not going to be extremely difficult. I pretty much came to that design conclusion at some point that I wanted to give you a sense of wonder and wandering around, and I'm going to make some areas more difficult, of course. It's going to get harder as it goes, but it's not going to... You're not going to need to be carefully monitoring each fight to get really good at it. That's not what I want. I really just want it to be, you know, the fights are somewhat challenging, but, you know, you'll quickly see their mechanics and beat them without being too ridiculous. Like, you don't need picture-perfect dodging. I've been kind of adding in a bit of things like that, like against Voodoo, because when she knocks you in the air, if you're fast enough with the dodge when you hit the ground, you can avoid damage. Which I don't know if that's a good thing. It's interesting, so I might keep it. Yeah, that's their big shtick, is that they're hard. Like, they're designed to be really, really hard. It's for those people who are super exacting and perfectionist. And I think that that's really good for two groups of people. Streamers who just want, you know, content. Well, actually 3 people, because YouTubers, I guess, a different one there. So we'll say content creators. And younger kids who don't have jobs. Yes, you know, they don't have enough struggles in their life. So they want to have a really hard game that they have to sit there and play over and over and over to do these things, whereas the rest of us are like, how much work have I done today? I want my fun game of wandering around and doing dumb crap. There's my game. I like the Metroidvanias because I like the wandering, because what I do most days, I kind of sit in a box, and I was like, I kind of want that. Yeah. And I mean, like, yeah, if some people really like that. Like I say, if you have a life where you just don't have a lot of problems, you have a huge amount of free time, those are good. I mean, I used to play more difficult games when I was younger. Heck, whenever I played the MMOs, I would always solo everything, including all the dungeons and some of the raids and things like that, just because I wanted the challenge, but I'll do that now. I don't have time for that now. Now my challenge is making this. And this is just so much more of an exciting challenge that I just don't even want to play games half the time anymore. This here. Yeah, what if I do this instead? Might be okay, and just make the 3-story thingy. I'm 50-50 on shrinking this, but the problem with... Well, actually, there's no problem with shrinking it, is there? Like, I might shrink this floor. It's causing me a lot of problems. And I don't know if it's really that cool looking that it merits sticking out like that. Because, you know, I could make a little tiny floor thing, but then you get to weird sections like this where I've cut a hole open here, and it's like, well, if I don't have a tiny floor here, then there's this area you could walk on. So then I guess I have to have some sort of area over here that you can't go, like a walk pathway over here, maybe, which is an option. I don't get to decide that quickly on that floor. Again, I'm not really making it. I'm just plotting out where the game's going to go and what assets I'm going to need for the if the Black Friday sale happens. Yeah, exactly that. Like a cool environment. Like, I mean, I want to get lost in a world, which is actually why I don't like super realistic stuff half the time, because it's like, I'll go outside, I'll go to the park or something. There you go. I'm out there. It's cool. Like, I can't get lost in your game anymore. It reminds me too much of the world. It's like, oh, but it's you don't go out and shoot people because it's, you know, like, you know, you don't do war games. Yeah, but you see, there's wars going on out there. Do you really think that's my escapism? But that seems like not... I'm already inundated with all kinds of real life, you know, problems, politics, and God knows what. I want to escape from all that. I don't want that in my games. I want to get lost in your world and just, it's its own thing. It's awesome. That's what I want. So, you know, I think that's probably one thing I like about the Dark Souls aesthetic, at least, is that they have an aesthetic that looks Dark Souls. You aren't going to mistake Dark Souls for anything else. I guess there's knockoffs that try to look like Dark Souls, but they really don't. It doesn't try to be realistic. It just tries to have, a kind of dark gothic feel to it, and kind of a little bit of creepiness on there, kind of a corrupted world feel. Perfect. That's great. Now I can accept that I'm in this weird, corrupted, world where everything went wrong. But at least it doesn't look like this world, I really like it when your game has a style to it, an aesthetic, and I really dislike hyper-realism for games. Now, if you're going to make cool, pictures or animation, whatever you're going to do, there's nothing wrong with hyper-realism, just from my own standpoint. I'm not a big fan of it in my games. But most Metroidvanias don't really have hyper-realism, because it's pretty bizarre at that point. I think that's part of the other problem, is that if you make everything look realistic, people expect the physics to be realistic. They expect it to be just like, like they went outside. So you got to be able to climb ladders. You got to be able to, fall only a certain distance before you take damage. You got to collect crafting crap to build things. I mean, they want a lot of realism in there, and it's just, I don't want that. So if you don't present like a unique aesthetic and you just go with the realism thing, you're kind of locked into that. Exactly. It just breaks immersion. It's definitely been a thing I've been looking at. It's just, and that's why I've definitely aiming for the Pixar and DreamWorks type of look, because I already recognize that whenever you see one of those, you already accept that it's going to be whatever they tell you. Like, you don't sit down with any expectation of how the physics are going to work in that game. You don't know. Or not game, that animation. So, yeah. Exactly. Hyperrealism adds expectations. And it's just, I don't want to be that guy who's in that world. I mean, that's part of why I have my steampunky world, because, now I've already taken you out of the real world and sent you to a world that's clearly not how it works. There was never any steampunk world in existence. It's just literally the, like 1920s taken to like 11, essentially, like where they had steam-based things, or even like the Victorian era, so like the 1890s. But they never did it at these sizes. It never worked like that. Sure, they had steam-based trains and things like that, and steam-based power, but like, they didn't string lights along things like that. They didn't make these huge gears for no reason. But yeah, it gives that, it immediately takes you out of the world. It's like, okay, well, we've established now that we're not in Kansas anymore, right? So yeah. That's also why I kind of want to replace a lot of the dark with a blue tinge, and I'm probably going to do that in a second. Because I want that cartoony feel, and that is one of the tricks they do in art to make the cartoons work, is that in the dark, they make it a dark blue instead of black, so you could see things. Oh yeah, the Uncanny Valley is terrible. I never have to worry about the Uncanny Valley because, I mean, little toys don't come to life and fight each other. So right off the bat, I'm just like, okay. At no point, like, have I showed you anything real. I mean, other than obvious things like doors. But even my doors seem a little weird and off. Like, nothing is quite that normal. And that's what I mean for it. You want to be off. Or you want to pick a style or an aesthetic and just stick to it. Like, set up the rules of your world. You can make the rules whatever you want, but then keep to the rules of your world, and you don't break immersion. Also, why every future game I'm making is going to be in the same world. So this way, I establish lore of the world, and then I get fans of the world too. So it's the D&D strategy all over again, where someone makes their own cool, D&D world, and people start getting invested in that world, and they start following every campaign in there. We'll call it the critical role theory, because to use the most famous D&D people, even though I actually can't watch him play D&D. I find it kind of boring, but I mean, Arcadum did it too before he got canceled, and his world was amazing. I would literally show up to watch anybody who played in his world because his world was so cool. I wanted to know what happened. I found out so much of the lore and enjoyed it. Or like FNAF. I have never in my life played a FNAF game. However, I have seen almost every single one of the lore videos on it and watched the movie because I was excited by the world. Like, so, just creating a world, creating the aesthetic and saying this is how things are there. A big part of just, making people get into your game. I don't want to take that away from people, so I just kind of want to. I've been trying to be real careful about certain things, you know, and making it seem better, seem like, you know, it fits in my world. To be fair though, because I'm using an Alice in Wonderlandy type of thing, you know, like I can go pretty weird and people will accept. And I'm using steampunk, so I can go weird with gears and pipes and things, and people will accept it because steampunk. That's also why I wouldn't have you walk around as a human outside or something, because that would just kind of, well, that'd sort of break the immersion of being a toy. So yeah, I'm trying to balance horror versus not do a little bit in there. Because, you know, I do want you to wander, but I don't want you to have complete free reign immediately. Partially because if I can't restrict you from going places, it's hard to present goals. Like if you could just go anywhere, what's the goal? We'll call it the open world problem. Where are you going? How do I keep you going where I need you to go? What's the goal? When you open up Skyrim, they go out of their way to, you know, to use probably the most famous example of one world, they pretty much say this is where you should go and try to give you things like that, but they don't make you go there. But if you don't make you go there, then you got to provide content for them if they go in any direction. Okay? Cool. What's your content? How are you going to hold a story together? How are you going to have objectives together? A lot of times they use build new things. Cool. Another open world crafting game. Great. Why are you building those things? What's the point? You just building? Where are you going with it? You trying to escape an island? Okay. How do you escape the island? Where do you go? How do you lead the player to that? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Never the main story. Oh well, I had my theory with the Skyrim thing is that there's certain things that I proclaim as beating the game. You decide who controls the entirety of Skyrim, like which side, the Empire or the Nords. Completing that, I count as beating the game. You kill the bad dragon guy that's part of the story. I guess that's part of beating the game too. That's an option. You know, oftentimes I'll just beat a couple of the big guild things. I'm like, this is good enough. I'm happy. My character's already OP and I don't have anything interesting to do. I just run around and do like some of those. I just consider it like beating the game. So there's a lot of ones there. I remember there's actually one quest, and I remember it in Skyrim. I can't remember the name of it, but you go west of River Run, out towards where the Dark Brotherhood is. There's a cave out there in the mountains to the south. I can't tell you exactly what it is because it's been a minute. And you'll find an adventurer who's dead on the ground. Like any good murder hobo, you will, of course, loot the adventurer. And then the adventurer's ghost shows up and is angry at you for looting her body. She stops you. And it leads to this, you know, quest thing that leads you through all these Dwemer ruins and everything like that, across like a hidden city. And this quest is something like 5 or 6 hours long. And it gets you an Elder Scroll. She also gets angry if you loot her body, though. She's like, really? After all this? It's pretty funny. Anyway, yeah, it's just this ridiculously long side quest that's just in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, wow. I had no idea. I just thought it was some dumb little thing. It just kept going and going. It's probably my favorite of the quest because it just leads to every weird Dwemer ruins, a place you never go. And you can't unless you're doing this quest. Just a huge amount of content. And it's not advertised at all. Just some stupid cave to the south of basically where the Dark Brotherhood is. Somewhere in that general vicinity. There's whole cities where you never go to them. Like, okay, well, the city in the southwest. How often do you go there? Have you done all the quests for over there? I haven't. I've gone there, but I'm sure I didn't do every quest in that city. That's probably the least traveled to city in the game. Why would you go there? You don't need to. I think when the Dark Brotherhood quest goes out there, that's about it. Yeah, you skip it. Whole city. Yeah. So yeah, it's like there's so much content in that game, but that also took them years to make, and let's be real here. You're not going to make that content. There's so much content. It's stupid. It's impossible. No one person could ever do that. So with the open world problem, you have the whole, well, how am I going to keep you busy? You know, like I'll let you go everywhere, but that's cool. Unreal's just like, yeah, you can easily make an open world level. It's so cool, and they can be huge. Like you can make, someone's like, I just made a map of Lebanon. But you can just import, you know, the topography of the world. I was like, okay, well, you have your map of Lebanon. What's in your map of Lebanon? Nothing. Like, okay, you've got, you know, let's say you put trees everywhere. You random them out there. Cool. There's nothing to do in your world. It's huge, but cool. That's a problem that a lot of the Unreal games have is they are empty. Like, they're all about how pretty things are, but you're just walking somewhere. There's nothing going on. You know the number of games I've seen where someone has a sword in their hand wandering through a forest with nothing to do? A third-person RPG, or the infamous hands in front of it looking, you know, and chopping down trees, and it's like, okay, well, your content is that. And I'm like, if you just go like to any of the Discords where like the Unreal games are, you will see huge amounts of them. Bonus points if you are using the mega scans, just because, of course, you're using the mega scans. They were free. And then they're like, how come nobody looks at my game? Well, where do we start? Your game looks like everybody else's. Your game looks boring because you have no content. You spent all your time trying to make your character move around, and your character moves great. Neat. Nothing to do. You gotta build levels. You gotta get goals. So it leads back to the whole why I have to have like restrictors in here. The most important thing I've learned is restriction is what makes it fun. And now, if you don't believe me, like I'll use a mechanic here that Bloodstained has this mechanic. Okay, now they could have just said, "Hey, you can fly." And flying on paper sounds amazing. You're like, I'm flying around. It's so cool. What does that really translate to? Well, now you're just moving in 3 dimensions. I mean, I have a fly thing here. I'll just use it right now. We'll go to a big room and we'll fly around. Well, how fun is this? Okay, we'll use this room. This is a great room. But it's walking in 3 dimensions. It's not fun. Like it sounds way more fun than it is, but unless you're like shooting at something, boring. It's not fun at all. When this starts, I'll just show you. It's like, okay, cool. I'll attempt to use it. There we go. Oh, look, I'm flying around. That's fun. Yay. Now, because I haven't restricted the player, the platforming no longer matters. This particle is terrible for flying, but I can just go, oh, I'm gonna fly up here. Cool, I'm up here. I don't have to do anything special. I just took out all that content. That's terrible. That's no fun. So by giving players that freedom, it's not fun anymore. Whereas, you know, what Bloodstained did, they're like, okay, well, now we just rotate the whole world. So now your goal is to fall in the direction you want. You're not flying, but you can literally just flip the whole map upside down, and that lets you essentially fall in the direction you want. So it's like a crappy flying, but you have to constantly interact with it to keep yourself flying where you want to go, or essentially falling where you want to go. So it's more fun. The limitation of how you can move is more fun than that. Or, you know, if I go, okay, cool, let me just let you walk around this level. If I just put all the things out here and you can just get whatever you want, what's the goal there? Like, what's the point, you know? As opposed to if I put a bunch of doors that you got to find keys for, now every room you stop and it's like, okay, well, the key's over here. Well, I got to get up here to get the key. Neat. I got to find my way up there, as opposed to I just walk over and get the key. Like, okay, well, you need the key to go to the next room. Okay, well, in the next room, where's the key at? You know, it gives you a clear goal, and like the limitation is what makes it fun. Yeah, exactly. The walking simulator problem. And I've been studying why people's games suck because, I mean, level design is so much more important than people make. Like, you can have one mechanic, but if your levels with that one mechanic are super fun, your game is great. You could have 40 mechanics, but if your level design for it sucks, who cares? That's not fun. So You got to design around your mechanics. It's like, okay, cool. You know, if you have 40 spells, you better have, you know, reasons to use those 40 spells, you know, like give me something to fight, you know, like give me something to do with those spells. Like, do the spells throw me up in the air? Cool. Is there platforming with this? Can I cast the thing to launch myself? Neat. Now you got to make cool, like, platforms to land on with that. They're, like, somewhat challenging. That would be interesting. Like, what if I just gave Poppet, like, a little, like, mini, like, you know, team jetpack that just launched her, like, little small amounts? Yeah, it'd be like a ghetto jump. You have to control the little steam thing, and it would, like, you know, need to recharge in order to do the jumps. That would be more interesting than just probably a regular jump. Doesn't make a lot of sense for it to have that, but, you know. For a steampunk game, you could do that. It's like, okay, well, I use regular physics in my steampunk game, but okay, but they have little, like, you know, launch jetpacks that let them launch in the air a little bit, so they can do jumps. You could have a Mario style game at that point. It'd be interesting, and an explanation for why you can control your jump. Yeah, like, you just got to think about that when you're making your game. Put limitations on the player. Take away things, and you'll discover that that makes it more fun. You know, like if I have a room, like with the light mechanic here, and if you're not within the lights, you know, you start to slowly die, that is going to encourage you to move faster. It's going to add something to the game that keeps you invested. Hopefully. I mean, it could be not a very fun mechanic, too. That's true. We'll find out. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm viewing it. And why I'm uncertain on some of these floors like this. Like, I can't have this giant open floor. I'm going to have to put limitations somewhere. Even though in a store you might have a giant open floor, it's not that fun. And the same thing here. This is 3 stories tall. If I don't have a way to stop you from going to the other stories, like, that'll be a problem here. Like, this can't be one giant room. It's going to have to be a bunch of smaller rooms. And in reality, because of the way this is set up, these windows, I probably am only going to have, like, as many as 3 to 4 rooms, and that's probably about it. I guess I could check with all things like that, but if they're 3 stories tall, they're going to need to be pretty wide. We'll see how that goes. It might just be 2-story rooms, because there might be a sweet spot. Because the other thing is there's something called tedium, too, where it's just like, okay, well, let's say you fall off this. This is why I kind of want to cut stairs out of my game, because they're tedious. Like, they aren't fun. And whenever I encounter something where I'm like, oh, God, I got to do this. That's like the thing I want to take out of the game, right? Because, you know, if I don't want to do it, why would they want it? Like, okay, let's say you jump down here. Cool, neat. Okay, you're down here now. Well, now you have a problem. Now you got to go all the way back up the stairs. I'm not going to... Now, this is not fun. This is not something I ever want to do. This right here, this slowly jumping up the stairs is so tedious. How do I often go up the stairs? A ramp. Now, I could leave it in just because you run up the ramp. Or I could just make it a giant ramp in general. But you see, that's like a tedious thing. And if I make it 3 stories and you fall, imagine having like 2 sets of stairs you have to go up. Like 2 floors worth every time you fall. How horrible would that be? Really? Doesn't sound very fun. I mean, if Poppet wasn't tiny, yeah, something to climb maybe, you know, or like she'll have double jump and things, so like there'll be things she can do to get up, but I don't want her to have to use stairs. Like, I might put him in still, but I want alternate things there because this is miserable. And all my testing, like, they're here, that's cool, but it's miserable. And exactly what my problem with the stairwell is well, one thing obviously, but I'll just make it where I can actually see here. Here's what's going to happen. I guarantee you this is exactly what a player is going to do. 100%. They're going to get the key to the stairway. They're going to open the door. Cool. They're going to be in this room. They might do it from the other side. Doesn't matter. They're going to get the key and go in here. So what's the first thing they're going to do? Waiting. First thing, they're just wait, apparently. They're going to go check up each of these stairs and they'll be like, okay, what's up here? And I screwed up the floor, so there should be a hole here, and there should be a door here for them to go look at. They're going to reach the door up there, that's normally here, and they're going to discover it's locked. Cool, okay. Then they're gonna have to go back down these stairs. Isn't that fun? They're gonna look around and go, there's nothing to do in here. What a boring room. They're gonna go downstairs. Neat. And then they're gonna go, okay, well, there's a door here. Do I have the key to this door? Okay, yeah, they should have the key to this door at this point. So they can go in here. But then they're like, well, I could go in here right now, but I'm not gonna do that right now because I'm gonna look around. So what's on this floor? Okay, there's nothing. It's really boring. So I'm gonna go down to this one here. And I'm gonna see what's down here. You see where this is going? And they're gonna be like, okay. And they're gonna do that. And these are gonna be walled off down here too. So this would also be walled off. I'm also gonna fall. And that's cool. But then you know what happens, right? Like they're going to get all the way to the bottom once they've walled everything off, and then they're going to have to do the most awful thing ever. They're going to have to go back up to the door they can actually get into. Do you know how awful of an experience that is? It's like nobody wants to do this. I was like, this is the worst because they're going to try every door because why wouldn't they? There might be a secret. I just established that they could potentially open these things. They don't know what's down there, so they're going to go, okay, well, and there's not even ramps on these ones, so they gotta jump all the way back up in the most boring experience imaginable. They get back up there, and remember, they'll be able to go down to the first floor, so they'll actually have 3 flights of stairs to get back into the hidden grotto. That sounds terrible. Yeah, I actually considered an elevator. And, you know, they did have elevators in this time period, so it would work. But now, you're just standing there waiting for it to get you places. That doesn't sound fun either, because you know what's also going to happen as soon as you get to the elevator? You're going to go to each floor and see if you can go there, right? Of course you are. Why wouldn't you? It's an elevator. Elevators don't restrict the floor you can go to. So you'll go to a floor. The elevator will open. And you'll have a locked door in there because you can't leave that room there because I don't want you going in that area. Neat. And you'll check every floor, have to deal with the elevator every time. And then once you've done that, you'll be able to get back to the game. That sounds awful. I don't want that in the game. But I have a plan I was thinking of. What if I get rid of the stairwell and just say, okay, well, you get the hidden grotto key from, we'll say, Charlotte's bedroom. Sure. You get it there, and now you go back into this room, and you just go downstairs and go in here, and now I've restricted all the choices you have. Now you have to go this way, but the choices I took away from you were trying every single door on a stairwell. Right? So, I'm saying this all out loud too, so I can tell myself why I should get rid of it. Because I'm sitting there going, this is not a good play experience. How do you make a stairwell fun? Nobody wants to climb stairs. How do you make an elevator fun? Well, in real life, it's kind of fun to ride the elevator a little bit. I'll give you that. But it's only fun because of the weird lurching motion that you get. That's why an elevator's fun. You know what you don't have in this game? That weird lurching motion that makes it fun. Like it's kind of like a mini ride. So the elevator loses all enticement there. So I'm thinking that this is the way I'm really going to do it. Is just, okay, I have ones that go down a floor here. It's like, okay, well, eventually, you know, you'll get through all these rooms here, and this will take you down one more floor. So it'll still be a singular path through the game with occasional branches, but not many. You just have to backtrack to unlock some things. But I think that's really what I have to do. You get to the end of this, and maybe this will be a floor that goes out onto here and just stairs into this area. Or if anything, you know, in this room here, this is the 3rd floor, so I can just be like, okay, well, this takes you out into the city. Okay, and then from here, there'll be like one out to here that'll take you into the 2nd floor over here, which then takes you down to the 1st floor. I could. But if I do that, why are the stairs there? If I blocked them, why are they there? Why are we wasting game space on something that the player's not supposed to use? Right? And it invents everything too, but here's part of the problem here. We'll call this the pipe problem. I thought this would be way cooler than it is. Let me find a pipe maze to run through. Okay, so the toy maze. So I was like, okay, it sounds really cool as a toy to run around through pipes, right? I mean, that sounds neat. Is it? Is it really that neat? Let's see. This is one of the disappointing rooms, which is why you don't see me run through it. I'm probably going to replace it because I hate it. Or find some way to make it fun because it's not. You'll see. All right. So the premise of the toy maze is you got to find a toy in it that's lost and get it to the painting. Okay, well, which way are you going to go? Well, I'll go the right way just to make everyone's life a little less not bad. There's some things spawning below, sure. If you fall down here, there's a thing down here. And that's probably the most interesting part about it. But let's just say you don't fall. So we'll go do this. Blah, blah, blah. Sounds fun, sure. So we'll go run through this. Oh, isn't this neat? There's nothing to look at. There's nothing to do. You're just kind of run through pipes. Let's jump over to this one. Cool. Neat. Okay. You pay things. I'll just walk the right way because I know the right way. Might as well. The problem is it's formless. It's like there's nothing to look at. There's nothing to really say, okay, well, because I'm walking the right way, but imagine if I didn't walk the right way. What this would be like. I also need to change the thing so you don't have to, you don't lose Magician for carrying it. Like, you don't lose Curse because it's not set up to even recover your Curse well. I'm just going to throw her so that I don't run out of Curse so I don't have to run back around. Could just carry her and I'll probably make it really like it because you could just do this with her, but your Curse drains so fast and if it runs out, you're kind of SOL. You have to run all the way back around. So, cool. What a great mechanic this is. Neat. Go this way. Almost out of Curse. Cool, I got her out of there. Okay. Was that exciting? I mean, I did have this so you have to move her around. That's kind of nice. But I also didn't bother to get lost at any point either. That unlocks the painting. You go into painting world. And the mechanic is you take her and you throw her into the painting world in order to unlock her. So I put the key to the next area here just so normally you get it from her in the painting world. But otherwise, you're just kind of running through these pipes and, I don't know, it doesn't play very well. It's like, okay, what if I go this way? Is this neat? That's just a way out. I'm gonna have playtesters test this, but I don't think it's very fun. Like, I'll put enemies in these bigger rooms and stuff, but again, like, how do you know where you're going? You don't. Like, you go this way and go down to places, and then, okay, cool. I don't know, this reminds me of like sewers in games. You know, you've seen the sewer maze they put in all these games and everybody hates them. Kind of feels like that. So the more I put pipes in the run through, the more I'm just like, is this fun? Like, it's fine if it's a short path and it's just a way to, it's like you found a tunnel. You know, you get the same feel like in Zelda when you use a little like bomb to blow up a wall and it gives you that little noise and, you know, you go into there and that's cool. Now imagine if that tunnel was super long and windy to get to where you were going to go and it was just like a formless tunnel. And that's like vents. Whereas stealth games, usually like the vent's kind of boring, but you're looking down through the things to see what's happening. You're trying to sneak through, and they usually are telling a story that way, because if they're not telling you a story when you're in the vent, it's not like you can have a lot of gameplay in the vent. Even these, I have to make it way bigger, I think, because it's hard for Poppet to jump. The camera's a little wonky. I thought they'd be better, but I don't know. Like I say, I'm gonna let players test this, but the toy maze is not that fun in my mind. Maybe people will like it more. Maybe I just hating on it. Like I am. So yeah, like I might have a set of stairs like a more ominous set of stairs that goes up. I don't know, like I need a way to get to the top floor. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's been going through my head a lot. It's just like this top floor. I don't know what I was going to do with it because there's not really going to be a starting area with the Toymaker's Workshop. But then I was like, well, why not just make this a whole floor, ditch this top thing here that makes no sense. I was going to do some sort of like, you know, Frankenstein style ritual up here and everything in order to, you know, resurrect a character, but it's tiny. You're going to go up this little set of stairs up to this sort of thing. Well, the stairs over here. Up here to do a battle, and this is like just a battle arena, basically. I guess it's fair, but I don't know. I'm in argument with myself on a lot of this. I built the building thinking artistically how cool it would be, not what I would do with it. But if I just got rid of this top part here and expanded it out, and then just had one set of stairs that goes up to here from like one of the rooms over here, just a simple hidden stairway. Can't really see what I'm doing, but just having one set of stairs that you go up to one possible target is fine. Like if you go into this room and there's exactly one way up, okay, you're going up one set of stairs. That's fine. I don't care. No one's worried about that. I just want to avoid the problem of the multi-stairs. Also, these could just be one additional room on every floor too. Like instead of having this area be the water area, I could have this of water area in here instead. Like say like you go to well, it could be at either floor actually. I guess it'd be on the first floor. I actually don't have a way into that. This one here could be a water area, and this whole room could be a water area, which would be one more area to do. And technically, I could actually have both these things be part of it if I want. The only problem is I also made actually this has a mini floor, doesn't it? Okay. I was gonna say I kind of merged all the floors already, so yeah, I think I'm getting rid of these. I think I'm gonna keep this stairway up. And if I have rooms with stairways, there's just going to be one stairway going up, not this. Now, from a build, like if I was really making a building, I would have a stairwell because you want all the stairs in one place. But because it's a game, I don't think that works the way I want it to, you know? At least that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's been weighing on my mind there for the level design. And this matters because this room is like, it's here. It's right here. It's not like it's somewhere else. It's in the first area you're going to be. Also, this thing is too tall and sticks out the wall too, probably. Yeah. That's because I just turned it sideways and didn't resize it. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking. That's where I'm at right now on planning. Maybe I'm going to include some pipes to get between some areas. I do have them. It's just I really want to limit it because I just haven't found it fun. I kind of question if I should go for how much I want to make this theme seem like it's, you know, usable by people. I found that to be an issue too. Like if it's usable by people, then there's certain things that don't make sense. But I do kind of want to use it by people because it's also part of the fun is that she's a tiny doll, so it has to feel like humans use it because that makes her feel tiny. I have lots of game design thoughts going through my head as I'm building this. Yeah, it's probably... Like instead of having that there, let's say I get rid of this thing here. Huh. Well, if I got rid of this, I'm just going to move this out to the side because I might keep it for later. And I got rid of these sets of stairs. I hate them. And I don't need this floor down here. Oh, there's actually a hole there. I can just cheat and do that. Nice. Helpful. I could extend this wall farther over too. Maybe. They don't line up very well. It's a problem. Yeah, now this could actually just be a room. And once you get the key, you can enter from the boss thing from either direction. This would be a big area to fight a boss, too. I might change where the doors are at that point. Because the pool took up this whole space instead. And you had to backpedal from this room to get to the other thing. That'd probably be more interesting. I know when you're building a building, you would actually want to have doors at both, you know, ends of like big rooms. But for gameplay, I don't know about that. How about that indeed? Check things here. Yeah, maybe I do that. I just remove the stairwell. I've talked myself into it. The more I talk about it, the more I just think it does not need to be here. I'll put something over the top of this, or I'll just redo it. Either or. And then that means this room can be something different. I can also get rid of this here too. I don't even know if I like this additional thing. Let's say I get rid of this one here. Oh, that is the floor. I can't do that. But this doesn't have a hole in it. It's the problem. So I need to redo it anyway. Or expand this one out, but I think this is yeah, it's already done. So I'll think about that floor. Yeah. Of course, the question is, what does this room do? This is another question here, like the painting world. Is the painting world lame? Now, it sounds kind of cool to rescue toys and save them and jump through paintings. Cool. But what if those toys just had little things going on in the world and they were just some exciting place you could go visit? Would that be better? I mean, it does give you a central hub you can go back to, and it does provide quick teleportation to places, so it is kind of a goal thing. So I've been debating on that. It's kind of a neat idea, but it might be hard to implement in a way that makes it fun. At least that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, just make a new one of these here. I think I'm going to fix it. It might be that, I mean, instead of escaping through the painting, you could actually go, you know, escape down the stairway into this area, which would be then its own fun thing. And that'd make this room part of the story. But the other way I had was you would wake up, you know, from, you know, the thing here like that with your dead body up there. As you know. Looks better in the darkness, I guess. You have the dead body up there, you know, chained up there and everything. With blood and stuff. And, you know, there was going to be stuff in here that eventually sent you up through the pipes and everything like that. I just don't have a lot of the stuff in here because I don't have the assets I want to use. And you get into the painting thing and you go through the painting to get to the, and that introduces the painting world. That's option A. But it could also just have a thing where you skip the painting world idea and then you just, you know, find a key to get through there and then get out to here, get this key, go down, and then these become rooms that you go through. And it gets rid of the painting world idea. I don't know. I like the idea of the painting world on paper. But I also wonder if it'll take so much dev time and it'll come off as being half-assed. Right? Because now I have to establish a whole world inside of a painting thing. And for the lore, for like, I mean, I built it. But there has to be more point to things there, reasons to do things. It's just kind of, huh. Well, I haven't been working out that much right now because mostly you just drag toys there and unlock it. And most of the conversations would go in there, but what if you just had things you could do out here? And I just skipped that. Anyway, I'm going to redo this because needs a hole. Either way, I'm going to grab one of the lower floors. Yeah, that's a long-winded idea of what's going on. I don't know if that was exciting for people, but the reason I said it all was largely to tell myself what I needed to do. As I've said more than a few times, just saying it out loud really helps you know if an idea is any good or not. You know? Like, it really changes your perspective on things. You're like, oh, now that I say that, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes, like, that's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, it can go either way. How do I click the other floor? It's in the center of this. Oh, glad you're still listening. Wonder. It's nice. You know, I'm happy to go over things. I usually just like to voice my internal monologue on a lot of what's going on. Really plan things out. Also, you know, if the chat has ideas on things, I mean, the chat has been responsible for more than a few ideas that turned out to be very good. Other ones, well, you know, anyway, some of their ideas are really good. Some of their ideas have been, anyway, not always the best. But usually their ideas are not too bad. I'm going to move this down a slight fraction. I'm going to delete that floor. Entirely. I'm 50-50 on just making this thing one floor that's like doesn't have this exterior garden thing. Grab this number. Now delete this floor and move this one back up. Because I want this stairwell here. I need a way back up. Probably not with these stairs, because I hate these stairs because they have no ramp on them. And that's just, like I said, a miserable experience. The other thing is I built this and then I put the Toy Maker's Workshop here. And the problem with that is if he's like, you know, killing people and putting them into dolls, I probably shouldn't have glass windows. Or have them blocked off so you can't really see that much. Because, you know, technically someone from maybe some of these things might be able to see them. Be a little awkward, you know? And this upper area, again, I don't know if I like it at all. It might just be too stupid. That might get expanded out. But the first room was initially going to be here in the Toy Maker's Workshop. It's possible, though, I don't want that to be the case. What if I just have the player wake up somewhere down here instead? Part of the point for doing that, like adjusting the story here, is the lack of assets. Because, you know, again, I might not be able to get the assets for a reasonable price tag, and I still need a lot of assets, so, you know, I can't make everything. It would be a Herculean task. I need specific assets to make a Toy Maker's Workshop where he makes toys out of, you know, with people's souls and toys. So clearly it's going to be a bit messed up. I mean, I was going to do more Dr. Frankenstein mixed with a bit of, you know, Cthulhu-esque magic or something to make it look like some stuff, weird, sinister stuff's going on. But I'm kind of lacking in both. So I'm like, But for the demo, if I skip that, that means that I get to push getting those assets until like half a year from now or something. I can focus on getting other assets for characters to, you know, fight and everything, and make the Toy Maker's Workshop a place you get back to. Which seems more, I think, climactic. Instead of waking up in there. That's true. It does seem more climactic. Okay, so where does Poppet wake up if that's the case? Like, let's say I make that adjustment. Cool. Okay. Originally, the room she woke up in is this room, by the way. But it was set up different than this. And the problem is now the game is built to basically follow a very specific pattern. So there's only the only logical room she can wake up in are this room, or this room, or the painting world. But if she wakes up in the painting world, how did she get there? Doesn't make sense for the story. So we pretty much rule that out. There's no way she'd get to the painting world. Tinka can't leave paintings. She can't pull the people into the paintings from across the... There's no way. There could be a room outside of the Toy Maker's Workshop she could wake up in up here. And then you sneak your way down the stairs. True. Other than that, pretty much the restrictors here. So this could be like the new toy room and there's like stairs going up. That gives the bad experience though of upon waking up, the player will have no idea what to do and will try a door and also try this door. Which doesn't, like, you don't want to start your game out with them having no idea where to go. That's terrible. That's also why I haven't really made a playable demo for anyone, because the first room isn't there. Right? Like there's a room there, but it's not really set up yet. Like I don't have the stuff I want for it. So I've just left it like, okay, well, I don't have a room yet, so we'll just come up with something eventually. And it's just like, okay, cool, but is it cool? I don't know. It seems like it's missing something. Missing just a bit. Oh, Blender is amazing. The problem I have is that it's just time. Like, yeah, Blender's cool, but while I'm learning Unreal Engine, I could learn Blender, but then I'm not learning Unreal Engine and I'm not completing the game. And how many assets do I really think I can make in time? You know, like if it's a simple asset, I can quickly make it in this by just simply using geometry or just cramming together shapes inside of blueprints. So I don't have to make anything. So it's like, well, I can always just borrow materials to, you know, eat my way to victory on a lot of things. If it's something super complicated like a character, that takes forever. And I probably need like 50 enemies at the very least, maybe as much as 100 enemies, but probably 50 models, and I'll probably do some, you know, palette swapping because indie game. I am making 50 characters. That was the other problem with the NPC issue, is I have a limited amount of characters available. And if I put a bunch of NPCs in that you have to interact with, that introduces the problem of now I have to make a whole bunch of additional models or get a bunch of additional models. And I can make some things in DAZ and, you know, help out, but that starts going down the Herculean task problem of, you know, how much could I really make in what kind of time frame? If I want to release this game in like a year from now, I'm not gonna have much time to make a lot of characters. I was gonna do a bunch of, you know, I was gonna pick a bunch of them up from the fab market on the next sale. I've definitely been thinking about that. This floor is gonna have a redone. I think I'm gonna just plug it. It won't look good, but I'm just gonna temporarily plug it because I might change this, and I really don't want to redo a whole floor just to have to redo this later, you know? I'm gonna do it this way. With it selected, if I drag it out, then it has all the shapes, it has those as its things. Let's do this. I'm gonna plug this hole. It won't look good, but like I say, I don't care right now. Not gonna, unlikely to be permanent. I really do want to introduce the painting world immediately if you're going to have the painting world as a mechanic. Because largely Tinka tells the story. She's the big storyteller of the game. And one of the only people you'll actually talk to, because she's immune to the curse, because she's not in a toy, she's in the paintings. So the curse doesn't really affect her like it affects you. I mean, it affects her in a different way. So the plan was always to have her be the storyteller of the game. But she could tell the story as you pass by paintings too, without actually needing to. And that was originally how it ended in the prototype, was that there was the paintings nearby would tell you the story. Later on, I added the ability to go into the paintings as portals to places, but I don't know. I'm really trying to avoid bloat, or like, scope creep on a level that I can't accomplish the goal. I'm very conscientious of the fact that, let's say I get rid of this. I'm going to make a duplicate of this real fast so I can create a negative. Well, I'm going to take the negative and cram it up here so it opens the way up. I'm going to go with the kiss method on this one. Or how I do this floor and make it real easy on myself. Some things seem like they're going to be kind of a challenge. This is slightly too wide. I don't want to undermine a floor or undermine a wall. Okay, so we do this. And let's move it back some so it's not eating the ground up there. Not eating the ground up there. Yeah. Just eliminating the wall. Is that what's happening? Maybe. Hard to work in these little stairwells. I guess this just doesn't go down that far, so this actually needs to go higher. By a little bit. Because I guess the original, actually, looks like it actually connects just fine here. Everything else is at the right height. Actually, it's slightly lower. This floor should actually technically be lower by a small fraction. Not that low. You can only move it slightly a little bit there. That's too low as well, isn't it? No, that's fine. It's actually about perfect. No, it's not. Oh, wait. I'm moving the planter. Go. I do have to pivot sometimes when I just can't get the assets. Like I said, the original game was going to be in a dilapidated place, and because I couldn't get the assets, I pivoted pretty hard to not that. And I like the pivot. It came out way better. It kind of sticks in the ground a bit. All this because I wanted to remake the floor because I wanted a different hole in it. A little bit better. It's still in the floor though. Over to this. Pretty close with 5. There. But for whatever reason, this wall is not as tall as it needs to be. I don't know why. Weird. Like I just forgot to do that. On the floor. They might get a remake in a bit. I don't know. Like there. Close enough. I'll probably stretch it a bit in a second, but now it goes fine there. That's cool. So let's fix this real fast. Select all adjacent. Let's do 10. Let's do 10. Cool. And it is. Manager twice, don't need that. Okay, so do this. It still doesn't answer the question if I'm doing that. I guess I can. Part of me wants to keep the Toy Maker's Workshop because of the fact I keep it secret later. So it gives you a mystery of how it happened. Or part of me wants to start with, like, you know, a horror of how it happened in the first place and give you a reason to go into the painting world. But I worry that that is, that's like starting with the climax and then it's all downhill from there type of feel. I don't know if that's good. I mean, you will eventually meet Charlotte. So that's its own, you know, interesting twist on things. The goal is to have the least possible cutscenes, because cutscenes take an incredible amount of time, and cutscenes don't sell games. Gameplay sells games. So I don't want to go, oh, I'm going to spend all this time in these cutscenes. At that point, I should just make animations and put them on YouTube, right? I thought about that. Would make my costs a lot cheaper, that's for sure. And I wouldn't have to optimize ever because it would just be an animation. But I mean, I'm not going to rule doing those out in the future. That might happen. I might make animations. This might be. Huey's good at that. Can I put this stairwell anywhere else? Problem is no. As far as I can tell, the answer is just no. Because all these floors below aren't designed with a stairway in place, and then if there's a stairway there, that's a problem. Except this room. Technically, this storage room could, in fact, have a stairway over here. But then the problem, well, I'd remove this pipe. And have this be the sinister type of place that goes up to the top. Let's say I just get rid of this top. I don't like it. It's missing something. I mean, it might be really cool with like light, thunder, and lightning, but you know, I do have rain options. I mean, I could make pretty rain. Problem is the moon is so cool, which is why I don't do that. But you know, we could have like, you know, just this ridiculous storm going on, this thunderstorm. And if you came up here to fight in that, it'd be kind of cool. But like the weather just changes in the game at some point. Is that really a thing? Like, I guess it could be. Like if you had a climactic battle up here with like thunder and lightning going on, that would actually be a pretty cool scene. I'll give it some credit. You can actually add things so that she splashes in the puddles too. Okay. Because there's nothing saying I can't change the weather over the course of the game. But what if midway through the game I do change the weather? I have some sort of thunderstorm going on. And then when you come back up here for the climactic resurrection ritual thingy, it's like the rain going on, all the thunderstorm, and like some sort of boss thing going on. Would be pretty cool. I don't know. I'm selling myself on it. Way more than expected. This is not necessary for the demo. This will be way later, but it means I want to have it open to the sky. Oh, I'm using Ultra Dynamic Sky. It's an asset pack. It's amazing. You can even make it splash in the water. You can make the water. You can actually make your character affected by the weather. You can do snow and thunderstorms and, you know, just all kinds of things here. Yeah, I want snow. I haven't put the actual coating in. Like, you can make it where the snow will collect on the ground by just adding a little coating to the material. It's really easy. It's like copy paste stuff. Oh, I don't want that clicked on. Where's the snow? Yeah, it's awesome. Like it does the whole sky and everything like that. It's all part of that. Like it's all moon things, the stars, and everything. It's got so many options. You can even do space in it, which is also why the painting world's in space. I could have it be snowing during the thing too. The game happens on October 31st because All Hallows Eve thing. Hey Mike, how's it going? You know, it's cool, good sky, yeah. You know, I don't hate it. I just realized how much effort it was, and at the time they charged me, I think, like 20 bucks for it, and I was like, every game I'm ever going to make is going to have some sort of a sky in it. But for 20 bucks, I never have to make a perfect sky. I never have to have weather. I never have to have, you know, the ability to splash in puddles or God knows what else. I realized I could never do it. Like, you know, minimum wage here for like McDonald's work is $20 an hour. So 1 hour at McDonald's would pay for the Ultra Dynamic Sky. I was like, nice, nice. Always fun. Get behind that. Making all the waifus there, Mike. Infinite waifus. I'm making plans on how I want to do future things here. I did some AI earlier, but you know. A lot of it comes down to where you're starting the game. This is a very, like, I've been arguing with myself here because there's really two ways to go about this. Oh, nice. You are making it? Cool, cool. Yeah. I haven't been able to get the assets for the Toy Maker's Workshop. And the Fab sale, I don't know when that's going to happen, but even on sale, it'll probably be 75 bucks. But right now it's 150, and I don't want to drop 150 for essentially the assets now that currently are for one room. I mean, future steampunk games in this world will use them. So I guess there's that. It's an investment for the future. But in this game, so far, it's like one, maybe two rooms that would use them. A lot of money for that. Especially when 75 bucks would probably buy me like 6 or 7 characters on sale. So I'd rather have the 6 or 7 characters than assets for one room. So originally you started there, and then you escape into the painting world, and then through the painting world you pop out in the carnival room. Okay. But if I decide to not do the Toymaker's Workshop because I can't really get all the assets together for it anytime soon, trying to figure out where you start. There aren't many places you can start, so I was thinking of moving things around a bit. I'm kind of arguing with myself. Because Tinker was originally going to tell the story. Oh, I want Partly Cloudy. Partly Cloudy's the best one. Did you? Nice, nice. Yeah, I hate the Fab Marketplace. I hate everything about Fab Market. It's like, Jesus, this is the most consumer-unfriendly piece of crap ever. Jesus, I don't want to use it, but... we'll see. I don't have a lot of options. But I can still hate it. Yes. The lack of the wish list, the lack of any sales at the moment. Not an easy way to see everything an artist does, which is often how I find a lot of similar things. Actually, losing my wish list was... the multi-license crap. Man, I won't even buy a product if it's got multiple licenses, unless both licenses say exactly the same thing price-wise, and then I just pick the professional one up and move on. But I hate that. Yeah, well, we had that before in the, you know, Unreal Marketplace. The only difference is this one just looks worse than the Unreal Marketplace. It doesn't have wish lists. It doesn't even have the functionality for sales from what I can tell. If it does, they haven't had a single sale since it started. It's polluted with a bunch of Unity crap. So now I just have to look around that. Like, it didn't add anything. They don't have any protection against asset flips. So there's so many more asset flips now. Like, not even asset, just like either stolen content or just AI generated garbage. And they're just like, Jesus. Yeah, like, I wish they had waited to release it. You know? Because they already had a working marketplace that was better than this one. Like I said, this one doesn't bring it into the table for me. Like, cool, I guess, but what use do I have for things that are designed for other things? Like, if it's not made for Unreal Engine, it does nothing for me. I don't care. I don't want Blender assets. I'm not going to be making things in Blender. I want Unity assets because you couldn't pay me to use Unity. I just want stuff for Unreal. And the whole point of using it is that it's... The Unreal Marketplace used to just have things that were easily ready for Unreal. Like, it was always made certain that it was specifically ready for Unreal. Now the free assets for the month are no longer necessarily just Unreal stuff, and they're splitting it into 2 different things now. So you get 3 of them, but they're... Well, first off, you have to make certain to select professional license on them, because it'll default to the standard license. One more thing that no one warned me about. And if you've already bought it, you can't buy the other. You won't get them for free the other way, so that sucks. Halfway through, they're going to do 3 more, but again, they're not necessarily going to be for UE, so like they sort of are. The problem is a lot of the Blender stuff doesn't have skeletons attached to it, and then I got to get the skeleton together for UE, which is just one extra layer of work I don't want to do. Like, I wouldn't pay you money for a Blender asset as a UE dev. There's no point. If I'm going to make it myself, I'll probably put it together in DAZ and not waste my time with having to learn Blender and get a skeleton together for God knows what. I mean, to be fair, it's often free to do, but if it's not rigged to the UE skeleton, that means that I can't use any of the animations that I already have. It means now I need to make a bunch of animations for your new skeleton, which is even more work. I don't want that. Like, unless it's a boss, I'm really not going to do a lot of custom animations because time consuming. Really time consuming. So, yeah, Fab brings nothing to the table for me. It's just the worst experience. That's been my entire opinion of Fab at the moment. Just the worst experience. This floor is really tiny. It doesn't actually, almost nothing uses this floor. Huh. I didn't realize how tiny this floor was. Do clicking. I mean, you can import FBX in there. I mean, but that FBX thing could be made for DAS for all I know. In which case, that's not very helpful. Do I want this little floor here? Huh. Huh. Like, let's say I get rid of this floor, and I get rid of this wall. Now I just have another big room to play in. Like one last giant room to play in. I don't hate it. But the problem with that is this pipe up here. You can't get into this pipe system very easily. Well, I'd have to block this one because you might be able to successfully launch yourself. Someone might pull that off, launch into here. I could put a moon door there or something. This originally was not that useful of a pipe. I might do this though. I might have additional space here. One last giant room. I don't hate it. You can tell my walls don't match very well. They're there. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Jay. Always a pleasure. Good luck at work. I'll be here tomorrow, same time, same place, puzzling over exactly what I plan on doing with these toys in their little toy store. Maybe by then I'll have resolved my question about, you know, exactly where I want to start. It really is very limited, though. Anyway, catch you later. Continue my quest here. I've been streaming for a few hours. I haven't accomplished, well, I guess I have accomplished something because I did a bunch of AI things. I'm redesigning some of the locations here. I mean, these floors aren't finished. I just put some stuff in the way to get an idea of where things are going to be, but well, now these are like all levitating. Maybe I should have actually stuck with it where it was. Guess so. Huh. Poor dead Poppet. Guess the floor was initially about this high. Makes sense. Too far. In hindsight, I should have locked everything to the grid, but I didn't do that. But in hindsight, I really should have done that. Just locked everything to a grid. I'm gonna get some water and take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Cheese snack. Like, I should have snacks for when I stream, just in case. I'll mute when I eat anything, but you know. Not a bad idea. I'm really an argument on this room. I need to either design this room or something. Like, I need to make something out of it. I have the little, like, you know, weird ritual thingy. And it does give you a nice view of the moon, which I really like that. It's just supposed to start out in the box here. I just haven't made anything with this room. Like, it doesn't look like any kind of anything special yet. It's just a bunch of crap I put to, like, you know, get up places, but things are arranged like that. It just doesn't. You know, it's supposed to be like this type of thing here, and you look up and see your dead body. They're just kind of floating there. But it's not a bad looking start, except for that this needs to have something special to it. But initially I was going to have you run up along the pipes. And I don't know. You can easily get up that, but I guess I didn't put anything in here for it to climb up on this. Maybe not. I don't even know. Oh, I was going to tell her to stay in the light. Oh. I really got to think about this room. I like the ritual setup. I was originally going to put statues of my own gods in the world, but I haven't gotten around to making them, so I just took a bunch of ones from everything else and put it in, so you can have, you know, things like that. A lava box, blood coming in there. It's not a bad start. I mean, like, I don't know about having this coffin thing here, and I don't know why the lid's off to the side. Clearly things got moved and I didn't fix it. But, I don't know. Cheesy snack. Think about it. Just don't have good assets for this. Now, I could go very dark gothic. It's not a bad idea. I hate these. These suck because they don't work very well for grabbing hold of. I guess now that I'm going to have the red stuff everywhere, you'll be able to know where you can grab, so that's helpful. Also, this should just be... Because I have a better version. What happened? Oh, there's a negative box. The negative box is too tall. Good enough. I want one of these things here. I guess. Just don't have good ideas for this. I need some sort of way to build things. I was looking at Humble Bundle. I just got to see the thing there. Fortunately, the page displays some personal information, so I'm not going to show that on stream. But Workers Village. I need interiors. Abandoned Horror Mansion. I use these here. I can't look at YouTube video for it. I have mansion assets already. I want to use some additional mansion assets. I don't know. I got to make a decision on this because if I don't decide, then I don't know where I'm starting the game. That's a problem that I've been having. Like, because originally it was going to be some sort of, like mad scientist layer. And that's cool. I don't have the stuff to make it. I don't really want to drop a huge amount of money on 1 or 2 rooms. If possible, I want to avoid that. Did I get anything in this that would do the trick? No, I didn't. I have a lot of interior stuff. And it could just be like a normal, but I need like ritual things and I need like mad scientist stuff, and it has to be steampunky. So I need really specific things for what I want for this room to be. Keep the coffin or not keep the coffin? First off, the lid needs to be moved either way, off to the side, like it's been knocked to the side. Why would he have a coffin? Like if he kidnapped and killed the girls, there'd be no coffin. Not like anybody buried him first. I guess he could take their body, stuff them in a coffin, and then get rid of them. Just finishing munching the food real fast, and then right back to good stuff here. I think I had a steampunk art somewhere already. what I was looking for. One moment, please. So, I think I'm going to put one of the first lore secrets right in the first room here to really make people wonder. I'm going to take the weird steampunky heart thing from the painting world, and I'm going to run pipes through it like it's some sort of living organism. But painting world does not exist. What? That would be problematic. The painting world. Why wasn't that on the list? I've been there a bunch of times. I open it all the time. Open. So does this have any kind of anything on it? VP steampunk heart. Okay. I think I do keep the painting world. I was planning this out and I was like, you know, come to think of it, it's not a bad idea. Hold me. One moment, please. Cool, Wander joined. Join the Discord. So this is the plan. We take the steampunk heart, which is like a micro heart. A micro heart. Closer. Like it. Problem is the lights on it are not good for this room. Let me think about this here. Possibly I don't put the hat on it, because, you know, the hat's more of a giveaway that things are unusual in this world, and I don't like that. You want things to be somewhat similar, so people wonder. I'm going to duplicate this. I don't want to use the one from there because I want to make changes to this one. I need something that's so unexplainable. That's what I'm looking for. I need unexplainable. Because unexplainable, you know, is a reason how you can bring people back to life. I don't want something that's really obvious. Like, I guess I could have medical stuff, but that doesn't explain how he got, you know, their souls and dolls. But if there's just some bizarre, unexplainable thing, that can easily be the MacGuffin that does it, you know? Oh, this is the hat, right? No hat. And then how do I do this? I often forget bits of code, so I have to go grab them to remind myself how the code worked. I could look it up, but 9 times out of 10, it's way easier to simply grab those. Plus, I need a toy prison anyway. At least I want a toy prison. I need the third person here because I need a refresher on some knowledge here. Yeah, okay, so it's create dynamic material instance off of that. That's all I needed. Oh, I have to do this here. That's what I'm missing on these things here. Actually, you can set that. Diffuse color, I think. Yeah, I should probably just diffuse color. Like 2Fs, right? Either. Yeah, sure. Promote it. Color. Instance editable. Yeah, perfect. Well, that's awesome. Black heart. I've solved one of the mysteries I had with the box. I don't get out much. I'm very excited about this. This black heart is cool. Bizarre pipe and gear assembly is not that cool. Nah, man. Nah. Not cool, man. Nah. Okay, so let's do this again. This time we're gonna get the second. Also do that. Really, I need a smokestack. It looks terrible. All right. Mm-hmm. Probably diffuse color as well. Oops. Perfect. Now it's black too. Now I just need to do the thing with the wheel. Wheel. Yes. Wheel. I'm not copying this. Doesn't really matter. Just do this. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And then my statue collection. Why am I using the statue collection for this? Yes, I thought it looked kind of cool. Guess it doesn't look horrible. But why not just use, I don't know, gear material? Right? I just want to use the same gear material on everything. So if I'm using it on these, I want to use it on those too. Oh. Wait, this is a blueprint thingy. With gears that can age. Am I making the gears age? I don't think I am. I think what I'm going to do is use the same smokestack color. Wait, no, I can't do that. I like that better. Yeah, that's the one I need. Which is called tint. I don't want lights in this one. I think that's the difference why the other one had a bunch of lights, but I might want to make the other one recolored too. I kind of like the other one's color, so it's not necessarily bad. Your color. Just connect this up here. Sure. Yeah, tint is the one that's doing, so it should just work. Why does it not? Use a different gear color too. It doesn't have to be that one. But that one wants to be weird. These are from there. That one, what that? It is a parameter value in there that can be changed. I have the name right. Just tint. And changing tint does actually change this. That's true. Oh, wait. Element 0. That's the problem. That should be what I need. Perfect. Now let's get rid of some of these lights or even make them red. I don't think I want lights on it. Or if I have a light, it'll be like in the front or something and make it kind of reddish. I don't think I want the red light in front of it. I think I have an idea here. I do. First things first. There's something. I'm considering having a bunch of tubes running in there and like liquid, like there's blood coming through the building to it, or some sort of red liquid. Very sinister. I think I saw an asset that could get this done. In here? Nope. Um, basically it had essentially very liquid looking water that, you know, would move around and everything. It was good for having tubes and things, and might be exactly perfect for this with a bit of extra design sense to make it look steampunk. What's this? An asset cleaner, I'm curious. Oh, cool. Remember the asset cleaner at some point. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. I really just have no idea what it was called, so I was trying to figure it out. I was like, maybe I'll use this, and I haven't done it. I didn't have a use for it at the time. Now I have an idea. Cloud lighting system. That seems bizarrely specific. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If only the cyberpunk laboratory were something I could use, right? I got a lab, but it ain't the one I need. As it is, you know, the reverse of steampunk, future and stuff. But I don't like cyberpunk because then it just leads to dystopian stories. Whereas steampunk is more of like a time of hope and discovery. Cyberpunk is largely a time of, you know, living in a dystopia where everyone's kind of modified themselves. People question what it even means to be human if you still even are. And, you know, it's just a lot of pressing. I think we had that discussion really about I could just go outside if I wanted that. The depressing. But, you know, eh. They gave me so much stuff for free. Got the Fab UE plugin. Hey. Fantastic Village. Is it fantastic? No. It wasn't fantastic. I'm just going to save everyone the time even looking at that. Not Fluid Ninja VFX. I thought it was for a second because I was like, oh, fluids. Mysterious fluids. That doesn't sound good at all. What was it called? I have so many assets. I was just gonna be like, well, I'll just, you know, sort by things, but I don't even know which one it is. Could have been a complete project, could have been a prop, could have been an environment, because it kind of came with a bunch of crap. Instant deform component. That might be kind of fun, but I think I just have things shatter because I don't really see much point in deforming things, you know? Like, I could deform things, but Kraken. Toy Kraken? That does not look like a toy Kraken. We could have Poppet battle a toy Kraken, but it doesn't look like a toy, so keep that idea in the back pocket. The goal is not to use non-human actors if I can avoid it. I really don't want to do that. I really don't. I don't want to make an army of custom animations. Not for this game. Maybe for a different game, but not for this game. No. Sometimes I find good ideas out of this too. So sometimes I'll wander through my assets and be like, okay, well I got this and this and this and this and this and this. Got so much futuristic stuff and so much fantasy stuff. So much current time stuff, but my era is not one people actually make stuff for very often, so it's very hard to find anything that works. And when you do find something, you kind of got to make it work on a lot more than you normally would, because it just isn't. For anyone out there who wants to make assets, please make me more, you know, steampunk assets so I can buy them. And not more Nova Space Burgers. That just has a funny name. It's a future, like a burger joint in space. I was like, in what world do you need this asset? Where are you going to use this? This is extreme. All the paragons, not them. Nope. Oh, I will find this. I need it. I know it's here. Post-humans, cool, cool. Post-war Soviet things, nice. Very useless for what I'm doing. Well, yeah, pretty useless. I didn't really want to put a bunch of soldiers in there. Technically, well, no, because all the military stuff, like World War I didn't happen until, like, you know, a decade or so after the steampunk era basically would have ended, you wouldn't have had a lot of the soldiers look like that removed. Awkward. What got removed? Did I just lose an asset? Sucks. How am I supposed to know? What was it? I'm sad. Oh, I need to look into that because hopefully I'm not using whatever. It looks like it's a bunch of animations. Hopefully it's not the pack that I'm using for all my animations from because I'm going to be... Okay, RPG character randoms. Whew, we're going to add this to project anyway. All projects. Sure. Because the ones that I retooled to the UEF, the UEFN mannequin cause a bit of deformity when trying to retarget back to DAS. So it's better to go to UE4 than to UE5 and then to DAS all over again, which I actually had it all done, but then I deleted the stuff because I was like, well, I don't need this anymore. The UEFN goes really well if using this new animation thing. Retargets perfectly. It does. For just if you're using those plugins and not if you're using anything else. You will be sad if you try to do that. Yes. Yes, you will be sad. Oh my god, well I'm running out of assets. Eventually I will find this stupid asset. I did find something I needed in the process, so you know. Anyone watching and questioning why I have this many assets, well, every month just collect the free assets from the Epic Marketplace and you will surprisingly get quite a few. 60 of them a year. Even when I wasn't using the engine, I was collecting, going, one day this will matter. Spoiler. It did actually matter. This got an update. An update? I don't know what the update is. I'm gonna look and see. If it's meteor showers, I'm so in. Unless it got removed. I think it's volumetric glass, right? Is this the one? Tell me it's the one. Are you Neo? It is the one. My god. So my plan is to take this glass that has these liquids in it like that and then switch it with blood. I think. You see, when I clicked it, I thought I'd be able to, you know, do this weird add to project thing. Perfect. Yes, needed this. Okay. How do? Important questions. Is it special or is it just blueprints with things I can change? Because if it's blueprints and things I can change, nice. If it's not nice. Blind actor loves blinds. Oh. Oh, there's nothing in here. Last volume. What this? Huh? Hmm. I'm gonna go to their default map and I'm gonna see how they did it. I don't see any reason to do it myself when they did it. Right? There's a laboratory. What levels? Maps. There we go. Quiet night in the chat. Okay. That just means I get stuff done, probably. Maybe. Sure. I guess. Maybe. Why? That seems like a very big assumption I'm making there. Okay. Let's find something to be tubes here. There's got to be something that gets the job done here. There seems very small. That doesn't look tube-like. What is it? So is it just the liquid goes inside? Like, it's the glass itself. Does it look like it's moving? Go ahead and do that. Yeah, I don't care about the third person characters. Okay. Why are you using the third person character? Game mode over, right? Just want to see if it moves. Your fault. You suck. Where were we? Let's say it moves. Hmm. 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 Ooh. Does it refill? That's interesting because it follows along the thing. That's partially what I want. Hmm. Because I have glass pipes. I have a spline for that. So if I can do that. Hmm. I don't hate it. Underwater tunnel. Give me some ideas here. It's kind of a neat tunnel. I'll give it some credit where credit is due. I don't hate it. I don't know if I like it, but I don't hate it. Mostly I was hoping the other end of this tunnel has something cool instead of it's just a really long underwater tunnel. I appreciate that they made this underwater tunnel. I think a shark should attack something to make it more interesting, but anything else to show me? Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. Well, what if I just snag these items and drag them over? Hmm. Oh, this is a cylinder. Ooh. I want that, and I want these, and that. You know, I could put dead Poppet in a fish tank. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab this. Sure. Come with me if you want to live. That's fair because, you know, I'm not going to keep the map and everything like that this is on. I just wanted the example assets rather than trying to figure it out myself. I already made it. Why not just copy paste and then just tweak things to make it more what I want? Hmm. To see if the ideas even work the way I want them to. They might not, in which case, you know, back to the drawing board, but there needs to be something weird going on in this room. They look so adorably tiny. Because they are adorably tiny in this world. Well, first off, they glow, which I hate. Thanks, I hate it. Hmm. Animated stuff is. Can I change it out? Looks like I can. Where's it picking up the material at, though? I have questions. They are long-winded and pointless ones. Hmm. Where are you getting the instance that you're doing with this? Here, I guess. Shouldn't it just be this? Like, why? Why this when that? Good questions. Let's experiment, though. Well, first things first. Okay, the liquid does not move with. That's interesting. It does squish out. That's interesting. Hmm. I want to do spline shenanigans with it too. Train yourself. Pink goo solves all problems. That's how you raise people. Pink goo. Not what I'm going to use. How they roll? Come back. Come back. It's funny. Bonk. I want to move. And it doesn't do what I want it to do. It's not neat. A lot of these are way brighter than expected too. Not do what I wish. Oh, the parameter name is shape clip plane. Doesn't do what I want. So I want to look at the map real fast. I have an idea. Map's so tiny it just opens up easy. Isn't that spline? Static mesh there. Oh. How do you do the liquid? I was thinking having, you know, it could just be pipes going through it and it doesn't actually have to have blood everywhere. This is not quite doing what I was hoping for. I'm sure I can find a liquid later. I don't need more glass tubes. Now that makes the pipes way more sinister if they have, like, you know, stuff flowing through them and I have them going up from the ground all the way up to this heart. Okay, so that idea turned out to be kind of bad. I did this volumetric one there, and I could give it, like, you know, hands off keys. Doesn't really help. I have a spline type, so. Browse to. I'm leaving it on metal for a second to try to collect the glass, but let's see how tricky I can get with this. Glass tube, sure. That is so weird for glass. Like, I don't get why all these little sets. I don't think that's going to do what I want. I can tint it red, right? It won't really tint the glass. It doesn't really do what I was hoping for. I think I'm just going to rely on pipes and maybe have, like, blood dripping or something. I was going to kind of put her inside sort of goop. I don't know how to change the coloring on this. Also, the animation speed. I don't play with that. It's definitely got something going on there, but it's really hard to tell because it's not a strong enough liquid to really show it off, right? Because you can sort of see it. I wonder if it's a glass material itself. I will solve this mystery. Hmm. I will solve this mystery of what, well, not a mystery. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with this. I wish it simulated during the thing, but it does not. I just know this one I was using the numbers directly. Because it's not actually like it's done like this, which is bizarre. Clearly, it's not quite what it should be, but that's okay. I just need to solve the mystery of what colored this. Like, how does it figure it out? It has to have a material of some sort. Shape clip plane is a thing. Hmm. This is a material instance from that. I wonder if it'd be better, work better. Not really. Still an ugly color. Boggles my mind because creative material happens here. And I gave it a source material, which you'd think would do something. Doesn't though. Don't do that. Well, this red was supposed to look like that, and then I brought over the map. It doesn't look like that at all. Maybe this one will look closer. Hmm. I don't really have an easy way to make water look like it's a thing in there. Yeah, I do. Maybe I do. It wouldn't look 3D though. This looks volumetric. That was the difference. think I saved this one here, but I'm gonna go ahead and just paste here and see what happens. Yeah, they don't look anywhere close to what they're supposed to be. Coloring is so far off. Why they're so lit up. I think what I'm going to do temporarily is I'm going to create some sort of thing to stuff her body in, probably. Some kind of container for the boxes. I'll move all that over there. Maybe just have pipes connecting, or maybe I'll just make like some sort of connection of like pipes everywhere. I don't really like this stuff there. I mean, I guess this could be a thing if I like space it like this. Does it look better? Oh, it doesn't do anything I want. These really don't do what I want them to. This one's just not the right color. Found a way to change that color. With no material, I'm not even sure how it gets its color. But they're not instance based, so just using a cylinder. And this doesn't actually do anything I want it to. That does. Second, maybe I have an idea. Okay, well, that does not do what I was hoping for, because once you go into the thing, it doesn't actually show the other thing at all. That's, I guess it changes it back. Huh. It's supposed to create it, and then the dynamic material instance here is like it's created right. Well, this is source material, so it creates the material instance here, and then it doesn't have a shape clip plane, which is the problem. Well, instead of doing that, just curious if changing that number makes any difference. I think I would run pipes to it and everything like that, and maybe I'll just make red pipes or something. And consider having glass ones there and making a spline that has some sort of a blood material. Wouldn't be the worst choice I ever made. That just breaks. But that's how we learn. We break things. Was a 1. Okay, so let's make something. Right? Yeah. Find ourselves some blood. I guess we'll just do like not a geometry thing there. I guess just a cube is fine. I could do a plane, but the problem with planes is they're singular sided. I don't want that. I just really want this to seem like it's. Wait. I'm gonna put it in pipes, right? So if I put it in pipes, then it should have a blood material on it. Indeed. Blood. Real? Yeah. Not not thick enough, you know? Like decals, they don't quite give you the material you want. Looks like ketchup. We need to have a pretty big flow to make it make sense. Not really moving. Um, Maybe what I'm looking for is not a blood thing, but water that I turned red. Hmm. I did have a Spline River thing, but the problem with it was it's so laggy in UE5 and they never fixed it. So you have to basically turn off the thing so you can move stuff, and then you have to like keep turning it back on so you can see what you're doing. It would give a river feel to it, but what I could I have a good idea for this. So there's the cartoon water shader method, which, you know, if it river thing wasn't broken, would be like probably the most penultimate choice. But it is omega laggy. See the level of lag involved with it. It's pretty high. Also, oh, I have it set so you can't see the thing. I changed it. I know I did. Yeah, is visible versus not. Not very visible, is it? There we go. But what I could do, um, there's the color option. I know there's a color thing somewhere in here. Really isn't. Huh. Thought for certain there was. And yet, there is in fact no color. I wanted to spline it. How does it move? I'm going to stick with the pipe things for the moment, and I'll think about it. I think at the end of the day, I'd rather design the area first and then figure out where I'm going from there, as opposed to what I'm currently doing, which is I don't know what I'm doing. But it's clearly not good. So what if I do this and jam pipes into it? How bent do I want the pipes to be? I kind of want them bendy. Not bendy like that. I want them bendy, swaying. Or like that, maybe. And you can grab portions of these things and not move the whole thing. That's interesting to note. I'll grab this, not that. Standing for a while. Like 4 hours and 35 minutes. I'm like, you know, my feet are starting to really question my life decisions. We'll put those heart things there, and maybe I put more going up too. There's a theory being that I want it going up to like a resurrection ritual thingy. Definitely something weird and bizarre. And then I could probably have blood dripping through it. Though I need to go through these particles I have that are from the new, like the Niagara ones. They're just terrible. Like cascade particles, but trash. They're just hard to resize. The other ones you could just resize in the blueprint as you're going, but these ones have to be resized inside the particle. So they're just basically worse in every conceivable way. They look the same, but operate like trash. We'll call them the fab version of particles. They're like the cascade ones we own in Marketplace, and the new ones are the fab version. It sucks. I don't know why this is just. First of all, let's get rid of this. It doesn't work. Would have been cool if this actually worked, though. Yeah, let's do it this way. Yeah, I wanted like a vat for her body to be in, instead of hanging by chains, because that just seems so much less good. So what I might actually do, I want the glass to look like it goes all the way around. Ideally, I'll have some sort of weird contraption along these lines. Except for this will be something darker when I figure out how to change that material. It's so much more sinister. Yeah, I'm gonna put her body in here. Make it a thing. Make it so Tinker could easily clearly see it. I'll probably change the ritual thingy to make it a little different, or if I have a ritual at all. I might just do steampunk stuff and ditch a lot of the arcane things, because the thing is I don't have a lot of arcane options yet. So if I can stick mostly with steampunk and less with weird ritual things, it's more interesting. Well, it's easier for me to do. They don't hate it, because now it seems almost like a spider. Now that I said spiders, let's make it an 8-legged spider. If you have arachnophobia, my spider heart thingy will make you unhappy. Sorry in advance. I mean, if you're being attacked by a spider heart, I think you have a lot more questions than worries in life. I don't even know what to even say about that. It's like, it's hard, but it's a spider. But why? Off the rails. Or like this. I'm just going to copy the leg 4 times over so it looks like a spider. Feet are going to protest the whole time. Dance them around a second so I can excited. Hate me. But standing does burn supposedly 55 more calories an hour or something approximately that. It's really good for you to stand if you can. And I do have a standing desk for a reason. But I might adjust that in a second. Yeah, I think that's okay. Well, let me click off it and click back on it. I'm going to see if I can make my own steampunk weird workshop of machines and things that just completely confuses people. I mean, technically I can make my own cylinders and stuff. I don't have, you know, Tesla coils. And I could make a Tesla coil, it's just that I don't have like a good electrical thing. I could probably make something work. I did eventually want to buy the one that guy had, but -90. Oh, what happened there? I have questions. You do? I mean, we're getting to the sinister, right? Right? We're feeling the sinister. Rotation might be 0, right? Make it easy. Right, it's at a slight rotation, but I don't like it. This is where we get inventive. I mean, that looks sinister and weird. Right? That doesn't look normal. Okay, we're going to adjust this. The black is just... Nah, man. Nah. Nah, man. Why not make it red? You're not that red. Just slightly red. Black wheel? Hmm. This is not what I thought I'd be making today. I am pleasantly surprised that it is, though. Huh? It needs wheels. I don't know if I want it right here or not. I do want to block this off. Right here, there's a view of the moon. Technically, there's a view of the moon anyway. And this really screams that it should be the centerpiece of the room. I think I'm going to remove all the furniture from this room. And there's going to be a painting that, you know, in the room. You have to get to it via the pipes, I imagine. And this is going to be the first pipe maze room, essentially. Where I'll explain basic stuff to you. Kinda. Oh, this has an almost final boss room feel. At that point where, you know... That's okay, I'm gonna have lots of rooms that feel like you're fighting some sort of big boss thingy. I think you'll fight a boss later here or something like that, but... I'll have the pipes go up into the resurrection ritual thingy. Up here, so we'll do some sort of thing like that. I should probably center this a lot better. I don't care. Fine. Sure. He's giving me an error about a recent thingies list. Yeah, I don't care. Remove it. Go ahead. Clear the recents. Stop talking. He's just like, but, same error message. It's giving the same error message every time I do that. And it's like, but why are you doing that? Right clicking on it shouldn't make any difference. Maybe one of the thingies has that. Anyway, I'm going to move it to one of these and I'll deal with it later. Let's just need one cart. Now, armed with these things here, well, actually, let's move this to the Maker's Workshop. I think I'm going to restructure this room a lot more and have, I don't know, figure it out, something. Oh, my feet. I'm going to swap to sitting quick here. 1 second. Take like a minute or two. Camera back on. Good times. If it turns back on. All right. We got our steampunk heart going. Probably just want like a cylinder to put it in, honestly. I still got to block her off or put some sort of outfit on her. Originally, I just removed the outfit that she had because the clothing would fall in weird ways and it would make basically obscure her to the point where it was kind of not that great. So I probably need to do something to make it so she's a little more decent if I put her in a tube. I will obviously do that off stream. Yes. Make her look better. Let me check this heart to see if it's referencing the level. Because it might be, in which case that's a problem. Other LOD. Alright, let me see. If I click on this, yeah, this does it. And if I click on this, this does it too. And just keep saying root from the recent items list. Weird. I don't get where this error is coming from. But it showed up with the steampunk hearts, so this doesn't have a direct reference to the level. It's not like H loaded or anything, so that's not a thing. Oh, it's weird. How about this? Does do it too? Does it? It's not those assets here. I'm just gonna reboot Unreal Engine at this point, just so I stop getting an error every time I right click on something, because it's just tedious. It's fine. Got some time. We have a minute. I'm not going anywhere. Probably still streaming another 2-3 hours anyway. Those fat streamer bucks. Maybe someday. But a lot of fun with it. So. Definitely a quiet day though. Hey Garvin, how's it going? Yes, this fat streamer buck's gonna be just fine. I like hanging out with people. Gives me something to do. After all, I was gonna do this anyway. Only I was gonna do it with no one to talk to. And then I was gonna be sad. Ow. Now I can talk at the void, and occasionally people will respond. And this time I don't have to tell my therapist about it. Ah, just kidding. That would imply my therapist was real, not just an imaginary person I talked to. Wouldn't that be great? You're so crazy that every day you think you've been going to a therapist, and the reality is the therapist was in your head the whole time. Crazy inception. I can get behind it. Whole new level of crazy. How many levels down to the crazy do you get? That's the whole simulation in a simulation thing. Nice, nice. We should all launch Unreal. Everyone in chat watching, even if you don't have it installed, you should launch it anyway. Don't. I'm making contraptions. I guess I could make a Tesla coil, right? Yeah. To be honest, it probably would be about as effective as a regular therapist. I rent an office, for my business, and it's an off, and it's got a whole bunch of other people renting offices. Like there's 8 offices in the building. The number of various therapists in there is quite high. I'm just like, wow. But my office actually borders a marriage therapist. Okay, listen. If you ever have to listen to what happens in the marriage therapist's office, because the yelling and screaming, mostly for women, is very loud, you will never get married. You will never get married. Oh my god. Like, what am I hearing? Jesus. There's some soundproofing to a point, and the guy's got like a noisemaker, but that ain't stopping, people yelling and screaming. I'm gonna hear that. Mostly therapists and social workers, and that was people come and go, but that's typically the things we get. And it's a thing. Big thing. Maybe this floor should be something different. Wood almost seems weird with this kind of thing going. It could be metal. That'd be uncomfortable to walk on, wouldn't it? Metal floor? I mean, we're going to see what it looks like. Well, it's kind of cooler to run around on this because these boards have the tiny effect. Feel tiny as the boards show you how tiny. If it's just a solid surface, it doesn't do that. But maybe. Make me on Tesla coil. Let's play a game. Need to look at a picture of Tesla coil. Tesla coil. There's a lot of ways you can go Tesla coil. Wait a minute. Scrolling through pictures and got some ideas going on here. Do I have a good electricity thing? That's a good question. I'm assuming a lightning is probably the best thing I've got. Hmm. Ooh. Okay, now that's just sweet right there. I think good thoughts about this. I don't like that one. It's fine. I'll probably use it still, but word lightning. Ooh. Could be good. I have ideas now. That one kind of off gases to the side of it. Not horrible. This first one makes me happy. So for a Tesla coil, let's say I do this. I need 60 sides so it looks not stupid. How tall does Tesla coil need to be? Not that tall. Because I'm gonna do more. Mostly there'll be like places with power and things like that on them. So we'll make some interesting things here. Let's make a folder called Tesla Coil. See, restarting it got rid of that bizarre error message. Worth it. It's so annoying. Oh no. Like oil. I think the one I want to make is something along the, like with an orb at the top, and yeah, I think I'm seeing this. So this in there. Let's move this to Playmaker's Workshop. And here I thought I'd have to pay money for this crap. What moron am I? Douche. Imagine I'm paying money for these things when you could just as easily make them yourself using simple shapes. Let me find the metal. Let me just use this metal. Wait, I can just search for gear. Metal gear? Sometimes is metal gear. All adjacent surfaces. Let me do this. Then I'm gonna get the top. Okay, that does not look the way I want it to at all. Or just metal. Instant stain metal is my backup plan every time. Yeah, I want to be able to select the surface. Select them all so I can actually get access to the elements. We'll do that, I guess. Let me pull another one of these up here. Let's make this one smaller. Not horrible. Sure. And then let's make a circle on top. Sphere, I should say, not a circle. Tesselation, is that what adjusts the numbers? Totally is. What's the max? 5? The max? That looks very round. Round enough. I actually wonder if I should just use a regular sphere. I'm just going to put glass on it. Well, actually, am I just going to put glass on it? Because I could have light inside of the orb. Like lava lamp style, I suppose, or something along those lines. But it's just going to be a sphere, and it's not like I'm scaling the sphere funnily, so I think I'm just going to go with a normal shape. Also because these are significantly rounder without needing to be ridiculous. That's a lot of. More like a 7? 5? 5s? Technically, I could have made this in there. I don't even need to use geometry shapes. I could have probably just used cylinders and just made a thing like that, but I did not do that. I'll shrink this down some. I don't like it. Sure. I don't like it. We do this, and yeah, maybe we'll bring this down some. Just kind of sick of it. I'll show them with it. Yeah, classic. Yeah. All right, so what I'm thinking is something along the lines of this, and then let's move this also into the thing because I'm going to want to be able to select it, and it's really, 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 really hard to select glass. which is like the stupidest thing. Trust me. You lose a piece of glass in your level and your level has 4,000 actors, you aren't going to like your day. I'm just saying, you aren't going to like it. You might think you'll like it. Trust me. You ain't going to like your day. I do like a red glass instead. I'm going to use the same materials. I have a bunch of Victorian house stuff, and if at any point I can use the stuff from there, it's always better to use the stuff from the Victorian house. Because then I don't have as many extra materials. Right? Right. And how often does it go? Does it not go? Kind of cool. Okay, okay. This should probably just be cylinders in hindsight. I can't pull these into a can. Oh, I unselected the particle. Throughout my life. Decisions. Like to reselect the particle. Okay. Yeah, the fact that you can just make weird things in Unreal Engine is very nice. Can you pull these into there? I'm gonna select all these real fast and see what. Select all descendants. Okay, I was just checking, but apparently you can't do that. Also, I can just use these cylinders. In fact, why am I not just making this? In hindsight, I should have just done that. So here, and we'll call this, machinery. PP Tesla coil. Don't need to look for classes. An actor is fine. PP Tesla coil. Copy paste the whole thing there. Alright, try to make my life easier, made it harder. Genius. Okay. I'll just do this in here myself. Because then I can add this as a component here. And I can activate and deactivate it whenever I want. Add a sphere. This with glass. Use a wine glass with that, but I think just glass is fine. Glass clock. I think glass is just fine. Neat. And then let's add cylinder. I thought about it and I realized if I make it outside of the blueprints, there's often times where problems happen. I definitely found that to be an issue all too often, where I pulled them in there and then it creates errors later on instead of just making it in the blueprints. So rather than do that to myself, I am not really interested in doing. We'll do this, we'll move this down some. How big is that? Really big. Can I change the size of these? Also, I mean, well, I doubt I can scale this thing. Let me see if I can actually scale it. Or does scale? Oh, I love them. Inappropriately. Ooh. The fact it scales me, half the time these particles don't scale. No, never mind, it's a cascade particle. Oh, it's a good particle, not the trash they replaced them with, of course. I hate the Niagara particles. Maybe Niagara, whatever. They mean something. They're basically, it's another word for trash. It's what it is. It's another word for trash. I hate those particles. Would remove them all if I could. Replace them all with beautiful cascade particles. The penultimate particle. But alas, it was not to be. Or not to be. Not to be. Metal's ugly. I like this better. And by I think I like it better, I mean I don't, because there's little gears on it. And that's not good. Metal. Uh-huh. Metal. How's that one look? Terrible. Terrible indeed. So like I'm not gonna show you any of these metals. Huh. That might be okay, but I kinda want bronze. I'm sure copper. Copper pipes everywhere. And you would think I'd have a good material for that. You would be incorrect, though. You would most certainly be incorrect. I closed the wrong one. Made in my life. The new one. Is the sad. So many errors in life, yes, yes. Kind of errors where you close your Tesla coil before you finish it. Just like with real Tesla, we didn't actually get the best of his inventions. Yes. Don't get them here either. Ho, ho, ho. That looks weird. So bizarre looking. I hate it. But it makes me think. I think I just use regular metal. Possibly have some better options, but I don't really know. I'm just going to go with the most obvious one. I can change it later. Become full circle. The instant stained metal. This is a blueprint. You cannot do what I just tried to do there, which was just duplicate that. I think I'm going to extend this a bit higher though. I'll move this down like this, and then I'll just duplicate the cylinder here. And I'll make the fat base cylinder. I almost kind of like it slightly taller. All right, so the plan here is have this not auto-activate. A custom event. Call this like power surge. Here. Power surge will have a delay. And we'll say the delay is a random float in range, so it's not like, you know, all the time. With 0.2 being the minimum, and we'll say like 2 seconds on that one there. I don't know how long this thing lasts, but then we'll activate this. And then we'll delay. I don't even know how long this particle is. Not very. Not very effective in telling me how long it is it? I have so many questions. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Like many of Epic's systems, they're not always the best. We move on. We'll say like 2 seconds, I guess. And deactivate, because it can overdo it. It doesn't matter. Because it doesn't have anything it does after that, so it can do that. And then power surge again. So let's delete this crap so we have a better plan. The glass is weirdly selectable. It's not usually, but today it is. All right, so armed with this fine piece of machinery that I have constructed, put it back out on the level. And let's make it ginormous. About 5. I'm good. What? Just went there. Is it scared of me now? I'm making a Tesla coil of my very own because I don't have access to a extra. Well, it's currently $150, but $75 for these things here. And I made, you know, a crazy steampunk heart thingy with, like, you know, spidery things coming off it. So my plan for this room is to make my own bizarre machines. Eventually that'll be here, and I'm probably going to put the ritual stuff in the center here. We'll get to that though. All right, let's check this out. Wait, I'm missing one thing, aren't I? Almost forgot the code. Power surge. Yeah. Let's do this. I realized I could make my own stuff. Yes. Yes, indeed. You. Aren't they glorious? You. I love them inappropriately. But I have an idea here. It just came to me. I would say in a dream, but I'm not sleeping. I think. If I am sleeping, well, okay. Weirdest dream. I need to rotate this 180 there, so let's just do 180. I think that'll work. Let me activate this real fast. Ooh, there we go. That's what I want to see. That's the cream filling. So we activate this. And I want to adjust the size slightly. There we go. It's striking the ceiling is weird, right? Yes. Artsy me is very good at putting crap together to make stuff. Like some driver of assets. You know, whatever modern equivalent, I can't think of it. Yes. Okay. Now I'm missing at least one thing that I would like in my life, and that is some sort of bulb in the center or something to make it, you know, seem more steampunky and weird. Because that's what I do around here. Ooh. I have an idea. Hold, please. I just hear the guy from Let's Game It Out, who's, you know, yeah, some sort of idea, and then he's like, hold, please, and it's like, you know, several hours later or something, a little message, and it shows that it's, you know, you come back and he's like, let me show you this tour, and it's just the most ridiculous constructed thing ever. It's like, well, why did you do this? Because I get paid the big YouTube bucks. Fair enough. I wanted it on here. I don't want the separate one. I just want this. I could just drag him in now. That's true. Actually, in hindsight, knowing that's the case, let me just drag one on here so I get the name I want. Genius. Okay. Eat. And then what if I just go? Looking more steampunky with every moment, right? Right? Oh, yeah. Good. Hmm. Hmm. No. Put it there. Don't attach it to it. Eh? Eh? Getting there. This is just off kilter and I hate it, but all things considered, I could probably make that bolt flash if I want to. And you know, electrical noise too. I love it. Tell me those aren't cool. Tell me they aren't great. Those came out way better than expected. Excellent. Well, if that's the case, and I just want to get crazy. You're getting crazy in here. Why can't I make my own stuff? Like, I'll make my own machinery. Through that $150 pack. I got time. Myself a new blueprint here. Blueprint here. EP. There's probably I guess we'll call it a resurrection VAP. You're not really being resurrected by it, but still. So let's once again stick with cylinders because we like cylinders. I'm gonna drag one onto the level immediately, just so I don't have to find it again later in the thingies. I don't really have anything that can work as pumps yet. I guess there is a way to do ropes and stuff, and like cords and things. I don't know. Well, actually, that's not true. Oh, I mean, I want the vat for the body like that, but could I make a pump? I mean, what I could do is, well, either way, I'm going to make this glass, so let me do that really fast. Part of the trick here will be what I'm doing this here. Same glass, different day. Right, so dump this in here, and then if I really wanted to, let's say I duplicate the cylinder. Let's attempt to duplicate the cylinder. Thank you. I could put a smaller one in here. Make this out of metal or something. There's the metal I've been using. All right, so this one here, then let's say I shrink it all to like 0.9, so it's tinier. And then I go through here and shrink it down like this. And then what I could have it do is I could have a relative thing where it goes up and down the pump like that. And a lerp. I could always rename this. So let's say I do this here. Call this the plunger, because I don't know the technical terms for things. Also, while I'm at it, do I want to make this a different color? machine operating, I guess. Sure. Okay. So the plan here is the plunger at relative location. Let's create a timeline. You get alert. We lerpin. Yeah. Timeline. Normally you can connect these. Wait a minute. What this? Plus track. Flip track. Let's start this with a point here. Add point. This point will be 0 and 0. Then we'll say about every 2 seconds here. We'll spawn out around 2. Every 2 seconds, the value will be 1. Okay. Okay, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright. Boop. Update. And then I guess a flip-flop is fine. Flop. Flop. Flip-flop. Play from start. Reverse from end. Flip-flops work in that, you know, the first time it goes through it does A, and the next time it does B, and then the next time it goes A, it just goes between the two. It's just a flip-flop. Ain't nothing special. Your current location of the plunger is 37. Okay. And then let's say I move it down in the viewport here to get an idea of where it's going. Minus 30 cents. We'll basically drop 100. It's possible I'm going to want to change this number based on size, but I'm almost certainly going to need to do that. But anyway, it doesn't matter. You need a tiny delay to do this. Then machine operating. Don't do that there because that's the stupidest thing I could possibly do. Do it after the timeline finishes. Otherwise, it would continuously run the same thing, and that would be dumb. About dumb here. I might need to change the numbers here, but we'll see if it works relatively like that with scaling. I don't know if that's how it pans out. I'm going to make more to this thing, but clearly I just, you know, want to see my pump work here. And it goes. See. I have done much. I will make all my own machinery. Browse to asset. We'll call this the BP pump. Pumping. Okay. Armed with my new pump. I'm a little not satisfied with how long. I actually don't know if it even needs a delay. Does it need a delay? Kind of a long delay though. It's weird that it takes so. I could do just 1 second. Not a terrible. So I kind of like how fast it moves. I just don't like how fast it takes to, how long it takes to repeat. I'll think about it. I'm gonna construct it. So obviously it's boring right now and nobody likes it. Everyone hates it. All my homies hate this thing. But make it cool. Adding obnoxiously pointless steampunk things to it. Forced to be cool. Because that's how it is with steampunk stuff. The more pointless it is, the better. Needs a gauge. I want to add the child actor, right? Then the child actor can just do things. So let me add the gauge. Is this the front of it? I don't even know what counts as the front of it. Find out. You will most certainly find out when I put a gauge on the front. Oh, that's right. I added text to it too. Spin. No. Add these top sockets here to make them even more pointless. I know there's a way to make it spin with. And there, it can just spin on them and be fine. A life of spin. Under my lifespan. He's smart. Smart. I'll just have it spin. It doesn't gotta be crazy. Attach this here, make my own crazy. Good. Looking good, looking good. Oh. I make this a capsule. You don't have capsules. Okay, fair enough. I was hoping. Oh. I might smooth this up here because I don't want to move the wheel thingy here. Like this, and then can I make it connect to the things here? I can make dreams come true. Maybe. I don't hate it. I also don't like it. Not quite what I need. First of all, I don't want it to be this tall. But I do want it to connect that. It just has a better look to it. Like, you know, this is the best as opposed to the worst. I see. Close. Not there. It's close. Yep, I'm making a doohickey. Maybe not that tall. So something along those lines, right? And that puts this at negative 37. And then if I move it down here, it would go all the way to, we'll say 150. Here. Let's adjust the lerp. Negative 150. Do I want gears on it? Could have a spinny on top. I think I'm making a metal cylinder too. Just to kind of hold it. Hmm. That's huge. It's kind of close to what I was aiming for in a not really kind of way. Do this, and then I'm gonna move this up like this to connect it. Not quite what I want. Like, it could easily be farther forward. Up slightly higher. Actually, it's kind of stuck in it anyway. So probably do like this. It almost seems like it needs pipes or something connecting things. Hey, Shrill Duck, how's it going? I'm making steampunk toys. Mm. You know what? I want this reversed. And what I want to do is take another cylinder and attach it to the plunger, right? Duplicate, so plunger pole. Lock is on. Nice watch. How's it going? I'm making steampunk machinery because I'm too cheap to buy my own. Don't hate or do, it's fine. I'll get there. 0.2, 2. You know, I have the, are you trying to get the alerts to work? Ever since I became an affiliate, they will not work. And I don't know what's up with it. Like, I even removed Twitch and approved it again, and at the same time. And it keeps saying it works. Then I go to test it. It's not currently working. So I guess I'll try the next thing. Because it's been... They've authorized, you know, Streamlabs. I was using Streamlabs. But the thing is it worked before I became affiliate, and everything else made me do approve everything again, like an authorization again. So I did that. Okay, didn't work. So I removed Streamlabs and then re-added it there. Sure, didn't work. Then I checked over at restream.io and removed Twitch and then re-added it again, authorizing it again to see if that would do it. I re-put in the, you know, alerts from there, which were working before, but they don't work. So the next thing to try is, I mean, I can do it again. I'm pretty certain I did, but you know what? I can do it again. Worth a try, right? Always worth a try. Well, I clicked it. But we will see. It could also be something to do with restream.io. Because that is well, it was working perfectly before and doing all the alerts through that. But now, I mean, I re-authorized restream.io because I'm streaming to YouTube at the same time. It's possible that's the issue. Like, I might not be able to use restream.io after becoming an affiliate. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Fox. You know, I'm just saying, you know. Thanks for the raid. I'll have to hit your stream it tomorrow. Actually, that reminds me, I've had your stream open the whole time in the background. It is funny. I literally had your stream open when I started my stream, and then realized I had to stop the stream and restart because YouTube, like, there was like 2 minutes of copyrighted music on YouTube. So I had to stop the stream and delete the YouTube bot as fast as possible to avoid getting a copyright strike. It was pretty funny. I was like, oops. Yeah, it was funny. I was like, oh, well, I just ended, no, I just clicked end on the Streamlabs thingy and was like, yep, oops, don't do that. Like I say, if I wasn't doing YouTube, I would just listen to music whenever I wanted. That I gotta be sad. But, oh, it's a nice mic, because I could link you the mic or something. I don't remember what it is offhand. It's like $160 or something like that, though. It's great because it has a really useful thing that Windows doesn't usually provide, the ability to turn it off with a tap. Which is great. It's wonderful. I love it. Also, it's all glowy and cool. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that right now while I'm thinking about it. I will get it. Well, you see, mine is an all-powerful mic that controls other people's microphones. Do not question the power of the mic. That's why I paid the extra money for it. Uh, nice, nice. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's actually cheaper now by about $30. Perfect time to buy it, Fox. I'm just saying. Let me send you the link. That's fair. Not a cheap microphone, unfortunately, but you know, yeah, sure thing. Definitely worth the money. Definitely found the mic to be wonderful. Plus, I paid like I think $20 for this, you know, arm for it. That they're like, oh, this thing won't work after like a month or two. It's worked for like over a year. I just move it around. I don't always stream on it, but I don't know what they're talking about. This works great. Lied to me. I'll never forgive them. I really didn't. But you know, I will never forgive them. Just like the how I thing is so unaligned. Jesus. Yeah, I need to resolve this stupid issue with the alerts. Catch you later, Fox. Sleep well. Enjoy what time off you have before the next stream. Yes. I actually don't know what to do with myself if I'm not working on something. I really don't. I'm the most boring person ever because if I'm not working on something, I'm like, okay, well, what am I going to work on then? I've forgotten how to have fun. Work has become fun. God. That was actually way more lined than I screwed it up. Okay. So let's see. We're going to do this. And let's connect the plunger to this cylinder here, right? Right now. Not do that. Let's disconnect the plunger pole to the plunger. E. We go back to this thing here. We're going to swap these. So we'll go with negative 150 and 37 as other. There might be a slight problem here. I just realized it. This plunger pole is going to be way too long. Right? Because it's going to go down. And it's going to stick through. That ain't very good. I guess if it went about here or something, it'd be fine. As long as it doesn't stick through. Does it need to go all the way to the top? I mean, I guess it could. If I do that, though, this has to go higher, right? To hide the pole. Do this. That's fine. We'll say it goes down to about here or something. Why not? Even like maybe like here or something. Doesn't got all the way down. We'll say negative 120 is where it will start, and it has to get to 37. Sure. That'll do. So figure to 120 and it goes to 37. I'm going to shrink it because it's huge and doesn't need to be this big, but you know, listen. Didn't design it with that in mind. Okay, well, just be like that. It's my fault, but just be like that anyway. Fine, I will type 10 in. And then I will click this. I was trying to click the undo button. Yeah, 5. Okay, we're making machinery. Let us watch it. Make certain it works. Catch you later, Lepus. I'll still stream for probably another couple hours. We're making machinery now. And what do? You? You? Okay, I need to make the base like smaller, like width-wise, I think. I made my little towers earlier. You. Whoa. Ninja teleport. Very important. Alright, so. Making the goodies. Actually, I want to realign it a little better than that. I'll put everything just at like 0 and it'd probably be better, right? All these things are slightly off kilter. Like if they were all just at the same thing, would that be better? It was just a 0 and was it 0 and 0 and the gauge is where it needs to be for the most part, except for now that's a little farther away. So it actually needs to be farther ahead, honestly. The gauge needs to be there. Tube shield. Not a good location. Let's move the cylinder back first and then see where it puts it. That is very, very expensive for a stream deck. Stream deck bar? Like Steam Deck? Oh, yes, Stream Deck? Sure. That seems like so much money. I don't know why you would pay this amount of money. It seems very high. I'm good. I'm kind of cheap. I don't think I need to spend that kind of money, if you know what I'm saying. Streaming isn't exactly the most lucrative thing I could do with my time. I don't think I want to drop $1,000 on the extra stuff. And then the plunger is off kilter as well. I don't know why to just do that. It's just stupid. Could have made this way better on myself if I did not. That looks a little better, but it's still not what I want. Yeah, pretty much the whole console's okay, well, cool, but is it cool? I don't know. Materials that I have that can make this look better. I mean, I guess I don't have that many things that tile. There are options to change this here. There are. You know what? Got to dupe it. Actually, don't got to dupe. I ain't duping nothing. I have a plan. Starts by stealing the code off of this because I'm too lazy to find it manually. Yes. Okay, so construction script. Get a dynamic material instant. And I'm gonna have to do it for I think all of them actually. Just for the stained metal, I think. So let's do this. Pull the stained metal into here. And let's target Metal stand, which has only one material, but that'll get the job done just fine. Okay. And the thing I want to change is just color. Easy. That does sound pretty bad. Lots of issues there. Call anim notify from event blueprint and the event doesn't even pop up. Well, when you were doing the anim notify there, like, did you put a notify in the anim? Like, when you were doing that? Let's see. Let me pull up anim notify to show you what I'm talking about. Puppet doll animations. Or I put it under Poppet. Where did I put her animation for hacking? Manually. Let me show you how I did it on mine. And you can do it on yours if you want. Or not. An option. Oh yeah, I turned off our sanity thing. I'll turn that back on later. Okay, I'll quickly realize it's off when I don't want it on. I want it back on anyway. All right, so first I want to open the animation here. I'm just doing this so I don't got to find it manually. And in montage, you'd have it as a montage, right? Did it in a montage. You see I have my notify down here. You can add a notify. I have a notify state. I like notify states better because it's notified but over a longer period of time. And those are usually vector? Question mark? Yeah. Alright, well, one of these was Poppet. I'm just gonna go and close these things until I find which one was Poppet. Animated surface. Oh yeah, I was trying that crap and it didn't work with a damn. That might keep the steampunk card up. I don't need B-punk. Well, weapon might have been okay, I guess, for something. Toy prison. Don't need the fool. Actually, I probably could use it. Anyway. On the montage, I just play on notify begin. And these are the events that happens on notify begin. Right? And then when the notify ends, I just do that. That should be all you need for these things. The montage to play. Make certain you tell it which component to use. I have a play rate. I'm splitting it at the abdomen lower because it's a Daz skeleton. That's pretty much it. There's not a whole lot to it. Just notify begin, notify end. And then I have the weapon here. I closed the weapon parent because I'm stupid. I don't need this. Closes it. Spoiler. He needed it. And I just have a swing weapon that does exactly these things. Turns stuff on. Just uses an interface to notify the weapon parent. Does some stuff. Checks some things. An event tick that's only active if you're currently attacking. Sorry, it's not event tick, it's a weapon ray trace. It's a custom event I set with a delay. That's just it. And whenever the swing weapon ends, which happens whatever pop it is, pop it. Yeah, notify end, it just does end swing weapon. So, which then just triggers the thing that just shuts stuff off. So, that should be all you have to do. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish or what the error is. It says One thing I've noticed is there's a couple ways to play animations. And there's like a, what, play anim montage or something? Never use this thing. It's complete garbage. It barely ever works right. It is the biggest dumpster fire you'll ever see. Use the play montage. Trust me. This thing, like, I'll code it exactly correctly. Like, it's not like it's hard. Still doesn't want to work. People on all the, you know, Reddits and everything like that are like, this is garbage. Yes. It's been replaced by this. Garbage? The replacement. Not use the garbage. That might be the problem right there. If you try to play anim montage, don't do that to yourself. Play montage. Very good. Anyway. I pretty much driven. It's definitely a lot of these things, you know. I think people pay for names of things more than they pay for, you know, quality of things. All too often. All too often. This. I was going to adjust color on this. There. Promote this to variable. Sure. This is where I get real lazy. Did I keep the heart thingy up? Oh. It's right here. Okay. That's what it was. It's that vector parameter. I figured that was, but, you know. I did this instead. Do that. That should make it turn black? Question mark? That'll be black in the thingy too. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. I can make my have like a dark metal or something like that instead. Or maybe a better copper or something. But let's I guess just do it for all of them, right? Terms Booker. Do I have to do it for all of them? I want to do it for all of them. I mostly just hated how the base looked. Oh, let's make it instance editable. I can play with it and change it around in the world. This is a, oh, it's 4, okay. Oh. I'm a goofball, that's not what I wanted. Don't make this one instance editable. I forgot to do this. And color. Now delete it. Pretty much. Delete it all. Didn't like it anyway. Oh. Instance editable. If I want a better color to it. Something like that. It's a little nicer. It's not terribly far off the original, to be honest, but at the same time, Frank's too black. I don't know. I was gonna make like a resurrection vat. I was gonna originally have a bunch of weird, you know, mysticism crap mixed with some steampunky things, but I realized I didn't have the assets for either. Make a laboratory like that, so that's why I'm making stuff. One of these weird things, not this thing, something else is happening in there over and over. It's annoying. Bother to solve it. I don't like this location. I'm gonna move it down here. Right? I almost want a pipe coming off of the top of this. Right? Because of the pipe coming off the top of it, I can make it look like it's going somewhere. I get pipes going out of the bottom. I don't have to put the pipes directly into this because I can just as easily put, you know, pipes in the world that connect to whatever I want. So I don't really care. I might want this smaller. I might not like it as big as it is. Like, if it's just tinier. That's probably good. I love Unreal Engine. You just do the dumbest crap in Unreal Engine. I should probably change the pipe color too, with the plunger color, maybe. One of the things I could do to make it look like it's pumping liquid is I could take a cylinder and crunch its size and just set the cylinder to be a liquid material. I mean, it's true. That is true. You know, one of the things I could do also is I could just run the metal bar all the way to the top and then just have the thing sliding up and down the bar too. I guess this is more plunger like though. Why do I need a plunger thing? I don't know. Cool. Don't worry about it. I have an idea. Oh, actually, let me show you a neat trick that I saw on this other map. Because I like when I got all those assets gifted to me from that Humble Bundle, there was a very cool idea that someone came up with that I didn't think about. But it's a good plan. It's a great plan. I definitely stole this plan too, because it's such a great plan. It's like, it was definitely a you made this, I made this moment. It is I made. So yeah, check this out. Just at any distance, look at how cool that looks. Just the moving fog everywhere. Actually, I'll just play the level and you can just see how cool. I'll show you what they did in a second, but I mean, also, you know, Jack-o'-lantern moon's cool. Notable. But yeah, here's the thing, like, it's just like, oh cool, it's fog. What is this? This is a plane. They just literally took planes and put, like, you know, little, like, you know, like cloud textures on them. That's it. That's all they did. But it looks cool. I was like, you geniuses. That's awesome. Yeah. Now, there's like volumetric fog that you could just add to your game. Like, that exists already if you really want to fog everything. But if you just want fog that just kind of is nice looking and... it's kind of a genius plan. It just is a good look. Yeah. I'm pretty certain you can take any kind of cloud texture or something like that, or even just some wispy texture you make yourself. This is from that Humble bundle that's currently still available, right? And the Halloween one, if you want this specific one, but yeah, this from this one here. This is also where I got the pirate stuff. The Halloween one, wherever it's at in this one here, the stylized Halloween environment. This bundle's awesome. It's got so much cool stuff in it, and it's only $30 or something. Yeah. Yeah. 10 out of 10. Very happy. A new bundle too. Dev Market. Oh, it's all 2D crap. I don't want that. Boring. Yeah, I'd look into that, or just maybe look up some sort of fog texture in general. I'm sure like Mega Scans probably has a fog or something like that. I mean, this is clearly stylized fog. But then I started using it in the actual game too. I use it in the pirate area. I like that all the stylized stuff looks like toys, which is perfect. Just finding things that look like toys is a real challenge. That's fair. Yeah, like this is way lower resource requirement, so I mean it's not a bad thing at all. I was restructuring the game. This layout here. Let me find where I used it on this room. Perfect. Yeah, I started using it in this room. It even hides the window, so it gives you more of an illusion that it's actually what it is. Be like the coolest pirate set. You tell my computer hates me right now. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Like, you can definitely see some of the problems with it, but it, you know. And I'm sure I could position it better, but... Oops. But even up here, it's got a nice look to it, where you're just like, cool, look at this. I mean, that's awesome looking. So, yeah. I definitely look into that idea. Because, well, let's just be real here. That's the goods right there. Go. Back up. Review. Now I want an area with machines, because I'm just going to make my own machines. I might even make my own conveyor belts and stuff. It occurred to me I was looking for the right assets, and I was like, well, if I got to make it in Blender, it'd take forever, but make stuff in this doesn't take that long at all. Including the spider heart thing, though this is going to be a resurrection bat. I tried to use someone else's bizarre contraption, and it wasn't it. It just wasn't it. It ain't it. Nah, nah, man. I am half tempted to make these things taller. Actually, I was gonna add a liquid. That's right. That's what I was doing. We'll call this liquid. A liquid cylinder, I guess. Gas cylinder. So stick with water for now. I want specific water. I want the water I'm using. Got such a pleasant look. Perfect. Which one? And water base. This is from Dreamscape. Oh yeah, Dreamscape's awesome. Stuff's beautiful. Hmm. Nice. Yeah, there's so much stuff there, and like it's made by Laertes, which they're the same people who made all this steampunk world assets here. Like, you know, I love their stuff. I use a bunch of their stuff. They have a very nice look. They own a side company called Style Arts that does all stylized things. They also have a bunch of free stuff on their like the bundle will you go to the Laertes site to use it, and they have like a huge amount of free stuff on their own site too. So highly recommend them. I mean, you got to sign up to. It doesn't cost any money. Yeah, that's the site. And they got lots of free stuff. They even have sounds and VFX too. I didn't realize that. But hey, look at their free stuff too. I haven't looked at it. Unfortunately, their page reveals like personal information, so I'm not dragging it on the screen. But there's a lot of free things, including Nova Space Burgers. Okay, someone needs to make a Nova Space Burgers game. I'm just saying. You can go to the site and look it up. It's a free environment pack. It's very weird. Nova Space Burgers. Like the most narrow conceivable thing I could think of for a game thing. It's like, why? Why Nova Space Burgers? Oh. All right, so let's take this glass, not the glass cylinder. Let's take the liquid cylinder. And this needs to be smaller by a little bit. Okay. And you know, let's raise it up some. Let's crank it a bit. Something along the lines of this. All right, so its current scale of 1.55. And it's going to have to both move and scale, right? Let's say it scales to, we'll say 0.3. So here, test that out. So let's do these two things. Let's undo that. So we're going to need another lerp vector. And we're going to have to set relative on this too. But we're also going to have to set scale. Or lerp scale. Is that what it's called? Just lerp. Oh, there's a lerp transform. But I just want to scale it. There's no scale. Nope. Alright, well, we're doing it the manual way here. Rotation doesn't have to change. Alright, so we said the scale was 155 or 1.55. Yeah, sure, that's what you do. Huh. Well, thanks for the raid. Sorry, my alerts are broken due to any affiliate, and I've been trying to get it fixed, but yeah. I apologize wholeheartedly for that. I'm uncertain why, despite many authorizations and many things like that. I became an affiliate like, I think last Friday I streamed like twice since then, and each time they've just been broken. They work on YouTube. I streamed to YouTube at the same time and work there. But nice, nice. Well, I'll show you guys what I'm working on, because yes. So I'm making a game about, you know, a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she has to escape a toy factory. It's a steampunk game, so there's my steampunky world that I'm building. Okay. My toy factory. Oh yeah. Fix guy, don't mind me. I can zoom around the city a bit. I only made like a handful of blocks because you can only see so far, and you're not supposed to leave there, but as you can see, you never actually leave the toy factory, but you can see outside the windows and go out on the pipes, so it's important to note. This is things. Let me give you the full tour, though. Close a couple extra things, so this way I don't... My poor computer is just like, but why? And I'm like, but why not? We have arguments, my computer and I. It's a complicated world. The lighting set correct? Are you? Nice, nice. There's a Humble bundle you might want right now with a whole bunch of stylized stuff that just came out. Well, I'll show you in a second. Go off the game first, but it's I'm actually using some of the assets from it because someone bought it for me. I was like, on the stream, I was like, take a pic and use it on Toy Factory. Take a picture outside into that. Oh, I need a nav mesh. 1 second. Not gonna work without a nav mesh. Yes, follow me. I'll just manually thank you because the alerts are broken, but yes. To follow. Thank you, both of you. You can fix this real fast here, and show you where we're at. Yeah, thank you for the follow through the addict and QMZ Zoom. Sorry, QME Zoom. Smiley Face Pumpkin is awesome. I wanted this character to have, you know, represent two different sides of this character, the happy smiley version and the angry version, so I've put it in pumpkin form. Do not question the pumpkins. The Patrick fight. Pardon any lag, but you know, my computer is only so strong. Alright, so she uses tarot cards as her weapons. This is the Fool. It's her default weapon. She's powered by this curse that permeates this building. If she goes in the darkness, the curse fills up, but if her sanity goes down, when her sanity hits 0, actually, let me fix that. I have her sanity off because I was running around a map. I was building things, do not question. I broke a mechanic intentionally just so I could wander around some new maps I got to look at how cool they were. Yeah, something like that. Basically, it slowly kills you when you run out of sanity, but... well, eventually does just straight kill you. But you gain power when you're in the darkness to use your abilities. So you have to try to balance between being in the dark and being in the light. Because if you go back in the light, you get your sanity back, but you gain no power. You can't use any extra abilities. All right. We'll give you the full showcase of all the stuff. Where I'm at and all that. Yes. Yes, indeed. Everything should work now. We're good. Okay. So. I actually haven't, but I've seen people play it. So this is Patrick. He's the first of the bosses. He's got 3 phases. He's real dumb. He's not supposed to be the smartest. He'll try to attack and things like that. Maybe. This is the Magician. The Magician manipulates objects, such as turning lights on. It'll also let you pick up objects and launch them, potentially to damage things. If you can hit them. Come back and fight. I will hit you. He spits pieces of toys too. I have the star. It sits there and heals you at the price of sanity. If you're in the dark, you can see your sanity just decrease really fast if you're using that. He summons toys too, well, he spits them out. These are his little frenzy summons. The Fool has a super move where it goes giant, because why not? And also launch cupcakes. I've been streaming for about 6.5 hours, so unfortunately my computer gets laggier near the end of the stream. Like after about 8 hours, I usually just stop the stream out of pure like, why did I do this? And his last one, he starts jumping around all crazily and summoning lots of helpers. This is her dodge. You can also do this, go to the menu thing in order to get explosions in the background and things. It takes a picture. Yeah, thank you. Yumizu, thank you. Yeah, it takes pictures of whatever's going on in the background so you can photobomb things. We'll photobomb Patrick. We'll try to. Can I photobomb you? Oh, he's behind a thing. Sucks, Patrick. Beat him up. Oh, don't hurt me. I'm gonna make a thing where you can actually write a name on there and save the like pictures. It was an accidental feature that just turned out to be so cool. I was like, I love this. Also, the super bar is broken, don't question it. I don't know why it's broken, but it is. I'll blow a few of these up. This is her dodge. It costs curse to do. Come back and fight. You summoned so many helpers. I'm about to tone him down. Because he's supposed to be the first boss, but... I got rid of a bunch of them. And you summon more. Suck. Stop summoning more helpers. Running out of sanity. The music will start to change and it'll get darker as the sanity runs out, so you really don't want to be in the dark too long. But like I say, you gain power back, so you kind of want to be in the darkness. That's what happens when the sanity gets really low. No more helpers. Stop summoning helpers. Almost out of sanity. Uh-oh. No, don't run out of sanity. The game's about 13 to 15% done, so there's a lot of balancing that needs to happen, and it just hasn't happened yet. Oh. Thanks for swinging by. I'll show everyone else the mechanics. Thanks for the raid, and you know, I pretty much stream 5 nights a week, so feel free to drop by and give me suggestions on things that you like or don't like. I let people, well, I'm eventually gonna let people in the Discord test the game when it hits a testable state, so eventually people will get to do help in the dev time. Oh, it's help in the dev in general. I think he summons too many helpers, to be completely honest. He probably needs a limiter. He's almost dead, but the rule is I have to fight every one of the bosses without any upgrades and beat them to make sure the bosses are fair. It's something that the guy who made Castlevania does, and he did it with Bloodstained, where he's like, nope, it has to be fair. You have to be able to win with nothing. Hold this for me, please. Ow. The most effective strategy is actually just dodge nearby them, and they just kill themselves. Well, they are suicide bombers, so them killing themselves makes sense. No. I need to jump on a number of summons big time. I'm just using my curse just to kill them by dodging nearby them. You're such a jerk, Patrick. Got him. They do blow you up if you hit you, though. Take damage. Yep, that's Patrick. I'll give you an idea of that there. I'll show you some of the game mechanics for funsies. And then, yeah, good times. So you can pick up these blocks. You saw that in the fight. You can also use them to stand on. So you can actually build, you know, platforms and things like that. But that's not the real use of the magician, because the magician has like an actual, well, one day if it ever starts the game, you tell my computer is protesting heavily. Like, but why? The game's a lot less laggy when I'm not streaming, or I've been streaming for 6 hours and 41 minutes, so it's not as laggy then, put it that way. But anyway, yeah, you can open drawers and the like, so it creates platforms. I can jump on this, I swear I can. I'm doing this on a keyboard and a mouse because I just didn't grab my controller. That's my explanation. I have a controller, I could use it. It does work. Yeah, you get it to various places that way. fool can break things. That's how you get to other rooms. Like some of the ways you can sneak to the rooms. You can open windows. You can't leave the building. Like you could stay out on these pipes, but if you go any farther out that, then you die. So you're powered by the curse that curses the building. So if you leave the building, but you know that's why I have a city around it, so you can see things. Pulls herself up. Get her sanity back, because that's why I put the light here. That's a weird texture. To fix that. This stuff signifies that you can grab it. Use to vault up and stuff like that. Most of the game is subdivided into rooms, so you can use the various keys to get through things. A lot of the platforming involves, you know, going up along these strange places, and sometimes they're more human-like things, sometimes they aren't. I have a lot of stuff in place just to show where you can go at the moment. Some of it won't be there later, but... it's a bit laggy, unfortunately, so the jump should have been easy, but I didn't make it. That's okay. That's not okay. And if you have the keys, you can actually open the doors too. Get to the next area. That's the magician in a nutshell. Oh. Guess I don't need the new follower in there. I was gonna make an animation in here, but right now. For followers and things like that. Make a bunch of animations using stuff in the game. I was gonna have, like, you know, a little guy following after you during it. And then for a raid, have a bunch of them. You know, if the alerts worked. We'll solve this mystery. It might be a restream.io thing. Maybe. So anyway, there's possessed objects in the game. You hit them and they don't want to do anything. They don't like you, and it's pretty obvious. But if you have the Hierophant active, they'll behave as long as the Hierophant is active, thus creating additional platforms. Oh, that's right, I screwed up and put some lanterns in the way, whatever. I made a change that didn't quite pan out the way I wanted, and I need to change it back, but that's okay. But as you see, it burns your curse pretty fast, so you have to go to these rooms where the curse... actually, go to areas where the curse is working on you. The light turns purple. Purple tinge, and you'll notice the music will start to change. The worse your sanity gets, so... Woohoo! I need to skip that one. I should probably take it out because I could skip it. If I can skip it, there's no point in it being there. This is my reference to Annabelle. If you know anything about the Warren Museum. Annabelle, actually, that's the wording on her case. I just thought it was fun. This is my own evil doll. Yeah. This is the room to show how to use this ability here. And show off one of the weapons too while I'm at it, because I don't have a nav mesh down, so they can't move without the nav mesh, but that's okay. This is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. Fires bubbles. I need to enlarge the bubbles so this one actually gets hit by him, but that's okay. Kind of a fun weapon. I like it. I have talkative landmines. Have fun. Step here, please. Thank you. These are the boxes where you save at. The magician can also open cupboards. If you have the key, I'll turn it back on. Just cuz. Quick way up. Not a lie. Yeah, you get an idea of those things like that. You put the code into UE and click redeem. You don't redeem at UE. You go to that site I linked earlier. Cosmos, I believe. Yeah, scroll up the chat a bit. You'll see it. And then the redeem option is there. It's very good. And then to showcase some of the other stuff there, because, well, I've got biomes and things like that, type mazes, and the second biome is like jungle themed. I just call them biomes because, well, they're kind of like a biome. Yes, yes. Biomes. Infinite biomes. It's basically like a toy store for anything else. It was originally going to be a toy factory, but now it's more like a toy store. And really, it's just every area is themed around the toys that are going to be there. And because it's a steampunky game, it's, you know, like 1920s type of thing, so the whole safari thing is a thing. These will launch you. Woohoo! I hide platforms, or platforming in the game. Oh, I missed. Water kills her, by the way. I wouldn't have missed if it wasn't laggy, but it is laggy. Is what it is. Not much I can do about it. Poor computer's like, but why? Okay, computer. Okay. Did it twice. Probably not helping. The water kills her, but if you have the Emperor will let you travel into the water. I've created an underwater world set. Need lighting and aren't there yet. And shells to open. It'll be much cooler when I put in all the random lights and stuff, but you know. It's like a giant fish tank, essentially. If that helps. I have enemies, but I think I've made something like 8 enemies and 2.5 bosses. Sorry, 1.5 bosses? Yeah. By made, I mean I actually gave them behaviors in combat, like you can fight them. I have multiple other models that I haven't actually done anything with. Because, well, you know. I ain't got there yet. That bundle I was talking about, actually I should just link the bundle for anyone who really wants our bundle. Really cool assets. Yeah, this is the bundle that these assets came from. It's like $30 on Humble Bundle. There's like 61 asset packs. And I'm going to use a couple from there. The pirate stuff. Like pirate toys. So, yes. Yes, indeed. These are the areas for humans and everything like that. You can see them out there where, you know, it's normal sized. And then there's weird toy dioramas all over the place. Yeah, you have to redeem on the Cosmos site. And then you can just download the stuff and add it to your projects. It's not as clean, but... I mean... with Fab being weird right now, I can be surprised really that that's kind of broken. Yeah, if that's how it is. But they're pretty good. They have a bunch of free stuff too, so worth to look at all their free stuff as well. I use a lot of their assets. They also have really big sales on their assets that usually are better than the ones for the Fab store. Yeah. I got the strength hero card, which lets you double jump. Some of these might get changed a bit. I lagged and I fell in the water. Sad. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I mean, that's most of the abilities that are available at the moment. You can see I've been building and building multi-tiered stuff to run around on. Including the weird pumpkin house place. I mean, sorry, tomato houses. With all sorts of weird winding pathways and stuff. Yeah. That's kind of about what I got going on. The overall tour. You'll see me building all sorts of stuff. Like right now I'm building machinery. Like I made machinery and I made my little, I'm making them in Unreal Engine. I have my weird spider heart thing. This is going to be a VAT for something else. I've been working on these things here. I'll just put them in here. I'll show you what I'm working on. Oh, actually, I didn't quite finish the water thing. These are supposed to pump, like, eventually blood, but, only the plunger works right now. I was going to shrink the, like, liquid so it makes it look like it's moving. You can only see the actual plunger move. Actually, yeah, the plunger moves up if you saw it like that, see? It'll come back down eventually. Yep. And I made these Tesla coils. And of course the art's just spinning like that. But you know, I'm working on it. But I was like, okay, I don't have these assets, so what am I going to do? And I'm like, well, I'm going to try to make some. That's what I'm doing. I'll just make it. I make lots of random things. So I was doing this here. And we're going to do alert transform. Actually, that relative transform. Yeah, okay, set relative transform. That's what I want. Alert transform. I was going to do it separately, but there's no option to do some things. This is just liquid here. It doesn't need an actual rotation. And the second scale I wanted was 0.3. Remember that now, so that's fine. And then location. Its current location, glass cylinder, is at negative 36. Okay. So let's do negative 36. And then once it's been transformed here, we'll see how this looks. It might look terrible. We're about to find out. Let's switch to 0.3. Let's undo that. Let's undo that. Thank you. Set this to 0.3. Then move it up to the top. 27, okay. Undo, undo. I don't want to have to do it the other way. So 27. All right. Get the alpha from this timeline. Drag it over. Set this up here. I think that's all it will take. On this one. Maybe. I forgot I had alcohol. Yes, yes indeed. Oh. Long live chaos, Twitch scam you has followed again. Ah. Okay, look, see? Water goes up. Squishes. And it comes back down. Perfect, perfect. Yes. Yes. So, no. You can just download it. You're good. You gotta pay anything. They had some weird option where you could pay to get, like, you know, stuff cheaper, like, because you got like points every month to do it, or they just have regular sales. But no, I've been downloading things from them since I got the Tumble Bundle, and I'm good. Okay, so we're gonna create a dynamic material instance here because I want this to be well, not this. And the material I was using was this water base, so let's grab the water base. Let's put it on. Do this. There's only one element on this thing, so it's not like yeah, it's just one element. I'll promote it to a variable just because. Call this the water dynamic. Your parameter. I could type it, but I can also copy paste it. Big fan of copy pasting. Trying to change here. Watercolor, it looks like. Watercolor deep, just watercolor probably itself is fine, I assume. Here. That's all to make it move. I don't care about that. I just think it's just watercolor is all I care about. I could have just looked for base color. That's right. I'm smart. Really, I am. Yeah, it's adding the base color right there. So watercolor. Okay, it's alright, it's alright. Watercolor. Promote. Color. I'm going to default this to, you know, red. Okay, so it doesn't quite get... It needs the other color too, it looks like. Okay. Okay, sure, the deep color, sure. Got it. Watercolor deep. Neat. Great name there, buddy. Should have done this way. Whatever. So, water deep color, because color deep sounds stupid. File that, and then I can set it as instance editable too, just so I can change the watercolor. So I'll do that too. Just be that guy. Well, actually, we'll make the watercolor deep a slightly different red, just for funsies. How does this look? A little interesting, I suppose. But I think it's just close. It looks a little less bueno. And then I think I might add light. I'm gonna do more than just add a light though, because it looks stupid just adding the light. I could actually just add the light to the top. I like this idea better. Forward, please. Forward. You go. I'm not going to add this light because it's got an emissive attached to it, so I don't really have to do that. Two variations. Not only that. I think I like that one. Those socket variations, sure. Oh, perfect. Field variations. I kind of like this one here because it just kind of matches the overall aesthetic. You know? I can also make it stronger too. Where's the strength on this one? That actually looks like it's pretty strong as is. All right. Now it has a light attached to it. The top. I like that. Oh, my favorite scammer didn't actually post a message. Every night, well, a lot of nights, there's a scammer that likes to just show up and post the same weird cryptic message. I don't like the bottom of this. No, it's just boring. These are kind of the same way. They're just kind of boring. I'm gonna break her sanity again intentionally because it's annoying. I don't have to constantly have an update while I'm figuring out what I'm doing on this because I'm just doing art anyway. If I was doing combat, it's a different story, but I can't always do combat. I guess I could. The game would have great combat by that point. Getting there, but You know what? I might just copy this as the main default color. And color. Better, so this way it just kind of matches. Okay, and then I added these here for the dynamic colors. Look at this text position. Manually rotate the needle. Is it a question of 1 and 0? It is a question of 1 and 0. I do this since it's a child actor. Let's see. So let's get this gauge here. How do I access the children's toys here? Needle rotation. Normally you could just call them, but child actor template BP gauge. Can't cast to itself. Huh. Gotta be a method here that works for this. Why would you have to add a tip? Did you redeem all 3 of the things? There shouldn't be a tip required, right? Check. You shouldn't require any kind of tip or anything like that. A big bundle. Can't do it on the screen though, because unfortunately, literally got, personal information on there, so it shouldn't take me long to figure out this problem from him. Was there a classroom in this bundle? I'm not even seeing it. Maybe it's in one of those. Studio license, these things here. House interior, no. You redeemed it, but the classroom was not there. Huh. That's weird. Abandoned chemistry classroom? Just run a search for chemistry in the search anything, and you should be able to find it, because I just found it with no problems, and I can download it. Yeah. Yeah, at the top, just do that. Oh. You use your 100% for you tip to claim it? You can't tip 0? I didn't claim any course like that. 1 penny it is. I don't know. I didn't even check that. That's stupid. BP gauge object reference. So why can't I promote this to a variable? It's a BP gauge object reference. Okay. That's not helpful. Does this work? I'm just going to test to see if it even works. I need to look up how to reference a child actor that's attached to something. Because it's part of this already. You would think you could just call it. Or drag it out. But that does not appear to be the case. A template. Oh, this template element. Might not be able to move the gauge with it that yet, so I might just leave it temporarily off. It's just to be a child actor class. I don't get why. There's just no option. All right, fair enough. Well, we'll just leave that off then, temporarily. I don't need it. I can work on the other thing I was working on. I forgot how to reference that. Hmm. I need it for the drawers too. Something else too. We're getting there. I could have like dark metal at the tops and bottoms of these. That might make them look a little nicer. As opposed to what I currently have. Or even just an actual base at the bottom. All of them could have a straight base at the bottom. I don't know if they need that. I don't hate the way those are as they are anyway, so... I'll make something new and I'll think about it. When in doubt. Make something else. Ooh, more stuff. The resurrection bat. Was it? Because I don't see one. Yes. Do what I ask there. Hmm. Because I changed the name. It's like, it's still here. Mm-hmm. You might contact their support about that, because that just seems so bizarre and weird. I haven't tried to redeem that. So stupid that that's how they did it, if that's the case, though. Right? Oh, there's a 1 month subscription thing I never even did. I just redeemed the oh, it was a classroom experiment. Redemption instructions. The redemption instructions don't state anything about that. They just literally just say, "It's redeem, you need coupon code." And I want this thing and all that. Doesn't even look like it's through Laertes. Something like that. But this is what I clicked for the classroom thing. It seems kind of weird because it doesn't look like it's the right thing at all. Whatever. I'll try to redeem it later and see what happens, I guess. Laertes Gumroad, yeah. 100% off will be applied at discount, blah, blah, blah. I want this. Maybe I guarantee add to wish lists. I don't have an account there, so I'd have to do all that, but it's interesting. I'll look into it. I'm curious, but that's later, not now. Check out the restream chat. Well, I'm sure if you connect, if you not connect, if you contact their support, they'll probably be like something for you. I would hope. Insane if they didn't. Actually, why am I doing this? I can just copy paste the thing I want from here. Okay. EP pump. Already open. Okay. Glass cylinder. Copy. Pasta. Pasta has been copied. Perfect. Copy the liquid cylinder too, I suppose. Well, this one I'm thinking I want to be. Get the size figured out first for what I want this to be. Like what I'm trying to accomplish here. 1.9, just to make it slightly less ridiculous here. Doesn't need to be all filled up or anything like that either. Who's probably fine. Nope, 1.9 on that one too. Hmm. Oh, drag our res vet up. I should have just made my own because literally, if I make my own, it was like way easier than the crap the other people were making, and I'm not doing anywhere near as much work. Rather than trying to get their trash to work. I need to be bigger than this by quite a bit. Something along these lines here. Huh. Not tall. Didn't fit in that. So in reality, I probably need to have it in the center here and make it just taller. Like if I want it to be like human sized. Hmm. How do I want to position this? I mean, I could have it laying down. I could make a bed instead of it, have her lay on that, and basically have it like in water, like some sort of blood thing. I think the vat's more interesting. Just having them float up and down is probably cooler. Get some sort of, steampunk lab thingy. Mess my hair up. Hmm. That should fit for like a different pose. So this would be about the right size if I wanted to fit straight up and down. I could also just bend her body so she fits in there too a bit. I'm gonna work on this vat and we'll go from there. It needs to be taller though. Like I have it set as, let's just all 8. I guess it could be like a different type of vat, like or not it could be not so it could be taller, right? It could be like 2.9 here and then have this be like 2 point, oh, it'll be like a 3. So it's more shaped for as opposed to the other, so it doesn't have to be as wide. Maybe go something along those lines instead. Not a bad plan. I kind of want it in front of the steampunk heart though. So I guess we're just doing more cylinders, right? Basically, yeah. All right, well, let's just copy one out of here because it's so easy. Add the metal stand from here. Mm-hmm. 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 Move this up some. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And put Mega Man inside. I mean, just contact their support. I'm sure there's some sort of thing to do it. You get all upset about it, or you could just resolve it and be done with it. I mean, like, I'll look into it afterwards. Should be not a problem. Layer Chase has been pretty good whenever I've talked to them. I wouldn't really sweat it much. Hmm. You could put a winder on top. There's not a lot of gears in this either. There should be more gears. Also, there still needs to be some kind of gauge. We have standards here. One must have a gauge. Actually, wait a minute. Let's just take all the settings from this gauge. Mm-hmm. I think I might want to have some kind of a metal thing in front to have, like, you know, I guess information or something. Is that what I'm doing? Hmm. Hmm. Put it in a giant vacuum tube. Funny. Curious. Probably not gonna do this, but I'm just really curious if it worked out. Go inside the giant vacuum tube. That'd be pretty funny, actually. 50? 60? What if I did this? It was inside of a giant vacuum tube instead of this glass cylinder here. That's actually not bad looking. Interesting idea. Then I'll just get rid of this metal top here. You put in this strange thing. Oh, I'm moving the metal top. Hmm. That is interesting. Do I want gears rotating on this? I don't think I do. But I could make some sort of a board or something like that. That's maybe in the front or lower that literally has like what looks like buttons on it. Technically, those could be working buttons too. There's nothing stopping them from being working buttons. True. Let's see. Probably gonna want this material here for this. I'm not sure if I want the which one I want on this, but it's perfectly fine. I'll just mess with it and figure it out. Okay, so I probably just want a cube. Point one. What I'll do is I'll expand this out a bit. To 2 point. All right. That. This way, the various information is just kind of sitting on there. Mm-hmm. A weird socket sticking out of here or something like that. Just unusual things. It could have like pipes coming out of it too. I actually don't know if I like this weird thingy as much as I like the other thing. I don't know if I like the vacuum tube very much. I think I like the glass cylinder better. One of those things. I just don't quite like it. Not rotating. Okay. I don't know why it doesn't want to suddenly move very easily, but here we are doing here we are things. And just do 45, make my life easy. Mm-hmm. 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 Could make these slightly smaller. Mm. Nah. Sometimes about the ostentatious things going on, these things like you really want it to be ridiculous. Save just so I don't have to do it all again just in case something happens to break, because goodness knows these things happen. All right. All this because I didn't want to pay $150 for an asset pack. I'd rather have my own custom stuff anyway, to be honest. Out of there. That's right. Perfect. I'm showing them. Yeah. Well, it's Fab's fault. They're the ones who decided that sales were overrated. That's right. It's 315. If Fab would, you know, hurry up and have a sale on it, so it's not $150, I'd hurry up and buy it. But unfortunately for them, by the time Fab has a sale, I might have just made all the stuff anyway. In which case, whatever. Like, sucks to be you, Fab. Yeah. A lot of the assets on there are just complete garbage. 0 out of 10. Would not buy those. There's some good stuff on there, don't get me wrong, but 9 times out of 10, I get all my assets out of Humble Bundles. There you go. Now it's got full gauge thingies on it. Is this backwards? And it looks a little backwards. Oh yeah, the amount of stolen assets on Fab is dumb. I'm like terrified to buy a lot of things on there for that very reason. They need to clean house. I realize Fab just opened, so they shouldn't have that much crap on it already, but somehow here we are, where they have put crap on everything. The number of AI trash they make too, and it's just like, this person literally just sat there for like, you know, 30 minutes and AI generated a bunch of images and then put it up as an asset pack, and I'm like, really? Really? I gotta work on this sign thingy. I don't like it, but still, I gotta admit that now that it's like out in the world, it looks much cooler than expected, right? Yeah, I mean, some of the AI stuff can be okay, but you know, the if you want like, you know, $10 because you generated 100 AI images, like so many packs like that, and it's just like, I'm just gonna go ahead and hide the AI stuff because most of it's that. Yeah. But thanks, looking good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, everything has a real different perspective when you're actually down in the area. I might possibly put this facing the other direction. Right? What if I do this? Make it more like a room or something like that. Got my crazy steampunk heart thingy. And I'm slowly making more lab things. They're definitely going to cost money. You definitely should claim them. Even if you don't plan on using them, I mean, it's click one button and you get all of them, so you might as well do it. I don't know why they're suddenly charging for them. They've been giving you away for free forever. How much money do they think they were going to make? Oh, sure. Glad it worked out. Always glad when things get the job done. Alright, so I actually hate the location of this. I could put another one over here and just kind of run with it. Take this weird table with a coffin and put it somewhere else. So when he's done with the bodies, he can just, you know, throw it in a coffin and, you know, put it up there. Yes. Sure. Why not? I want to say I kind of hate the coffin thing, so I might get rid of it. Hate it much. So ugly. Doesn't fit my world very well. I mean, they had coffins in it, but it doesn't fit. Yeah. No, for UE, you don't have to pay if it's under 1 million. Not even 100. Yeah, it's a very good deal for small devs. Fab, on the other hand, it's a terrible deal for everybody. Oh, that thing. Yeah, the new licensing thing can suck a fat one. I hate complicated licensing things. It makes me not want to buy from them. Why didn't use ArtStation? I was like, I'm never going to use ArtStation because they're just like, look at all these licenses. Like, no, I want one license that says I can just use the thing in my projects without limitation. Like, not resell it. Just I want to be able to use it in my projects and not worry about how many times I sold a project. Like, what? That's ridiculous. I mean, 100K like things is unlikely it's going to happen, but still, one worry I don't want. You know, just arbitrary for no reason. I don't even know if I want this ritual stuff anymore. Maybe I keep it in there or something. I know for the free stuff there, though, there is an actual option sometimes to select a professional license. I don't know. I claimed all the free for the month stuff, and I think I ended up with standard licenses. I also don't think they're ever going to check, so it probably doesn't even matter, but it's just an obnoxious thing that makes me not want to shop there. I want this to be smaller and just have text on it. Like maybe about like Poppet height to say something. If I put it there, I was going to put some text on it. But what I could do is just increase the size of the base too. I'm going to run pipes into it. That's why I have weird things at the top. Because I want to input the pipes there. What I'm not satisfied with, these pausing. Like, it just doesn't work for me. It seems like it reaches the top really fast, and then it just waits. Like, way longer than it needs to. Maybe I make this 1 second instead. Oh. Never mind. That's the problem. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, UE's still like the best game in town for what we got. They were giving away a lot of free stuff. They still do give away a lot of free stuff, so it's hard to really feel too bad about it, but it makes me not want to buy things if they keep making licenses really complicated, but for the free stuff, I don't worry too much about it. There we go. I'll probably run some pipes into this stuff here. You know what? I have a plan. What do I call this? I had a name for it. Just all name them all the same thing. Machine operating. Custom event. All right, so I need a timeline. Actually, do this here. Float track. Here. 0 and 0. I think just 2 seconds. 1 might be better, but 2 is fine for now, I guess. Value of 1, time of 2. This looks like this doesn't fail. Here. And then event graph. Flip flop. Art. Mend. All this so I can probably do, actually we'll do a 0.8. We'll do a slight thing there. It might need to be just 0.9. I'm trying to make the heart beat, by the way. Update. Play. Looks good. Looks good indeed. There you go. Okay, well, there you kind of go. Well, first things first. It looks like the gear is also shrinking, and I don't like that at all. Don't shrink that. Shrink this less. Now let's see. Look. See how it looks. Or computer's just like, but why? Why have you done this to me? I mean, that's kind of cool, right? Oh, thanks. Getting there. We're getting there. Let's add some sounds, shall we? Ever heart noise? Maybe. Not mine either. Heartbeat. Here. Perfect. So for the repeat here, let's do play sound at location. I feel like it needs a bigger multiplier because it's huge. All sneaky here. Imagine, you know, not making your own assets in here. You can hear it, but it's not loud enough. Maybe the attenuation things because it's so far away as well. I just have a generic sound attenuation because I forgot even how to make one. I made it a long time ago and I was like, I'll just drop this on everything. That work ain't easy. You can hear, I'm going to reduce Poppet's music. Seems so loud. Remember, this actually sets as 0.5. Oh, it's 0.5 here then too. I'm not resetting it, so that's probably why it's so loud, but gotta try not to have too much of a cacophony. I've considered how much music I really want in the game versus how much I just want like atmospheric sound effects. It's kind of an argument between the two. It does have a heart playing, but look at the sound attenuation thing because it seems like it's just really, really wimpy. Like a large noise. Pretty easy to just change some stats. So if I just duplicate the thing and change some stats, I'm good to go, right? Just in the day. Right. Oh, that was dumb. This should be 800 and 1500, and I just changed the wrong one. I was like, wait, this doesn't seem like anything changed at all. I guess I did it wrong. No. Well, I did it wrong. It's true. I forgot how much I liked making assets in here. That's way better. It's so big, I could imagine hearing it anywhere in this room would be pretty fair. I'm gonna put all this ritual stuff in the thing. I don't even know if I want to keep this ritual thing though. I just literally had some mystical crap here, but kind of just want to throw all that away and pop it in the vat. Problem with this though is this water is not very clear. Let me put a character in the vat so I have an idea. Not the other one because, well, she's not wearing enough for that. I got annoyed that her clothing was falling over her face. I couldn't see because she's wearing a dress. The dress would go. It looked pretty funny. But it wasn't as disturbing. It just looked funny, which is not what I was aiming for. I was like, this is not supposed to look funny. Jeez. Ruin everything, why don't you? Jeez. It'll do. I want to see if I can see a character in there is really what I'm looking for. Well, they easily fit. That's helpful. I still gotta fix that. I don't like that. You really can't see her. Maybe with some lights or something I can make it work. You see part of her outfit. You can sort of see her outline a little. Hey there, Hyperions Live. How's it going? Thanks for following the raid. Sorry, my alerts are broken. Ever since I became an affiliate like a few days back, there's been some issues and they don't seem to want to work. They drive me nuts. Keep thinking I've got them fixed. But as you can see, not fixed. I will figure out why. I think it's some authorization thing. Everything worked beforehand and then I'm an affiliate and it's like, nope. I'm like, nope. Yeah, I appreciate the raid. I'll give you the tour since there's new people here and we love new people. I'm currently making a steampunk lab because, well, your character was killed and her soul was put into a doll. So I'm making my own assets for that in Unreal Engine, various machines to do that. And that's currently what's going on with at the moment. You're playing as the doll Poppet, trying to escape a toy store. Nice. Yeah, I've been making all these things there. I was excited by my new steampunk heart. Made Tesla coils. I made these pumps. Currently I'm making this vat to hold a person in. I was going to put glowing text in the front and, you know, information on this thing, and I'm probably going to shrink this down so it's a little bit. Thanks. Yeah, you're playing as a little toy like that, and I was working on the first room you're going to be in because you wake up as a toy in the box. But I will give you the tour of stuff. And everyone else is interested. Kind of the default tour because, well, the game's like 13 to 15% done. A lot of it's I have content made, it's just things aren't balanced very well and the AI is kind of crap on a lot of sites, so I'm working on it. But it's a 3D Metroidvania, it's in a steampunk world. I could have showed you the city, but I didn't yet. You play as Poppet. I love this pumpkin, it's awesome. Important. She uses tarot cards as her powers. This is the Fool. You're working on your game Hyperions? Inty face rig today. Oh man. I haven't even bothered with face rigs. That sounds like a lot of work. Are you gonna do like, you know, fully like voice acted cutscenes and everything? Or this is Patrick. Chat named him. Was it? No, I got that right. This character's powered by the curse, so if she goes in the darkness, she gains power back, but if she stays in the darkness, she loses sanity, which causes her to eventually die. As you can see, her sanity will slowly start ticking down. Oh. You know why it won't tick down? Because I disabled that. Let me fix the mechanics real fast so I was exploring and didn't want to do that. I intentionally break this thing right here so I can not have the levels or not have the sanity effects matter while I'm testing stuff. Easier than you thought, you say, huh? I mean, like, Daz has a face rig, and that's what Poppet was made in Daz. but I haven't looked at all into it because I really don't think I'm going to bother on that level. I mean, you know, it'd be cool and all, but probably a lot to ask for where I'm at with this, with being a solo dev. So the magician lets you grab objects and you can like throw them or manipulate objects in the environment. Pardon the lag, it's the longer my computer streams, the laggier the game gets. Not usually this bad, but it's been over 8 hours and I think yeah. He spawns out little helpers or he spits them out of his mouth. You make the fool grow big in order to get more damage. Temporary super thing. Yep. The star trades sanity for health. These guys are great, they explode. I tried to photobomb them, exploding. Very important. I never get tired of photobombing. Highlight of my day. So laggy. Oh. Magician can turn on things too, so that's a thing. So laggy. Jeez. People just have to take my word for it that it's not that laggy when the thing first starts or when I'm not streaming. Yeah, nice facial animations. Cool, cool. So what are you planning on doing with all that? Like, what's the goal of the animations? Anyway, I'm not gonna play that out right now just because the lag is terrible. I think every hour it adds like a few frames of lag. So by the end, it's like 20 extra frames of lag, and you're like, ugh, why? That's okay. I'll show off some other things instead. I realize I've been streaming for 8 hours and I didn't even care. I've just been going along. Doing my thing. Enjoying it. Got some of the other fun mechanics, those people who don't know. Because why not? So I've just been making all sorts of assets for I think the last couple hours. I'm just like, started with AI, then redesigned the layout of the game because I was like, well, certain areas make no sense. But now I'm making a bunch of stuff that's kind of cool. So I was gonna have a factory area, but then I was like, I don't have the assets, and now I'm like making the assets. I'm like, yes, I will have the assets. Now I want to use them because I made them. Damn. Oh, I thought I clicked the button. Not. I thought I did. There's possessed objects in the game. If you hit them, they just kind of do whatever, and they won't let you use them for anything. But if the Hierophant's active, it makes them behave as long as the Hierophant is active. Thus creating hidden platforming areas. I gotta fix that. I keep forgetting to fix those there, but whatever. I'm sure I'll forget this time too. I've shown this thing 3 times on the stream tonight and keep forgetting to fix some things. It drains curse. You have to go hide in, like, you know, various places where you get the curse back in order to actually have curse again, in order to do anything. This is part of why I say the game isn't quite, you know, beyond the 13 to 15%, is there's lots of little things that don't play well yet. Like, the mechanics are there. There's levels there. It's just they don't play well. So it's like, well, Right, lag there, didn't want to jump. Nice. Almost fell. Run for it! Run for it! There's a couple points where I know you can get the curse back, so... This here, right here. God, it's so laggy. I wonder why that happens. I think that the memory doesn't clear very well for the NVIDIA codec when streaming, and that might be the problem. Because, like, after about 6 hours, I noticed massive lag differences, and then by the time, you know, 8 hours rolls in, it's just so much more noticeable. This is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. A lot of stuff is kind of halfway there. For some reason it doesn't hit very well. It's probably the halfway there thing that this thing has. I just grabbed the key to this door so I can sneak in. These are my fun landmines. They ask you nice things, like, step here, hey! These are save boxes. I used to get to save real fast. Magician also serves as additional puzzling things by opening drawers and stuff. As your sanity drops, the music changes and the world will get darker and darker, so you kind of... Oh, thanks. Extreme Slayer. More Hierophant stuff over here. I totally missed the jump. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm about 9 months in. I have a full-time job, so, you know, it's kind of not as fast-going as it could be, I imagine. You know? Like, it could be a lot faster. But, well, it'll get there. I'm hoping to have it released in the next year. It's kind of about where I'm at on the thing there. Like, it's tentative. Like, I'm gonna let people in my Discord do testing for me, and then I'm just gonna hopefully release it by next October. Preferably, like, you know, before Halloween, so people can... I can hit that sweet spot for this kind of game. That seems fair. Well, you know, projects could take a long time. Expecting your game to be done in, like, less than 2 years is pretty rare. That's kind of things there. Got that. That lag is so strong. I have to add in all kinds of drops and everything like that, but you can see a lot of I have a lot of random things going on here. There's a mechanic where there's a character whose soul's trapped in paintings, and she'll let you travel through the paintings to a painting world. And you can rescue other toys by throwing them into the painting world. If you ball at the moment, don't question it. The painting world. Every time you unlock a painting, it appears here, so you can jump into it to travel there. This is Tinka, my Discord's favorite waifu. She's just watching what you do. She floats in space. Kind of hard to see, but... I made some of the characters. I'm responsible for her. I'm responsible for Poppet. I'm responsible for a lot of the women, actually. All the victims of the serial killer who basically killed all these, you know, killed Poppet here. So I made all those. No, of course, anyway. Yep. Out in space, I make all these weird things. I'll probably end up brightening the game up a little bit, to be honest. I think it's a little darker than I want it to be. I could collect those, but I'm being terrible and not. Also made this guy too. I made a bunch of the teddy bears and stuff. That's kind of a lot of the tour. Besides areas, like the second biome is based on jungles and everything, like safaris. So it'll look like this kind of areas. Or these kinds of areas. Drop in. So you've been working 1.5 years on your project. What's the timeline for finishing your project? What is your project? I mean, I briefly saw. I'm pretty certain I raided you at one point, but by the time I raid people, I am so out of it. I can't even tell you what it is I've seen. Because I've usually been streaming for like 8+ hours, and I worked 8+ hours, and after like a 16-hour day, I'm like, that's pretty much it. So I'm sure I saw the project, but it didn't register in my... Oh, I fell in the water. Water kills Poppet, by the way. There's a thing to fix that. But yeah, I definitely been doing that. Oh, you have a Steam page? Nice, nice. I'll check it in a second. Check it on stream. Bit of free ads. Free ads. Yo. I like to hide platforming inside of areas designed for humans, so you can actually launch yourself with these things. Ooh. 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 I hide places up here so you can get fun things like that. Just cuz. There's currently no fall damage. Early access next year? That's fair. I like some early access. Just falling there, the lag is just every once in a while. A bit much. Yeah, you get areas like this. There's actually areas under the water here too. Whole world's under the water. I'm just gonna turn the lights on so you can see what I'm talking about. This is probably easier. Yeah, I'm building like what mounts like a fish tank thing under the water too, so there's a tarot that makes you immune to water and other harmful environmental things, and you can wander around through here too. I do multi-tiered levels, so there's pipes you can wander through. There's floors here, floors there, and hidden floors too. And just because it's cool. off one last area. I started building a pirate area with pirate models from the Humble Bundle we were talking about. Just cause. Then I'll get back to, you know, looking at things and doing the stuff like that. The alcohol is run dry. Yep. There's little model areas to run around in to fight other toys. I just started working on this not that long ago. It messed up there. Strength is the double jump of the game. I don't have any additional particles in for it yet, but I'll get there. I like to hide stuff, so... Everything's not touching at the moment. These things launch chickens that explode. Just cause. They look like little voodoo chicken things anyway, with like onion heads. Oh no! Whatever. Anyway. There's so much to do and need to be consistent doing where animal creatures, plant, increase density. Nice. So what are we working on here? You see. I'm gonna not run sound because I'm also streaming to YouTube. I'm going to attempt to get this to play and then watch it not play because reasons. Try again, this time with feeling. Maybe? Really? Really? I'm gonna try to show off your game and fail? Let's try this again, this time with feeling. I just wanted it to full screen. That's all I'm asking. Nice, nice. Going on a road trip. On a different planet. All different planets. And then Nevada. Take that, Nevada. I too dress that way in Nevada. It's funny because there are times when NASA will take you know, will train people in areas like that because they say it's kind of got the same type of problems. Just arriving out there, I'm like, oh, cool. I always hated that state. I wonder why. Because it sucks. Nah, it's got its moments. When you leave it, that's a pretty good moment. That's coming along pretty nicely, actually. Looking pretty good. That's where the Metroid egg is. And the giant dragon that died fighting it. Actually, it could be a pylon. True. Tried to take his pylon. He was upset. Man, there's so many biomes going on here. Cool. All right, we're about to hit ludicrous speed. We got this. We got this. Going along. Pew, 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 pew. Take that, asteroid. You got docking there, too? Wow. Space battles. I must admit, the scope of your game is impressive. Yes, indeed. Looks like probably a better Starfield. Take that, Starfield. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, damn. Looking pretty good. Credit where credit is due. That is a pretty good. I will point out your screenshots for people. They can jump for joy. I will attempt to do so. There we go. Of course, we saw the trailer, so I imagine they're somewhat similar. Yeah, I like all the biomes. There's a lot going on here. The worlds are very cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the worlds a lot. Space looking a little bland. I'm gonna say that the space could probably use a bit of sprucing up, like something in the backgrounds or something to really make it seem less black, like just like nebulas or something. So you just get that really cool visual in the background. But aside from that, I mean, it looks like it plays well. Reasonably fun. I mean, it might not be fun. I haven't played it, but it looks like it'd be fun. Procedurally generated stuff, fair, fair. Imagine actually making your content. Who does that? That's weird. I don't know. I was pretty big into procedural generation previously, but then I decided to make this game, and procedural generation not so good for this game. Oh man, no. Yeah, no, that's cool. One of the better projects I've seen on pretty much on Twitch at the moment. I check out people's, well, whenever I go to raid people, I check out projects briefly. Sometimes really briefly, depending upon how awake I still am. I'm like, what's this look like? I don't know. It looks okay. Let's go raid them. Okay, which times? Yeah, yeah. The PCG stuff. I had so much lag with the PCG stuff. I'm sure I'm not doing it as well as I could. I just remember that being a thing. Like I would activate it and get like half the frame rate by just putting one PCG stamp out. This wasn't streaming. This was just testing by itself. I'm like, but I think I didn't try. I think the last time I tried it was 5.0. When did PCG come out? Was it 5.2 or 5.3? Because I tried it in the version it came out, and I never got back to it for the since. So I think it was 5.3 it came out, right? Hmm. Hmm. It was one of the versions. Silly me is like, I don't remember. I don't know. Yeah, that's looking nice. Looks like a cube from actually one of the things from Mega Man, where you get a new part for jumping in. I'm just saying. Like Poppet jumps in, new shoes appear on her. It'd be awesome. Plays the Mega Man music. You're like, not sure if okay with Mega Man music. I get copyright claimed. I'm sad. The usual. I can stay on the cube, I guess. It's right there. I was like, wait a minute. Something ain't right. I remember this space asset that was really cool. It had so much neat, looking stuff. It had an entire flight system and combat system built into it. I can't remember what it was though. Looked at it a long time ago. Oh, thanks for swinging by. Your game looks great. Thanks for the raid. We'll catch you later. Also, thanks for the follow, Marcus. Chris viewer. 10 minutes ago, I didn't even notice because my alerts are broken. Very sad. Sorry about that. I will fix that before next stream. I'm going to find a way. I don't know how it's going to work because I'm not sure why it's even broken. Everything says it works, but this has not proven true so far. Nah, oh man, nah. Point ones. No. Not point one. This is a 2. This is the point. Well, this is just 1, I think. Nice and flat. Right, I'm making my 3D text flat. Don't worry about it. Don't question it. Yes, you can if you want. Fine. Like a 1 then, make it smaller. Right? At that point, you probably need to both be 0.5, right? And that just looks squished. This is probably better as a 1. I come with the text a little smaller than this though. Four. 9. That's not terrible. 0.8. Justify center. Put it right here. Strap it to the thing so we golden. Actually, that looks kind of squished too, doesn't it? That's a little better. Then, what are they using these other ones? Somewhere. I can recycle. Actually, these things have. If I choose to use it. Hmm. 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 This one, and then this one. Not this one, this one. The sparklers, there we go. That's the cream filling. All right, construction script. That text. Promote the variable. Sure. Instance editable. We do 2. We do pure. I just want to be able to see it, so I'll just change the variable real fast so I can see it. All right, that. I'll move this one down. And then go to the construction script. To this window variable. Text 2, it will also be instance editable. Okay. Like a soul vat or something like that. Neck popped. Good times when neck pops. Good times indeed. All right, so the resurrection bat. Oh, I need to change the water so it's clearer so you can actually see someone floating in it. Unfortunate. We could probably just change the opacity on it though. Or there's an opacity option. I guess I click the button. Well, actually, I'll just do that now. Change the opacity, not click the button. Oh, let's look. Well, this doesn't even have an option to change anything on there. How about that? The pump has it. That's liquid cylinder and liquid cylinder. It's actually this. Here, I'm just going to copy pasta a bunch of stuff. Do that. Create. Create. I also want to take a look at this here because I'm sure there's an opacity. Probably is. Opacity is tied to depth fade. A lot of. What's that look like? So depth fade will do it. Okay. Undo. I don't want to change them all, just this one. Onward. I'll just not copy paste. I thought I was going to copy paste, but I guess not. A water fade distance. Not a param though. But it could be. What if I made this 100? What happens there? Do what you want. This thing here, if I made this like 10 or something, would that change anything? Opacity depth. And what? Right, what I was hoping for. 0.5. I can change opacity depth, that would do it. Okay. I just needed a variable of some sort or param. Didn't care which one it was. As long as it gets the job done, I don't give a crap. Remote to variable. Undo local variable because nobody likes local variables. All my homies hate local variables. What are they called? Depth. Sure. Oh. Well, that was dumb. Go ahead and save this name right here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. I'm going to compile, save, and then delete it. Is not in use. It'll be like that. Oh. No. Never mind. Um. The scalar parameter. The actual spelling was this. An underscore and lowercase and all that crap. As that. And the depth is normally 1. We'll leave it at 1 as the default. But what I'm going to do is expose it first off instead of blooming. Like the same thing in that not really kind of way. 0.2. Now you can see the person in there. Genius tech here. You can see her in there, and that's all that matters for her. I was saying that like she was trying to leave the thing, but it's actually just a trick of the thing. This is so much neater than the crappy thing I had before. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I'll be back in like 2 minutes or something. Right back. back to the ground. Really not that tired today. It's weird. It's been like 8 hours and 51 minutes of streaming, and I worked for like 8 hours. You'd think I'd be tired. I mean, the now almost 17-hour day, but I mean, at some point I probably do have to stop because I know that for a fact I'm gonna go. Hey, wait a minute, I might actually have to go back to work. So at some point I probably should. Yeah, more than one vat. I don't see any reason not to. But they don't have to all be full. Why do I have to have everything else in here? Let's turn the lights back on here. I have an idea of what I'm even looking at. All right. I just put this character in here to show um, as a model thing just to see what's happening. Also, the weird part is it looks like the things aren't on our arms when it's through there, but when you get in here, it's fine. Like all the way when I spawn her hair on her. But so dead character up there, but I was gonna put it in there. Art thingy, all spidery. Pumps going places. I kind of think the pump should actually be somewhat near the resurrection vats. Guess I'll grab these characters and move them over there. Maybe move the resurrection vat. That's originally where the door is. I could move the vat over here. Have like vats along the way, multiple vats. Let's see how I'm doing this here. I could put like a vat here and then another one here or something. I don't know why I'm copying her twice. I almost think the vat should be over in the corners. I really want there to be this view of the moon out here. Kind of see it because it looks really cool. And I don't really want to obscure that view. I want to provide it as an option, and I kind of want you to run by it. Means I pretty much want you to go in this general vicinity and then up onto pipes at some point and get around things, but and get to the painting, but I don't really want the painting to be on a generic table, and I don't really want this chair crap here. That it is a quick way up. And the quick way up thing is not a bad plan. Have a message or something of importance? No? Okay. Back in the important here. Something important, like it being like, "Hey, buddy, I need a ride." Like, "Oh, car broke down or something." Yeah, okay. That would be probably about the only I could expect. Nobody else I know is even up at this point. This is actually in the ground. Would actually need to be higher up. I could put him over here. Probably gonna end up moving the resurrection ritual somewhere. Maybe even get early. Could put the vats at more of an angle. In like 90 degrees with the heart. If I do that, I'm just gonna move half. Let's just get this out the way. Oh, it's a problem. Start. Guess I'm just gonna leave her hanging. Burn that at all, but I do kind of want to keep the tool where it's set up at because I don't want to do it again. Let's do that. Guess I can add her to it. Kind of dead. I believe that's everything. And let's create a thing for these. Now I can move all those wherever I want. Let's just cram them back in the corner because we're not proud of them anymore. They are not loved. Love is dead. Got a candle. Yeah, I get them all this time here. This time with feeling. And you figured I should get something. One stupid candle. Why did I group them? Never mind. I don't need to group these. The reason I put them in the other was so I could just do this. I didn't have to do that ever. Or them easier to find by simply putting them all in the same thingy so I could just find them. I think I'm going to test the coil one because I got rid of it. I'm making a blueprint. All descendants. Let's get these out of the way. I didn't pick it up to move the whole thing. Oh, I forgot the blood and the hair and everything. Well, okay, I'm just going to deal with it. Sitting there going, you know what? This is a mess. Actually, let's do this and then it gets it all back there and she's close. There we go. She have two things of hair? Yes. Uh, I just move the whole thing out of here and this not even worry about it. It's probably not bad. Grab the whole thing and move it. Actually missing this too. Try to grab everything for this. Whatever. I'm just going to move this whole thingy out of here. Okay, screw it. Select all. And I'll deal with the rest of it later. Let's put it somewhere else. Down in the basement or something. Let's not leave it stuck in the floor. Perfect. I just wanted it out of the way. Probably gonna get rid of a lot of it or recycle it in various places, but for now it just seems unnecessary. Random blood can stay there though. This can probably all that crap. So let's do this. 9 hours, huh? Damn. I'm sure I'll go a bit more, and then after that I'll change things up a bit and find someone to raid. So what I could do is actually just put a lot of these vats along the walls. Like multiple ones. What I'm doing, just like 3 of them here. And then put like 1 vat there and then have a central section. I don't hate it. Like at first I was like, I don't know, but I hate it. Or even potentially I could have them all the way along the walls there. Need a painting for Tinka though, so you can get out of here to the painting world, so see how that goes. Oh, again, I don't know if I want to block this. Also, there's a light right there. I can rework where the lights are at though, so I don't super care about that, but I guess this whole place could get a giant rebuild. Originally I had a lot of things in places and I don't really know if I even like them anymore. Like this pipe thing going up here is kind of weird. How necessary it is. There's curtains all over the place, but I don't know if I care about the curtains. Well, I guess I kind of do because it kind of adds something to the place, I guess. Take these here. These in the Toy Maker's Workshop. Curious. Oh. I have to move all the vats in here and everything. They're just all in weird places. Stupid nav mesh. Nobody likes you. I gotta remove it. This hard thingy is actually not very centered in hindsight. Like, it doesn't seem very centered on the room. I think I intended to move it over and then I didn't. Or like around this area or something. I guess the actual center is closer to that. The actual center is close to right about here. And I just need to push those over to the sides more for me to do that. These little blood pumping machines over here. Honestly, I think I don't want these here. I think I'm probably going to leave those out around the sides or something. And just put the blood pumping things nearby. I'll just delete this one and I'll get one along the same plane over here. Also, while I'm at, let me go to that nav mesh. I could make the bodies actually float near too, which would be interesting. That begs the question if I want to have all the girls' real bodies in these or not. Maybe I do. That also forces me to make real bodies for some of the ones that I never did. So I don't know if I want to do that. Also, these lights up there are kind of a problem because they're literally between these. So I don't know how I feel about that. Possibly I could just have these out in the center area. I can instead run them out here instead of in the corners. Have the tanks in the corners. Get rid of these like this. Get rid of this one because I don't want it. I don't know if I want this coffin thing. I think it just doesn't fit the motif for this anyway. Get these all lined up. Yeah, I might just have 4 of them. Or something more along these lines. Not bad. This kind of stuff's probably not going to be in this room. Or if it is, it's going to be way along the walls here. Also going to take the chains off the ceiling because I don't need that. Yeah, I don't think I need this. I don't like it. This is much more what I'm expecting out of this. And I'll have to make some sort of interesting thing to do that, or maybe some hidden puzzle for when you come back. I think I want to put lights on the res tanks too. Okay, this is starting to seem like a lot more like what I was expecting. Like you wake up in this room and suddenly things are... There needs to be a box to wake up in. I guess it's gonna have blood on the ground too for reasons. And you can still see out the front there. That's not terrible. No lights to get your sanity back. That's a problem. Still. Things be looking good. Looking good. I don't want to put too many lights because the problem putting too many lights is then, you know, they don't quite work out the way you want. And you want it to be like emissive lights if you can do that, because you know, Lumen doesn't really like regular lights very much. Well, I got emissive material, so I'm gonna do some messing with things here. So let's swap this. We'll do this. You know what I could have done? I could have actually stuck oh, I could have put lights in these or something. We'll see. I don't know if I like this better or not. We'll find out if it looks better though. I can always undo it if it looks like crap. I mean, they look a little weird here, but I can also change the color on the thingies, but oh, this thing's getting so laggy. Okay, that's like too bright, right? Like it's not terrible, but it's kind of just the most bright thing ever. And it's distracting from what else is going on, I think. I could have put lights on them though. Do a bunch of undos. I don't like it. Also, the bottom is really boring. You put like a black ring around it in order to just kind of make it a little less much. I mean, with the top, I could actually just do it black too. Like, I don't hate them, but I still want more to them. You know? I gotta grab the vacuum tubes off the pumps here. Instead of having the other things, I could have had just. I guess I didn't copy it. I duplicated it here. Oops. That one's on me. Yes, indeed. Copy paste. So what I could have done instead of having those, well, actually, I could just have a thing on top and call it square. I could replace each one of these with a thing sticking out of it, a light sticking out of it. That might actually be too much noise, basically, when it comes to light, because, well, we saw what happened when I made all of them glow. It was so distracting. I don't know if I like that. Maybe I just want the bulb on top. And I just changed the bulb to look a little different. Terrible. Now I'm starting to feel tired. I think I'll just stick with the that one there and this one just as a default for all of it. I think I just like the 10. I don't know if I like the other better that much. It was okay, I guess, but kind of close to what I want. So I'll probably connect up some sort of power things to it, or like other pipes going to it, so it's kind of funneling in. I'll have to program them all to count as light sources. So that Poppet can't really die in this room from sanity problems. I also don't necessarily need all these things hanging from the ceiling either. If this is the case, I might change it up a bit. I originally laid out all these pipes with the belief that that would be what I would do. And I'd have you run along the pipes. But now I'm not sure I'm going to do that. It was just going to be a puzzle where you jumped on some, table to like some couch, and then you eventually got up on top of this and ran along top of the pipes. But that's not that cool. And I think that if you're in this room, I would rather you be down here looking at the stuff than up here. So maybe I get rid of a lot of what's going on with these. Like, I don't like them like I once did. Like, some of it's okay. Maybe keep it later as something to run around on top of, potentially. But I might make the room really simple. And you can just leave it really easily by just simply, jumping on a chair, grabbing it, and pulling yourself up. And then I just give you things to wander around and look at in the room. Because this is the intro of the game, so you don't really want to put too many mechanics in the first room. You want to give people time to get used to your game and go, okay, well, this is a good thing or this is a bad thing. Yeah, eh, eh. Yeah, I don't hate that. Oops. That's not what I want. This is what I want. Okay, well, I hate these chains. They were ugly anyway. Let's just get those off the ceiling. We're in a very steampunk lab now, and this just was not. That, thank you. I'm more tired than I thought. I keep deleting things I shouldn't. Of course, it's really hard to click the chains. But, well, one thing's for certain. I won't get past 10 hours, so one way or another 38 minutes, I'll definitely grade somebody. But 10 hours is most definitely my cap after an 8-hour day. I just feel like there should be a couple of them here. It just really adds to the feng shui of my evil laboratory, you know? These are important questions you should ask yourself in life. How do we deal with the feng shui of our evil lab with the mysterious steampunk beating heart? Also, for those people who keep track, this could be like a Spider-Man logo. Like steampunk Spider-Man. There probably is a steampunk Spider-Man. It wouldn't surprise me. There's enough, you know, Spider-Man things out there. There's someone along the line had to be like, you know, steampunk. Like, oh, right. Steampunk it is. Oh. I'm gonna grab these things and these two and get them out of this area. One last hurrah. Thumb this up here and call it square. Paste here. Relatively paste there. What's our hands that are tied up? Sure. Okay. Keep that in my back pocket. $51 viewers. That's actually a record. The previous record was 49. Just makes me want to keep streaming. Just stream the whole day. I don't need sleep. A lot more caffeine for that. And I wasn't like, you know, poorly rested before the 10-hour stream. 12-hour rested or anything. Maybe. I do get pretty unnecessarily excited about things. That's true. So I could just bend this the same way and just make it nice and neat. Because originally I had this set up here, so it looked like it was just, you know, a way to go through here. But I don't really want them jumping on this anymore. I mean, it's still a thing I could leave open to get to, where you could try to get up on it, and that's not like the worst choice. Over here, I could include a secret area. I mean, how does this even play out? Like, let's say you do get up here. Say we're living that thug life. Okay, well, you get up there and it crashes. That's what happens. Part of that whole Unreal Engine's just like, well, you see, I've been running a long time. Put it back up. Yes, yes. Long time. It'll take a bit to boot. It just takes a while. It's just how it is. Let's do it. I streamed to YouTube at the same time, and I'm questioning why I even do it, because, you know, I get a handful of people from it, but I think it hit 4 whole people today or something. I've been there for quite a while, and it never gets anywhere. It's like, huh. But unfortunately, because of, I'm assuming Restream, that's what's breaking the Twitch stuff. Maybe tomorrow I'll ditch streaming on YouTube and I'll just stream on Twitch and see if the stuff works, to try to settle the problem. And it's not like I miss out on that many people on YouTube anyway. Yeah, like it's nearly pointless. Not really, but it feels pointless half the time. I gotta go to the other map because I'm working on that one. Whereas Twitch is just like good times. Even if people often don't chat. That's okay. Just having people around is good. Hopefully they all just, you know, put on like little cloaks and hoods and little masks, and they just file into like a circular room and just like all watch just from the corners. Occasionally hiss, you know, like outsider. And they just like hiss at you like that, or, you know. Oh, thanks for the rates, Inspire. Yeah, for some reason the stupid notifications are still broke. And I'm all like, you trying to fix it, but the stupid I don't know. I reauthorized everything. Actually removed all the accounts, re-added them all, redid that, refreshed all the stuff. It should work. It doesn't currently. Hey Tricky Lady, how's it going? I'm making a steampunk laboratory. Got some serial killer turns people into dolls. Puts their souls and dolls in there. Well, I am single, straight, and I mean, how old do I look? I can guess. I don't get out much. I don't get out much at all. Yeah, turn your music off to hear me? Oh, I see. That's fair. I approve. Imagine listening to music instead of me. Jeez. Who does that? Oh my god. Yep, I've been building a lab. Making all these assets in UE. Well, combining things to make them. Making some of it. And things are getting there. Starting to look good. Real good. As you can see, I've yeah. I got my Tesla towers. I got my beating heart. Things pumping blood. Yeah. My resurrection vats. I might not have quite this many. I'm still redesigning how I want this room to be. Oh, yeah. I'll give it the tour. I mean, you know, new people. Got to give the tour to new people. It's important. Oh, thanks for the follow, Dan Grip. You know, sorry about the broken notifications. I don't know what's up with them. Well, we'll do the default here. You got some sleep yesterday? Stay up for the next month or two? Yeah, that's fair. Well, pretty much, Dan. The notifications are just... Oh, VP, over on YouTube? I haven't hit you on the thing like that. Nothing is... I haven't ever hit anyone on YouTube. I don't think I've even had a spam bot on YouTube. That would imply people watch you on YouTube. So I'll give a tour of the thing here. Tour changes a little bit, but most of the time, it's the tour. The nav mesh here. Explain all the mechanics and stuffs. Yeah, but the 56 viewers on Twitch, jeez. I love Twitch. People there are so welcoming. The community is so good for game dev. It's just people to chat with and everything. It's just, or people who just leave it in the background and have me muted. Yeah, whatever. You know, it's fine. You can't chat with me or comment on my vids over on YouTube. I don't know what to tell you, if you like I've literally done nothing to change anything. Yeah, I streamed 9.5 hours. I mean, I've just been going. I'm just like doing my thing, and this will be like the 4th time I showed off this stuff tonight. But you know, whatever. YouTube actually, not YouTube. UE just crashed earlier, so that means I had to restart it, which means it should actually fix the lag from having it open for too long. All right, so for those people new here, this is Poppet. He's a doll. He was killed, put in a doll body. Blah blah blah. He uses tarot cards for her powers. Maybe? I don't know. Possibly. This is the Fool. It's a giant sucker. They're like default weapon. It's still a bit laggy, but the longer I stream, the laggier stuff will get. If you go into the darkness, you lose sanity. When you run out of sanity, you die. But it fills up your curse bar, which I'll use some curse. So to gain your power to use abilities, you have to be in the darkness, but you slowly die, so you have to go back to the light to get your sanity back. And that's the main mechanic of the game. A lot of things play around that. It's the Patrick fight. He's the first boss. He's kind of a goof. I have him set to be pretty wimpy at the moment. Yeah, the Magician, which is good for turning on objects. Or you can levitate stuff and throw it. Star trade sanity for health, or is just a heal as long as you're standing in the light. Your choice. Ow. This is her dodge, by the way. These are fun, they explode. That. Exactly. Exactly what I want people to think. This has a super move where it gets giant. I'll wail on him as much as possible to make this fight take less time. Okay. As the battle gets longer, he actually starts, you know, going crazy with summoning way more things. You can also take pictures of what's happening whenever you go into the menu. So I try to take all kinds of funny photo bombs or whatever. Just a fun thing I do. I think I broke the super. I know how to break the super, unfortunately. I don't need to remember to repair that. But we'll get there. I'll throw a cupcake at you, Patrick. The fool can launch cupcakes is one of its abilities. Ow. Back, Patrick. You'll see. I've got a lot going on. I mean, you know. Got him. Yay. Photobomb. I never get tired of this. I don't get out much. Don't worry about it. These things are fun. They spin. They try to launch themselves at you like that. Also out of sanity anyway. Look. You know, I've got a lot. You'll see that I say the game is like 13 to like, you know, 15% done, but a lot of it's not that I didn't put anything in. It's that stuff doesn't play right. It's not balanced very well. There needs to be optimizations. I have more done than you think. It was just, I've just been working on it. But we'll continue the tour, and it's a steampunk game, so welcome to my, I'm going to zoom out more, steampunk world that I've been building. All sorts of stuff here. I really don't get out much. And my toy store that I've been building. The game's called Poppet Quest. It's not called Whimsy Wonders, but it's the name of the store. Give you some other fun examples of stuff. This one's probably, well, I guess this one's fine. But you're not wrong, Tricky Lady. It is a lot of work, and I've been very, very conscientious of scope creep. That's been a thing that I've been trying to be careful about, because just like, okay, this idea sounds really cool, but am I going to make this possible? So there are things that I've been cutting out. So the magician's also used for platforming and the like, and that you can open drawers or cupboards. There's minions down there, but I just ran by them because I'm a jerk. Ooh, hit on that. All right. Nope. It's 8:22 a.m. here. That's my explanation for my poor platforming capabilities today. I've just been awake for a while. Okay, I can jump my way back up. I got this. I knocked myself off too. Okay. Apparently I can't jump my way up. Alright. I'm using the keyboard and mouse to do it. I have controller support. I've been too lazy to grab my controller for a while. So. Okay. People can break things too. So I have you travel between rooms and like sneaky places in order to get places, and this also lets you open windows too. You cannot leave the bounds of the building. If you leave the bounds of the building, you'll die because you're powered by the curse that permeates just this building. But you can run on the pipes outside, including going into other windows. You can't jump today? I'm terrible. Why can't I jump? It's a super easy jump. My sanity is running low. No! Turn the light on, quick. Yeah, I'm from the US. I'm in California. I'm a terrible person. I don't sleep. half the areas are designed for humans. A lot of them also have like toy areas too to play in. That's one of the little toy areas here where it's just weird crap. I didn't put a nav mesh down, so the enemies can't really move to chase after me at the moment, but... Oh. I guess there's a collision problem right there. I think I've hit that 3 times today. I mostly need to throw collectibles out and a bunch of enemies to... Oh, I think I missed the jump. No, I got it. Good. You get the keys to open the doors, and that's what this was. I was just getting the key to open this door. And then there's a toy maze to run through in here. The pipes. Or fun stuff. I think there's an nav mesh down in this room, right? Is there? There's not. Well, there will be soon. Yes, soon. Perfect. Okay. I will showcase more random things. I didn't quite hit the prophecy today. I was trying to hit, 69 viewers. I think I got like 62 at one point there. Up to 60 again. It fluctuates so wildly. Wild. Love it. Alright, so let's start with a new fun weapon, because we love fun weapons here. The Hanged Man. And the Hanged Man is a bubble wand. Fires bubbles. Puts bubbles on things. I gotta put more of the enemies out, because there's like 8 different enemies I've already made, and 1.5 bosses. And I mostly just put the anties everywhere, because I like that they explode. It's literally, I just like that they explode so much that I just keep putting them everywhere. I have random spawners that just spawn them everywhere. There's no special moves for this yet. Did it? My camera broke? Oh. 1 second. Let me see if I can fix it. I'm using my phone to do the camera thing, and it eventually runs out of power after it's been 9 hours and 45 minutes. Let me see if I can plug it in and get more power. 1 second. I'll see if I can save the day. I made some of it. I made Poppet. I think a character you haven't seen yet. I made almost all the female characters. All the girls basically that were killed because they're like the bosses in the game. Some of the male characters, I did not, I assembled the little Annie dolls and gave them like the little weapons and stuff like that. I didn't specifically make them from scratch or anything. I didn't make Patrick. I bought Patrick because, well, remember that thing we were saying about it being too much work for one person? Yeah, it starts with the whole can't make every asset in the game. So I do make a lot of random things, especially out of graphics in UE. See if my phone will actually boot up here or not. Might need more power. I might not have a camera for a bit here. I'm not sure I can do much about that. I'll wait for the camera to power back up, and we'll see if I can get the things going. I mean, I built the walls and things like that, I mean, I assemble a lot of graphics. I assembled these boxes and gave them all these weird things to them, so they didn't start out like this. They were just a simply empty cabinet. I started going nuts with them. So, some of the stuff I made. Other stuff, yeah, I just clearly buy because character models and special like special containers and apps and that. You can't maybe charge for a DLC for the graphics. That's fair. Anyway, I'll see if the phone charges up enough that I can use it in a second here, but I'll show you the other thing I was going to show in here. Thanks for the follow, Tricky Lady. Thank you, thank you. Yes, yes, all the followers. Yeah, I'll showcase all the pretty graphics of the other areas I was working on after this, and this is like the last of the mechanics worth showing off right now, I think. This is the Hierophant. There's possessed objects in the game, and you hit them and they just do weird crap. But the Hierophant's active, they will behave as long as the Hierophant is active. Cost being active, well, you'll get thrown, but it slowly drains your curse, but as long as you're in the darkness, you'll be fine. Go to the light, then you will run out fairly quick, actually. You can tell the others you get your curse back because it turns a purple color. Well, turn this music down in my ears a little bit. Very loud. It's over so I can actually read people's messages because this blocking the messages. I'm getting half what they're saying. So the backstory is well, looking for your friend, you know, you end up happening around this, you know, toy store. Clicked off the thingy, oops. And I fell. Anyway. Doesn't really matter, is it? Yeah. And, you know, you're captured by a serial killer and killed and your soul's put into a doll. You don't really find your friend, but, you know, you were looking for. As far as the whole purpose of this place, the serial killer has a daughter who died here. And she's, you know, stuck haunting this place forever. So he's collecting up friends for her to, you know, 'cause she can't leave. And doesn't want her to be alone. So it's wholesome in a gruesome sort of way. Do I have a Charlotte anywhere on the map? Maybe I do. She's here somewhere. Show you the ghost girl. Wrong one. So you've been resurrected as doll. Well, your soul's been doll, and now you have to escape. There's more to it than that, but, you know, you'll find out along the way, and half the fun is learning what's going on, you know, versus just being told all the secrets. It's a Metroidvania, so it's all about exploration. So the more you explore, the more things you'll find. If you don't explore at all, I mean, well, I'm going to force you to explore some because you got to find the things to advance to the next areas, right? They have new abilities. This is the ghost girl. I need better animations for her. I made her. I actually made it so her head rotates so it's creepier and weird. Just because it's fun. I don't get out much. If you ever need an explanation for anything, it's because I don't get out much. I need to make her more ghost-like, of course, but... And then... Second biome area is based on... Oh, yeah. Her hair is buggy. Like, I need to fix it. Yeah. This is part of that whole 13 to 15% there. Where things are there, it's just they don't operate perfectly. The reason why I don't have it perfect is I keep changing the model, and every time I do, I have to redo the hair and the dress. You know... After a while, I just said, it's good enough, because I'm sure I'll end up redoing the model anyway at some point one more time. And at that point, I'll make it perfect. Because I made it perfect like 3 or 4 times, or, well, relatively perfect. And, yeah. We ain't there yet. But, yeah, I'll fix it. But yeah, the second biome area is based upon it being in a like safari type of jungle thing. Yeah, I keep breaking the hair too. I wanted to have the ability to have multiple hairs. So let me swap it out. I can swap out one of the hairs there. And blanking on what I was saying here. So I read it. I brought the doll in without there because the hair was previously attached, and that's why it hasn't been fixed the last time. Because I was like, well, I just brought it back in, and I gotta fix it again. But I want multiple hairs because being able to change hairs is awesome. So let me find her hair. Way over here. We'll change it to the second hair. And connect this up real fast. Here. So anyway, this is more Safari area base with more tiers to it. As you can see. And there's a lot of rooms like this I've been working on, including this one that's much bigger with all kinds of goodies. I mean, that wasn't really messing up. The physics didn't change. I'll kind of jump through this one a bit, go off a bit more of the graphics. If I can get to, like, you know, the fabled 69 viewers. Again, the prophecy foretold. But anyway, this is the other hair that I had for her. I don't really see her too much in the light there. It's hard to... This hair actually works better, I think, on average. Still not perfect, but I think it's just better set up at the moment. I like to hide secret platforming. I'll showcase secret platforming. These can launch you. Oh, I'm never gonna hit that with a lag. Oh, you got lagged out. I tried. You can land on the chandelier. Yeah, I have lots of secret places to go to. As you can see, I gotta put more content in these anyway, but... God, like, half of what you see was made in, like, the last month because I stream all the time now, and it's like, okay, well... That helps a lot. A little easier to see her there. I think this hair actually looks better on her. She's a patchwork doll, so she's got kind of fairly dark skin, which makes her kind of hard to see sometimes. It's kind of a problem. She's a little better in the light, but yeah, she could definitely use maybe a bit of work. I wouldn't call her ugly or anything, but she's, you know, like I say, a patchwork doll, so she's kind of got, you know, she's sewn together by crap, you know. But yeah, maybe I'll do a bit more work on her, I don't know. Trying to get her in better light, but... This hair is... better set up, though. You can see her face so much better with this hair, but still. Oh, cool. Everything else, I like that, Yeah, pretty much. So, like, the hair is more important than anything else because you only see that. This doll? Oh, I mean, she's a patchwork doll, but she's got little patchworks on her. It's hard to see her very well in this particular. Like I say, she just doesn't have a lot of the She's so dark, and this game is so dark, so it's pretty tough to tell much about her. Yeah, she's patchwork. She's like stitched together and everything. I'll show you a picture of her not in the thing. I have like render of her or something like that. Actually, you could see her without her hair pretty easily in the game. The hair spawns after, so you wouldn't actually see. Oh. I'll show you in a second. I say the hair, not the Hierophant, the Emperor lets you protect you from dangerous environments such as the water. Normally the water kills you, but this particle sucks. I don't like it. Got clams you can open. There's ruins down here. I gotta put in lights, so if you can't see a whole lot, that's why I gotta put in lights. But I do all this on stream anyway, so there's a castle here, I think. It's like a giant fish tank, basically. I'm gonna put like a weird little fish floating around here, probably like mechanical fish. Get an idea of that. Let me show you a Poppet. Oh, Coraline? Yeah, maybe. Bring it Poppet. Try to bring it Poppet. This is her without her hair. I wouldn't call her too ugly, but hair makes a big difference on, you know, women especially. Like, it really does accent them very well. So, yeah. One eye is a button, potentially. But the thing is at some point, dolls can only ever be cute. Is about the best thing you can do for them. Yeah, the patches too. But that's fair. I don't like the eyes. Sure. Yeah, that's the funny part is the eyes were like, you know, from like a doll asset thing. You know, I just tossed them in there because I thought they'd be. And she has like an actual, you know, look to her too, but I don't know. I mean, they're supposed to look kind of, you know, glass-like and not actually like, you know, like people eyes because she's a doll. So they're not human eyes. But I could see that. As always the case, I will take it under advisement and see. Maybe I'll do buttons for eyes. I don't know. Possible. I considered it. I do have a character with buttons for eyes. But she's, well, yeah, this character. I made this one too. She's got buttons for eyes. That help? It really helps make her much cuter, by the way. You can definitely tell. It's not. She's the leader of the voodoo dolls. She's just a giant voodoo doll herself. He's pretty messed up looking. Actually, the second boss, like the first major boss, you get to her. Usually they're made in Daz, which is not quite, you know. Well, you kind of like, you know, make use of a lot of like material swapping and morphs and things like that to adjust things to be better. It depends. You can do a lot of work on it, but some characters I put a lot of work on. Let's see if I can get the camera back in a second. I think I can. Come back to me, camera. Oh, what Daz? If you stack sales, Daz is not expensive, but you have to stack sales. The DAZ software itself is free, and they do give away free weekly things. If you just do renders of the characters and you don't actually use the 3D models, it's significantly cheaper. That's the website where you can find stuff. Yeah, I put the cam back on. I was testing that out there, and it looks like it's yeah, like it's working out pretty good. Yeah, the mini feed for Streamlabs doesn't even say any of the new anything, so Streamlabs is not getting the information. I mean, that's why the alerts aren't working. Yep, that should be fixed. And yeah, like what I was originally doing with DAZ is you can actually do a bunch of renders, and you can actually make, like, you know, 2D characters for your 2D games pretty easily. And if you do that, like, it's so cheap for custom characters. It's so cheap. It ended up costing you, like, I don't know, $10 for your custom character. Do I? So nice. I mean, of all the people I could be compared to, Yano's pretty good on the list. Just saying. Got an attractive look. Dude's super nice. That was like just wonderful things for basically everyone. Everybody loves him. Yeah. Well, thanks. That's awesome. My day's better. Now, today's been quite the day. Been interesting. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh yeah, I was gonna show off have I seen Make Human? No, I have not. And you are the only one who said that. You, in fact, I've heard a few random weird ones, including some NASCAR guy that I'm just like going, ah. Well, maybe. Well, see, the secret would be if I actually went outside ever. It seems like I don't really get out that much. It might be this whole, like, you know, 10-hour streaming thing. That's probably a good point of why I didn't get outside. I go to work and then I come home and now I stream and do game dev. Yes. I don't know about this go outside thing. Pretty certain I have goblin tunnels going from here to work and back, so I never have to see the sun. What it feels like. Actually, I have seen the sun. I go on. Yeah. Oh, you know what I didn't show off? The other mechanic. Oh, I mean, Daz specializes in making human models. And other models too, for that matter. It just comes down to, does make human make them look good or not. I won't keep track of the site there, because, you know, if there's a way to make attractive characters, like, they don't got to be like, you know, when I say attractive, I'm not thinking like, you know, like sexy attractive. What I'm thinking is like people enjoy looking at them, like they have the right cute look or the right, you know, they give that DreamWorks or Pixar feel, which is kind of what I'm aiming for. That's actually what I mean by that. Oh, let me open the other level. Actually, I didn't even show off the other areas. I have more things to show off. Yay! Off. I slow this camera down because traveling through these walls it's hard to tell where I'm going. I've been building these multi-tiered areas with places like, you know, rid of the green there, because that's a nav mesh, so you can tell if you can hide on it or not. And I got all these in the safari area like that, but we're building the pirate area. You know, I don't have any pirate enemies yet, but I'll get there. Maybe. I do kind of like this hair a little bit better. It's a little, well, I mean, I don't like as much from the front. I think the other hair looks better from the front. Make this double jump. She looks a little better in this light. She really just... I tried to make her like a porcelain doll just so she'd have like a more reflective skin so she'd be easier to see in the dark because the game is so dark. She looks so terrible as a porcelain doll. Oh my god. Like, some things just don't look right. And they do have porcelain dolls in the game, but he is not one of them. Honestly, the patchwork thing's about the cutest thing I was able to come up for a doll. I consider doing, was it like Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas with the stitching type of thing? And the original version of Poppet did actually have exactly that. But it really wasn't that cute. Like, it didn't quite pan out the way I wanted. Yeah. There's no nav mesh down. These things are like... They look like weird chickens. They're so funny. They're like turkeys. They launch chickens. It's just some dumb thing. Ooh. Collecting goodies. That's kind of a cool view. You can get behind it. Yeah. I do think this hair is better on her than the other one, probably. Yeah. They need better sound attenuation. I just thought it was funny for them to launch chickens, and I grabbed the first chicken noise I could find. Sometimes it's about the funny. Not always about the funny, but sometimes it's about the funny. Because as you're playing on, by the time you hit this point there, you're probably like an hour into the game. And well, we'll say 40 minutes in the game. Like, it takes a while. Well, no, wait, actually, by this point, this would be like past the first boss. You're well over an hour in the game at this point. My Tomato City. Giant plastic tomatoes. For children to play in, basically. I might do that. I haven't put a lot of the sound effects in. That's part of that whole why I say it's 13 to 15%. I have so many extras in, but things don't play well. Like there's just sound effects that need to be tossed in, bugs that need to be squashed, little things that just aren't there. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm definitely working you out of here. Yeah, this map's gonna have multiple tiers like this, with, you know, the tomato things connecting each other, and it's gonna have a water area underneath when I'm done, but I haven't done a water area for it yet, so I didn't bother to put the post-processing to make it look like you're underwater, which I probably should do, but ooh. But that's a lot of what I have going on. I mean, I didn't show every room, but well, thanks. I'm definitely hoping it will. Like, it's people have been pretty excited ever since I came to Twitch. Actually, was saying that I was actually starting to think nobody liked the game at all because YouTube's so bad at letting anyone see any of your stuff. I just thought, well, everyone just hates this. Games seem to do terrible. I come to Twitch and people are like, this looks so cool, and I'm like, or it looks great, and I'm like, yay. Very nice. It's a nice feeling. Yes, I'm very appreciative of this. Makes my day. Yeah, a bunch of enemies for it already. Just haven't used them all. I don't ever put them all out. I probably do. I've already made collectibles. Yeah, I'm trying to give it the DreamWorks Pixar feel. You know, like I really want that. I want it to seem like, you know, that vibe that it gives. Gets you lost in the world of being a tiny toy, running around a world where everything is much larger than you. And you'll never ever be so afraid of the ghost of a 14-year-old girl as you will at this point, because she just towers over you. It's like Shadow of the Colossus. I appreciate it. I mean, you know, it'll be available to pick up when at some point. 500 YouTube videos for account. Yeah, okay. I'm not making 500 YouTube videos. I'll make 500 streams on Twitch. $1 start. Nice, nice. I get behind the $1 start. Yeah, it's I mean, just showing up and, like, you know, watching and chatting with me, that's like all the support I even need. People don't even have to buy it. But I mean, when it finally comes out, if they want to, that won't, I mean, that just means I'll be able to make more games, so good. Oh, cool. Now, like I say, I'm hoping for October of next year. I'm giving me like a year to basically finish these things up. Really improve the thing there. We'll see where we're at by that point. I'm pretty certain that I should be pretty good by that point. Like, there's going to be, I don't know, today I just solved the massive mystery of how I was going to do this stuff by making all my stuff. So, I mean, I was worried that I wasn't even going to have the assets for this room, and I'm just making them. So, yeah. But I had like the first floor, a lot of it done, like half the second floor, part of the third floor. Good, good. Appreciate it. Should have high hopes for me. Thanks for the follow, Descos. Sorry about the broken alerts. I will fix those. I clip shorts for YouTube? Yeah, maybe I could clip the tour of the game, I guess, and do that. I don't know. It doesn't really benefit me too much to even advertise on YouTube is the thing. Like, I guess it gets the name out, but the game won't be out for a while. I'll never get monetized on YouTube. So that's like near impossible. So kind of just don't even care much about YouTube, because I've been posting on it for quite a while, and the reception for what I've had on YouTube has been oh. Not good, I think is the term we're looking for. Not good. Yeah, this is the other boss that we're going. This boss is very, very, very partially done. Like, she's got so many broken things like that it's just, we're not even there. I appreciate that, Tricky Lady. I do. Oh, I guess I could click the play button. I thought I did, but you know. Yeah, I've been feeling pretty energetic from having streamed for 10 hours. That's crazy. Don't get me wrong, after the show, I'm gonna go just fall over. This boss has a mechanic of, she summons a voodoo doll of you. And you have to protect the voodoo doll in the fight. Apparently the voodoo doll is now in the sky. It is no longer in the sky. It is over there. Whatever she's decided she's not moving, I don't know why. I'll figure it out. I think I broke her at some point. But are you just broken? She has an attack an auctioneer. Does damage. She'll summon other units later on too. I've been trying to get her weapon to hit correctly for a while. It does not hit very well. I don't understand what to do about that. But this is Mini Pop. She has messed up hair. I almost like her messed up hair because it looks so stupid. Yeah, for some reason, like after the last thing, she's been breaking a lot, so I haven't got a lot of things working. Yeah, like it's very glitchy. I was working on it earlier, and I broke a bunch of things, and then I got sidetracked. Pretty much, Carva. It's one of those things where, I just get excited about things. Pretty much. I'm probably gonna crash out like that, but I was probably just gonna, you know, only do like maybe appointments at work today if I had any appointments at all. So I was kind of gonna be take most of the day off anyway. So I guess I can kind of get away with being, you know, a little lazy about things like that. I mean, I have like 52 viewers right now, which is like the previous high I had was 49. Now we're at 59 viewers. So I mean, it's hard to want to give that up, you know? You get to the point where you got people watching, like, oh, this is so cool. You can show them all about the game. That's awesome. You need to nail the fixed necklace, end up buying shoes online, so? I mean, you know, listen, sometimes you do that. You nail fix the necklace and you just do that. Nice. Doing good, Trill. Doing good. But yeah, congratulations. Even my earbuds are like battery low. Oh no. Oh well. One of them's gone low. The other one's still fine. So we're okay. But yeah, I hear shorts get a lot of views. I mean, they don't pay well. That's what I've heard. I hear they pay terribly, but to be fair, YouTube pays terribly. You either like make like a gross amount of views and watch time, or you make nothing. Nice. I guess I haven't shown off the landmines yet. One last random thing to show off. I have so many rooms made. I just need to put like spawners in places, and then I guess make more enemies and fix the broken. I have so many AI broken things. You have landmines that actually are. Thank you for stepping on them. Just cuz. Come on, step here. Nice. And 4K views is nice. I like to get 4K views on this. Well, actually, to be fair, over the course of a week, I probably do get 4K views on this, but... oh, that's true. I don't really know how many views I technically get on Twitch. Just total viewers. I don't even know if it tells me the other. I have a mouse hole down here I was working on. Mouse hole. You know, other rooms. I don't even know how many views I tend to get on here. It told me before I became an affiliate, but now it doesn't even tell me. It just tells me hours streamed, average viewers, follows, subscriptions, revenue. Weird that they changed it. Huh. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, with shorts, you got to get so many views to make money. It's just all about virality. Nice. And Baroque looks just a fun look. Red and gray. It's nice. I could see doing a whole bedroom in that. I'd like it's just nice steampunky place in general. Just be a lot of fun. Or if I was gonna do my bedroom, it's pure steampunk, but cheap. Not really cheap. It's mostly I spend my money on game dev instead. Anyway, I was working on these. I was gonna run more pipes. Connecting these things probably. I just wanted to position these in the right location and figure out what to do with this pipe. I'm an online seller with delusions of being a game dev. Not just online selling. I have exactly no ties to the game dev world or computer world at all for a job. I'm just self-taught to do all these things. You can't even get up. That's no good. I was like, what if I got up here? Wouldn't it be cool? Oh, it would be, kind of. We must bend the pipe. Or raise this pipe up. True. Yeah, I mean, you know, if it makes a bunch of money, that'd be awesome. My goal is to get a demo so I can maybe try to go after like a publisher or even some sort of like, oh, I'm blanking on the name, but the crowdfunding thing, or even getting an Unreal Mega grant. You know, any of those would be great. Kickstarter, there you go. Maybe blame me being pretty tired. I'm probably more tired than I think I am, but like I said, I'm just excited for so many people, and the more people are around talking to me, the more I can continue going. I find I get just more and more excited. But unfortunately, you know, that there is real life responsibility, so I have to remind myself of that sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah. From this, I could jump up on top of these. No, I guess I can. Well, I could have easily caught one of the side things. That's true. That's fun coloring. There's something about the way that the purples and the like orange type of looks, and then that, you know, bright blue there, the very light blue. Interesting. So the plan originally was you woke up in the box in this room as the doll, and your dead body was hanging over you, but I took that out because that was more like dark ritual type of, you know, Cthulhu-esque stuff. And this is more Dr. Frankenstein. And I thought of mixing the two, but I really just don't have the assets for the ritual stuff to make it look good. Yeah, very Chucky-like. You know, the blood gives life kind of thing. That's not bad. Fine. But like I said, I just lack all the ritual stuff. Yeah, exactly. I could run with that thing there, and I, you know, like, there's blood coming from the dolls, so clearly they do bleed. I don't know if I want Poppet to get up here yet. I think I'm going to make it really simple. Okay, well, I think what I'm going to do is put it in a box underneath the heart, because it just seems like, you know, the center of everything. You should walk out and see the heart, though. Well, these don't open. I was gonna say I could have small ones that the toys pop out of, but that's kind of weird. Is it weird? Kind of weird. How are we making toys? So the plan for this room was initially that this place is locked. I'll turn the lights on so I can show better off what I'm doing. And you wake up in some place like that, and Tinka, oh yeah, I didn't even show you Tinka, the other character that I made. I'll show you in a second. So you wake up in your box, and Tinka, sees you and starts telling you to, try to help you out, like, basically just kind of being funny, but in a not necessarily nice way. She's been driven a bit crazy by the fact that the other dolls have gone nuts, and she doesn't have anyone to talk to. So she's got kind of a mean humor to her, but helps you out and explains that you have to get out of this room quickly because Charlotte's coming to get her new toy. Okay, so probably going to put it right here. Thinking about that, and so you have to get up into here and get to the painting. And once you're at the painting, you can unlock the painting to go through. Because Tinka lets you, she can't leave painting. She's the toy maker messed up with one of the people, and her soul got stuffed into the paintings instead. So now she floats around through all the paintings, but she can't leave the paintings. So she's just permanently stuck in all the paintings. And you can free the paintings. She floats around through the paintings. But you can also go into the paintings. Kind of solid. And when you go into the paintings, it leads to this like liminal space. It's basically like the world inside the paintings, and it connects all the other paintings, so you can use it to travel between them. This is Tinka, the ghost that got trapped in here. She's my Discord's favorite. She's floating in space. I made her. She's not a doll, so she actually gets to look much more attractive than everybody else. That helps. Well, the main mechanic of this place, besides being ability to traveling things, yeah, is that you can rescue toys by grabbing them and throwing them into here. Not everyone can be rescued. If it's just a random nobody, then it would just it wouldn't do anything of any real value. I might just have it kill them or something. Basically, only the toys with souls can be rescued for intents purposes. Oh, kind of dark in here. I made this guy here. There might be some palette swap teddy bears in here. He's just doing his thing. He's like, yep. So, there was a battle arena, but the dialogue plugin got broken by an update, so I had to fix it, and I haven't done it. Well, I mean, she has her dodge, which makes her faster. As far as an actual speed increase at the moment, I haven't really instituted one yet. Let's see what we have here. I should have just opened up the tarot cards so I could just go over each one that we were talking about, what the ideas were. I can also just show you on Poppet's thing. I'll go over all the ones there and what they currently do. They get moved around a bunch because I don't 100% like some of the representations. Well, I mean, it's a Metroidvania. You're gonna run around a bunch. The I mean, the chariot will act as a flying thing, probably. The fool is fighting. The magician throws things, manipulates. Those are there. The high priestess, I was talking about showing hidden information and stuff, but I don't know about it. It's pretty weak. The empress was going to make plants grow, allowing you to get to other areas. The emperor is just basically protection, but going into areas you're not supposed to be able to go into. The Hierophant's current was a teleport. No, sorry, teleport. No, Hierophant's is the one that deals with possessed stuff. The levers let you turn enemies to your side. The chariot is exactly what it sounds like. Some sort of, it's going to be a vehicle. So it might be a flying thing. Originally, it was a car. But the problem is it played really badly. like I couldn't get the vehicle physics to work right. It basically needed a whole racing game of my very own to pull it off, and it was just so much work that it wasn't gonna happen. I mean, maybe I might revisit it, but like it played bad. So I don't know about that one. I might look into it, but I might make some sort of flying thing. But flying's kind of boring, so I don't even know if I want that. Like I might make something else, but it was kind of fun to drive the car around and hit other toys with it. That was probably the biggest highlight. Yeah, like it was a lot of work and it just didn't play right. So the chariot's probably getting replaced by some kind of weird flying contraption. Strength is currently double jump. Something needs to be double jump. What's going to be? The Hermit's currently a teleport, which does make you move faster in that you do travel a distance. Yeah. Well, the thing about Metroidvanias is all the abilities either need to be combat related or they need to open up new areas. So everything has to perform some kind of like effectively be a key or some new like movement thing to get farther. Wheel of Fortune currently just rotates things like in big objects. It's not, I don't like it. The Hanged Man, bubbles things. Deathlight is currently the fly thing, but it's probably getting swapped out for the chariot for flying. You turn into a spirit and fly around. Temperance is going to start slowing things. That's fair. Well, the thing about It Takes Two, and this is not going to be like It Takes Two, well, for a couple reasons. One, I can't do the cutscenes of that, but It Takes Two is, very level oriented. It's a platformer, and that you're going from point A to point B, platformer. Whereas the Metroidvania is all about having to explore and then getting new abilities so you can backtrack and reach other areas. So, well, the problem with cutscenes is they take an infinite amount of time. Like that animation you see, for that like 10-minute cutscene took, 30 people like a month to make. Okay, so I'm one person with no experience with cutscenes like that. Yeah, like they take forever. Because, I mean, just think about it. Think about that animated movie you just watched, like that DreamWorks or Pixar thing. How long did it take to make that? Years. How many people worked on it? Hundreds. Animation takes a long time, especially if you want, the mouths to move and like that. I mean, I wouldn't even dream about that, but it just takes a really long time to make them because if it was really fast, everyone would just be shooting at animated everything all day. So when you're a solo game dev, some cuts are going to have to be made. Like, even Alice Madness Returns, the game made all those years ago, was made by 111 people over 3.5 years. I counted the number of people in the credits because I was just like, I needed a solid reminder of what is and isn't possible. I was like, 111 people made this. Right. Oh, well, thank you. I'm definitely working on it. Like, I've definitely found ways to do it quickly. So, yeah. I'm not making big promises on cutscenes. Story is going to be like I'll have voice acting. I appreciate the questions. I always do. I love chatting. Never feel bad asking me questions or chatting. Don't worry about derailing me, whatever. I spend plenty of time working on the game when people aren't chatting with me, that if I get derailed, it was fine. You wrote the script for a game? Nice, nice. What game? Did you, start the project, or did you just shelve it, or what'd you do with it? I'm a game dev, I've been part of this work for a while. Telltale, nice, nice. So we're one of the point-and-click adventures with a lot of storytelling. Telltale's like, their games are cutscenes. Have people dying in multiple ways. Well, at least that's interesting. I'll give you that. Not the topic I thought you'd come up with. That's hilarious. I can get behind it. I mean, they gotta go. I heard a song today about raining tacos. That's one of the ways the fat people win. They just were like just catching the tacos going. It's just like Technically a one correct answer? What is this one correct answer? I mean, them dying of being fat. That's probably fair. This is true. There's so many more to make things. Yeah, what's that makes me move faster? I have temperance, it slows things. Yeah, that's fair. What are you talking about? Like, you know, just because they're wearing like what amounts to like a tent strapped to them, it doesn't mean that it's a bad fashion, right? God, some of those moo moo things. It's like, why did you pick orange? Seriously, like it's already ugly. Why did you pick orange? That's fair. Well, you'll get a chance to see what it's like to make a lot of cutscenes. I can definitely tell you that it is I've tried a little bit of it, a little bit of animation, and Yui's really good for animation, but I don't quite understand the whole animation system very well yet. I just need to spend some time learning it. But it does help to do things. You just have to literally tell it to do everything. It's like when I tell him to move for the AI thing, except for you have to tell it every single directive of where it's going to go and every time it's going to move in any way, shape, or form and try to make it look good. A multimedia operator? All media, right? Oh, nice, nice. What are you doing with the? No, you absolutely suck. I mean, to be fair, I'm not great at some things. When it comes to cutscenes, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about them. Yeah, about that. Grab that real fast. Keyboard die? Okay. Like if the keyboard's dead, well, plug it in and continue. Okay, I'm taking some of this with me. Ungroup? I mean, it depends on which cutscene is. Did you just pan over an environment? Because that won't take very long. Like what happened in your cutscene? Did two characters spend a bunch of time talking? Well, now did you move their mouths? Like, what did you do with them? Did you just show the back of their heads? Are they wearing helmets so you can't see anything? Because like moving mouths takes a huge amount of time. Like the most of your time will be spent just moving the lip flaps back and forth, which is now there's like true, but you still got to do every single little thing in it. Like it's I would say give them a try. You'll see what I mean. They take a lot longer because I mean, like just think of the animation studios and how long it takes them, and there you go. That'll explain a whole lot right there. How long did it take them to do things? Feels like I pasted this thing here. I'm dyslexic. Go ahead and redo paste here. What happened with that? Yeah, it should just be these. Unclick this. It's annoying. Where's the thingy? Oh. Oh. Go. Yeah, I mean, errors do matter way less. Like I would give it a try. I mean, like I say, animation studios take a long time to do things, and there's a reason for it. Even there's like all kinds of just regular animators on YouTube too that do like little cutscenes, like little animated stuff. Look into their stuff too, but it's just having to do every frame. It's fair. Yeah, you know, I said give it a try. There are ways you can speed up the process. There are things you can do. Like smart plays, like that's the whole don't show their face when they're talking. Very strong strategy. Because again, moving mouths takes a long time. Wear helmets. Again, you're not showing their face, you don't gotta show expressions, makes it easy. Um, show more of the landscape and less of the people. Landscape's really easy to film. Looks good. You ain't gonna do anything. Um, yeah, there's just little things you can do, like tricks that I found there. Anything that cuts down your work. I mean, give it a try. You might be really good at it. You know, I mean, I'm not saying you won't. Yeah. 1 second. He's running out here. Time to use the backup set. We'll see if they actually had power in them or not. Maybe. I kind of like this here. And he puts the new dolls for his daughter, or new toys in general, right here. And that's perfect because Tinker could see you from there. But yeah, I was gonna do an animated opening for this. Probably. There's really two ways I go about it. I could have her just I could have like them find memories of what happens. Or like I remember like having Poppet talk about things that happen. She doesn't have amnesia. I mean, the curse eventually makes the dolls forget who they are, but doesn't have that happen yet. And the game's over if that happens. Most of the little memories are the clues that you're trying to find. You know, your friend who went missing. You do discover is here. So that'll lead to some interesting things like that. But we'll see on that. I've kind of left the story thing as like, I mean, I have an idea of how I want the story to go, but some of the more nuanced stuff of the story, I've kind of been leaving to the side going, okay, well, let's see how the game gets built first. Some stuff, it's like, I used to write a bunch of story first and then go, okay, well, now try to build the story thing, and then the game gets built differently because it's more fun that way. And it's like, huh. Now the story doesn't work. Now it's like, here are the general story beats that need to happen, and nuanced stuff. Metroidvanias aren't usually heavily story oriented anyway. I mean, just think Alice Madness Returns. Was that heavily story oriented? No. It was like 90% platformer with 10% cutscenes. Even then, the cutscenes were pretty nominal. There was not a lot to it. It had really pretty environments. And those are really memorable, but they also didn't have a lot of bosses in the game either. Yeah, they just weren't very many. They were really short. You spent so much more of your time just running around the really large levels. Not a lot of time in those cutscenes. It did have them. And I liked the storybook thing for the intro, which was very cool. I considered something along those lines, but it might actually be easier to do a regular cutscene with the in-game characters than that. Yeah, I don't know on that one. Well, it's not copying the thing so much as it's just a style of telling a story. Like, you know, and telling it through a storybook is not really something owned by Alice Madness Returns. Lots of things start with a storybook, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's mostly not a question of needing help writing a story per se. It's mostly I don't want to. If the story no longer, I don't worry about the story as much early on because this game matters more. And I kept changing the game to match or to be like better, but it would screw up how the story was. So I stopped writing a bunch of story things and just put the story beats in. I'm not too concerned about that. Like, again, Metroidvanias aren't as story heavy as a lot of things anyway. So like, Poppet box. Let me put that in the Toy Maker's Workshop so I don't have to continuously select all that. It's annoying. I mean, there'll be a storyline, but it's like say it's not heavily story centric. And this is not like a JRPG or something. And don't mistake it for like, you know, a AAA action adventure where they literally just have, you know, 10 hours of cutscenes in the game. It's not that. It's not. I mean, there's some things that, like I said, those games take hundreds of people to make. And they take years and years. And it's the cutscenes that take 90% of it. It takes so much time. Because, I mean, it's like they made a 10-hour movie. A lot. Big movie. Or, well, my wife said, was it like the Final Fantasy VII Remake? Actually, Rebirth. Had 26 hours of cutscenes. 26 hours. That's so long. So much of the story will be told through, you know, not cutscenes. Either through things that you found, because a lot of Alice Madness Returns also did the same thing. Like, even Tomb Raider, things like that, the new remake told a lot of story through, you know, finding artifacts and stuff. Pretty much, yeah. Like, it takes so much time to finish these games. It's just like, well, look at, I watch cutscene movies. They take all the cutscenes from the game and they just put it into a movie and they cut out the gameplay, except for like the most important stuff, so you know what's going on. But I did that for Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, and I did it for both the God of War remake games. Well, not remakes, but the latest ones. I mean, pretty much for any of the cutscenes, I'm just like, yeah, I'm in. Final Fantasy 16 had a great story. Did it look like it was fun to play? Maybe, but it also wasn't available on PC, and I wasn't going to wait like a year to find out. Watched. But yeah, that's why I'm making a Metroidvania, because Metroidvanias they're not story heavy. They never are. Metroidvanias are about exploration, combat, and then finding new abilities so you can open new areas. So it's more exploration. That's a Metroidvania in a nutshell. Like, you can have stories in them, but they're usually pretty light because most of the game is focused upon the gameplay. So, I mean, most of the toys are crazy, so you're not going to have a long conversation with most of the toys because they can't. They're crazy. They don't know anything. They'll gibber at you. Maybe you'll get some words, but it's not going to be deep. Tinka will talk to you. She's responsible for the lion's share of a lot of the what's going on. But I don't want to have her just sit there and narrate at you because that's awful. Never sit there and just exposition is bad. Like, if you're going to have it, you can have a little of it, but it's really bad. Nobody likes exposition. So much of what she'll say will be like conversations with her, but it won't be her just saying all these things because she doesn't necessarily know either. So, like, not everything. She's just been watching for a while, so longer than most, and she's not gone crazy because she's stuck in the painting. She's not like the dolls. The curse doesn't quite affect her the same way. Still kind of affects her, but not the same way. Charlotte will talk to you sometimes, but because of the antagonistic relationship with that, it's not like she's going to talk to you as much. More as like a playing with a toy type of talking. You know, hiding in the darkness and like, you know, hiding you or, you know. I guess these are going kind of bad. I didn't power these up. Whatever. I don't really need them anyway. So yeah, that's a thing. But she's not going to have a big amount of talking to you. So it's like, there will be some NPCs that are saying that you can save. And those ones will have some talking. But at that point, most of the time, what they do is they open up a service in the painting world or some new thing or provide you a quest. And that'll probably play out more like an RPG dialogue. Maybe I have voice acting for those. But most of the voice acting will be between, like, during the combat, like, or like, you know, like Tinka talking like that. Some of the characters have a lot of voice acting, but there's not a lot of characters that are going to talk to you. So it does kind of limit how much story you can have. Much of the story is the exploration and the things you find along the way. And I picked it that intentionally that way. Part of why I picked the genre, because, well, one, I love the genre because it's just fun to go around and explore and find weird crap. But two, I also recognize that they don't have the biggest story. That is true. I am tired. I mean, I'll probably end up, you know, heading off pretty quick here, probably in the next 8 minutes. That'll make it 11 hours. And as much as I enjoy chatting, yeah, 11 hours is a long time. Long time indeed. If I didn't work as well, I could probably just stream, like, you know, I mean, technically, that makes my day at this point like almost 19 hours. So, yeah, okay. Now that I put it like that. Yeah, because I work an 8-hour day, and, you know, there was some amount of everything else. Yeah. I mean, I had to do, I mean, my commute is only going to be about 20 minutes total, like 10 minutes each way. It's not that long. And I got to eat at some point, so there's not a lot of time for anything at this point. Yeah, let me find someone to raid. Someone who's doing something, doesn't have a lot of viewers or something. I don't know anyone who's currently on, so. Raid somebody. Who's working in Unreal Engine? Love Unreal Engine. Or the Unreal Engine devs. Actually, it's usually people who are working in Unity and not working in anything else. What is this person doing? Cool. Watch drinking afterwards. Nice, nice. Well, I'll be around streaming pretty much. I'm here Monday through Friday. So I don't usually stream this long, but I do stream a while. What's this person doing? They have music playing in the background. Let's not I don't know, they're making something on Unreal Engine. I'm gonna rate him. He's got like what, like 2 people watching, so sure. Shrinking? Oh. Is it like, what is this? Hmm. Well, I can add to the list of things that I'll check into at some point if I ever decide to stop working. Now, I take some time off on the weekends. I don't do a lot on the weekends. Lately I've been on an animation kick, I think. Watching every animation I could find. But like every animated DreamWorks movie, I've been going through all of them because I haven't seen like a lot of them. I'm watching these because just inspiration for the vibe. We're watching Firm recently. That one's kind of like Lost, but, you know, in a city, it's in a town where you can't escape. Like if you try to leave, it's like in some woods somewhere. You end up trapped there and you can never escape. And at night, these creatures come and try to kill everyone. And if you don't, they try to pretend like they're people you know and stuff like that. Yeah, From. I liked the first season a lot. The second season was okay. The third season is just kind of dragging. Like it's not. Sometimes I'm just like really all about them finding a way to not progress the plot. That happens too often. I'm just like, so wait, you guys stopped this bus. Oh, that's not busted. This, you stop this van here because they basically gave you a sign to stop there. And you come across these ruins, and then you opt to not explore because why? From a character who's just like, I gotta find out why this place is. I'm like, now's your chance. No. Okay. That's weird. I would think you'd now having found something new you'd want to go explore. No, okay. There's weird moments like that where you're just like, but you could find out. No. Okay. Like the whole lighthouse thing, it's like, well, you know, you guys could be trying to find the lighthouse again. No. Okay. But you might get out of there. No. Okay. Yeah. I think they lose track. It kind of reminds me what happened to Lost, where it started out with a great premise, and then they realized their premise would end too fast, so they start putting in arbitrary weird blocks to keep it going. Like, it's still entertaining enough to watch it. I've been watching it, but it is, in fact, kind of want them to just, you know, get on with it kind of thing. Is the best way to put it is like, get on with it. The Monty Python thing. Yes, on with it. What else I watched? I watched Vox Machina recently. 3 seasons of that. That's fair. A lot of series are pretty much just dragging it. They're just like, nah, I'm good. I'm like, well, I'm glad someone's good because it ain't me. I ain't good. I'm still. What else have I watched recently? Keep a list. I sent someone a list of things I watched recently because they were all like, I was saying, you should watch this, this, and this, not this, this, and this. And it's like, nope. Who was it I sent that list to? This guy, I think. Um, The Walking Dead sucks. Like, everybody there just whined, bitched, and moaned. The only cool guy was the dude with the crossbow. I'm just like, you know, everyone else can die. That guy can live. But I was cheering the zombies on. I'm like, you know, and half the time, and when they got to that farm in the second season, I was like, where are the zombies? I'm here to watch zombies. I don't care about you people. I didn't even watch that. I don't even know. As far as Game of Thrones, like, and once it's got started, I think it was pretty good. But you had to get started, and then it fell apart like 5 seasons in, and it just became absolute trash after that. So when they ran out of material, what did I watch recently? I watched Twilight of the Gods. Though I think if you didn't like Game of Thrones, Twilight of the Gods is probably too slow for you. It was brutal and it had its moments, but they definitely had slow story points, which I thought were interesting for how they mesh with the lore. Called Sea. Well, there's a fun name for that. Makes sense. Oh, I watched that awful Tomb Raider thing. I was drinking at the time. The new Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft. And it was bad. It was so bad. Just watch a cutscene movie of the games. It's so much better. She just whined, and it was like a terrible rehash of the games. Ghosts? I think I've seen Ghosts. Huh. Yeah. I'll add that there. All right, iZombie. I remember that. iZombie was funny, eating brains. Works in a morgue. Has a recipe book on how to cook brains. Oh my god, I become a just chatting at this point. Anyway. Yeah, if you want to chat, there's a Discord I pinned at the top. It's also where I'm going to do the pull people for testing the game. So, but at 11 hours, I'm probably going to have to call it at this point. USA version, not again. Oh, I brought it up. It's on my browser tab. But yeah, I'm gonna have to call it. Like, it's just definitely as much as I enjoy chatting and would love to keep chatting. And I'm at 68 viewers, so getting to 69 would be awesome because it's funny. The meme would be real. But 11-hour day plus 11-hour streams plus 8-hour workday. That's a lot. I've been doing pretty well. Like, people seem to like what's going on here, and I love chatting, so it's just awesome. The UK makes ideas that are weird. Yeah, they do. And by 10 p.m., it's 9:45 a.m. here right now. I started streaming at 10:30 p.m. Yeah, about that. Actually, I think I started a little after that. I started the stream, then I had to end the stream immediately because I was watching someone else's stream and I didn't close it, and there was copyrighted music in the back of it, so I had to close the stream on YouTube as well to delete that stream to avoid copyright. So yeah, I'm the weirdo here. So early for me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, once you get to the top of the thing there, like, you start getting so many more people just like dropping in. I'm pretty certain I'm near the top of the category at this point. If you stream long enough, let's see where I'm at on the categories here. I am at the 7th place in the categories right now for this for game dev. Damn. Yeah. Well, no, I had to because I'm also streaming to YouTube. That's the thing. I streamed both at the same time. And because I started the stream there, I just ended it because with how Restream works, it's really hard to, just end one stream and then start it back up again. You basically have to end them both. So I did that, and it was only like 2 minutes, but with Twitch, I wouldn't care much about music in the background if that was an option. I just wouldn't. But anyway, let's find some person to bless with a lot of traffic. However many people want to show up. Dude has 5 followers, but he looks like he's making something that looks not too bad in there. We'll follow this guy. So, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow, starting around the same time. I likely won't be streaming it this time, unless I've just really gotten that feisty. Raid you a 35-year-old single male guy? Are you looking for dating on this? Is that what's happening here? I mean, I suppose it's a place you could do. If you had a stream going, I'll keep hanging out. I mean, maybe you'll find one. It's possible. Maybe. You're streaming right now at radio. Clearly, I go out all the time, if you know what I'm saying. Well, keep swinging by and chatting, Always enjoy chatting with people. Looks like you haven't streamed in years. Okay, never mind. I was like, oh, if you were streaming right now, I would send you traffic. Like, here you go. Like, hey, you can do that. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I know someone who's streaming. If I'm talking to them, I just do it. Yeah, we'll agree with this guy. I say if you want to chat when I'm not on, there's a link in the Discord. A link for the Discord at the top of the chat. I pinned it. Lets people know when I'm streaming next. Oh, sorry to hear that. I get it. I had to take a 2-year break because I injured my neck. And let me tell you about injuring your neck. Don't do it. It messed me up pretty good. Don't injure your neck. It's important. So I can understand having, to take a real break from everything. Like your life just, you can't do a lot. Yeah. That's my advice to all Twitch chat. Don't injure your neck. It's important. Let a guy on the internet tell you all about it. Now you know. And I think all of you are better for this sage knowledge. I know, right? I can just go, I do not need that guy. It should be perfectly fine, right? Exactly. Pretty much. Yeah. Anyway, I will send everyone off to raid this random person. Looks like they are hard at it making a run or something. Okay, I'll catch everyone later. The raid thing. Awesome. See you then. Definitely. All right, let's raid this fine gentleman here, and I will end the YouTube thingy. Not that anyone's currently watching YouTube anyway, so yeah. Bye, YouTube. Oh, YouTube.